Piss Earth is read by the author, Serp Kerp. All rights reserved, Serp Kerp, 2025. Chapter 1. Adam's back hurt. All he could do about it was stare up at the ceiling and wish it would go away. If his back pain got so bad that it woke him up, there was no way for him to go back to sleep. No matter what he did, there was no way to make it better. There was nothing else to sleep on other than the standard mat which came in every pod. Nothing else that would fit in the pod, and beds were no longer manufactured anyway. To make the pad better and his pain tolerable, he needed custom bedding. Any type of custom bedding or textiles to add comfort had to be purchased through the black market. That would take money that Adam didn't have. Adam turned over and looked at the clock. It was 3:58 a.m. There was a whole lot of time until he needed to actually get up at 6:30. There was nothing he could do but sit there in pain for the 2.5 hours remaining. He could try and huddle in the corner to do something, but he'd rather just sit there in the bed in pain and try his luck at falling asleep again. His eyes moved rapidly as his mind moved even faster. Thoughts began to turn to the past, to when he was little, oh so little. He was more afraid then than he ever had been before or since. He and his mother were hiding, but he didn't know what from. The only thing that he knew was that he had to keep quiet, or else they would get him. He could hear the people coming to get them, bungling around in their pod complex. He tried as hard as he could to keep quiet, but he started crying. Adam jolted awake to the alarm. He was amazed that he actually did fall asleep again. His whole body was still sore, and it felt like he had been hit up and down with baseball bats, but he had still fallen asleep. It was time to get ready for the day now, though. The first thing he did after getting out of bed, of the pod's built-in bunk bed, was to turn on porn, both on his phone and on his tablet. Using the government-issued phone app on both of them, he quickly found gay porn. He watched the first few moments to confirm what it was, and then he buried the devices in his bedding, so he wouldn't have to watch it or hear it. Word on the street was that this was the best way to game the system to get good social credit. He took his clothes along with a small bag of toiletries, and walked out of his pod to bathe in the communal bathroom. There were no bathrooms or kitchens in the individual pods, only communal ones, which are located every few floors in the pod complex. There was more space in the building design in the communal areas, hallways, and elevators than there was in the pods themselves. And yet these common areas were always empty. These liminal spaces seemed to give the majority of the pod dwellers anxiety, and so they avoided them. Thus, few ever bathed, and the stench of human body odor pervaded the complex. Adam was different, though. There was something inside him that told him he needed to bathe himself, and that he needed to be presentable. Perhaps Adam would have acted differently had he known that bathing marked him out as a defiant and oppositional person, contrary to the pervading ideology, and hurt his social credit. Unlike the gay porn trick, this was not something which was talked about on the street, as bathing was something that people just didn't even think about doing to begin with. The communal bathrooms were not separated by sex or gender. Like most mornings, Adam found them empty. There was not so much as a drop of water left upon the shower floor. He quickly disrobed and took the body soap, shampoo, and toothpaste provided free of charge by the collective and began to shower. As the cold water flowed over his body, his thoughts turned to his dream. He had not had a thought about his mother in years. He was removed from her when he was 3 years old, and he had never seen her since. He didn't even know if she was still alive. Thinking about her was unsettling. The harder he tried to stop, the more difficult it was to remove her from his mind. Other than passing memories which randomly surfaced like this, he didn't know her, so there was hardly anything to think about except a single all-encompassing question of who she was. Following the quick shower, Adam applied some deodorant provided by the collective. He would take these toiletries back into his room, along with the rags used to wash himself, not wanting to share these things with anyone. Adam was slowly consuming the stock of soap and other cleaning supplies which the commune had provided, and he wondered whether they would be restocked once he used them all, or would they ever be stocked again. After all, what was the point of providing something which was not being used? After applying the deodorant, Adam defecated and urinated in the communal toilets before returning to the shower room. There was a slightly higher amount of traffic in the communal toilets than in the communal showers, but not by much. Chamber pots were preferred over them, and most traffic in the complex was where these chamber pots was dumped. Adam stared into the mirror. Adam was a white man with blond hair and blue eyes. He had strong masculine features, a prominent jawline, large rounded chin, and a long nose with a defined bridge. He had short cropped hair and a trim beard. He would have been considered quite handsome before the days of gene manipulation, but for one quality. He was nearly emaciated. He wasn't on death's door, but he was clearly rail thin. This rendered his features rather gaunt, despite his good genes. As he looked in the mirror, Adam trimmed his beard and his head of hair, and he used some water to wash away the extra strands of hair down the drain, and then quickly dressed himself. In the communal kitchen, Adam found himself alone once again. It was a huge room, and again it was seldom used, save for Adam. Adam spent more time at the tables than in his actual pod. In the pod, he would be cramped, so he preferred stretching himself out in the unused communal areas. The social anxiety surrounding the sharing of a communal space with others did not affect Adam, though it wouldn't be applicable anyway, given that there wasn't anyone ever using it. Adam liked wide open spaces and spent as much time outside as he could. Again, this marked him out as a freak, as others would spend as little time as possible outside and never would leave the centrally planned city under any circumstances, devoting all their time onto a screen. The food processor dinged, indicating to Adam that it was time for his morning meal. The door of the little black box opened, revealing a bowl of slime-like substance for Adam to eat. Adam took it with him to the table and began slurping the slime up with a spoon. He had set the flavoring to a lemon meringue pie. He didn't know what that type of pie had ever really tasted like, since he had never had a real one and never had anything but processed food made in the food processor. The processed food generated from the standardized processors was apparently a mix of all the nutrients that humans required for life. Regardless of what it was selected, it always made a slimy, viscous liquid somewhere between a pudding and a syrup. The person who made the food said its flavor at the machine, and small implants within the mouth made him taste the flavor of what he chose from the machine. Theoretically, the implants made it so that the flavor of foods that people had ate before farming was banned or emitted onto the tongue. Adam had chosen meat-based meals twice, but they were an ungodly flavor, tasting akin to burnt rubber. Both times, the flavor was stuck in his mouth for a week. Now he only chose to eat citrus-based foods because they were the ones that he could stomach the most. He was able to force down a few spoonfuls before throwing the rest away. He had made the smallest portion size which was provided by the machine and only ate about a fifth of it. He figured it was enough for him to make it through the day. Adam returned to his room without seeing another person. He took his phone and turned off the gay porn. He left the tablet buried beneath some blankets so that it would keep playing until he came home. He was hoping to rack up as many hours as possible while he was in class. He had not turned on porn for his own consumption in some time. It was too disgusting to look at, even for a few moments. He used to have it play all day and night, but now he was slowly giving up on it. He was now losing hope in ever gaining any substantial social credit. Adam entered the elevator and was joined by two others. The first was a woman with radiant skin. She had glowing, iridescent patterns which rolled across her and then rapidly changed color. She glowed in the dark. The other was a man with giant shoulders and long arms with short legs. He was built like a gorilla, and he hunched forwards just like one. These individuals had their genes altered in the womb by their mothers to look that way. Adam was a natural human, and his genes were untampered with. While there were a million ways to alter your children's appearance, at the end of the day, those were a million ways made to make them fit in. Being a natural-looking human made Adam a freak and an outsider. Once reaching the main level street of the planned city, Adam began to walk to college. The city was made of massive high-rises and skyways connecting them above the ground. The city rested on a massive dome, which was held above the ground by massive pillars. Almost no one ever went down to the ground level to walk around outside. Adam, though, preferred to walk between the buildings, but others didn't. Instead, they rode motorized scooters and mechanized wheelchairs on the paths between the buildings, and they mocked him as they passed him by. After the long walk, Adam arrived at the high-rise where the college building was located. In the total human collective, public education was a 28-year enterprise. It began at the age of 2 and ended at 30, with 12 years of mandatory post-secondary school. It only ended when every citizen obtained a doctorate. Adam resented the schooling, but he had no choice but to continue. Non-attendance, either physical or virtual, was grounds for expulsion from the city, and thus all cities of the total human collective. Adam found himself slightly late, but it was not by any conscious decision on his part, although perhaps it was a subconscious given his hate for the university. As he walked in, he could feel the professor's eyes on him, and his stomach became upset as the professor began to speak to him. "Class, look at this." The entire class's eyes looked upon Adam as the professor began to verbally tear into him. Coming in late, the typical behavior of an exclusive, penetrative partner. Always self-centered. Everything is always focused upon his pleasure. His self-obsession makes him the center of attention. This young man and his disordered masculine drive are what drove civilization to the brink of extinction. Had it not been for the founders of the commune, then we would all be subjected to this barbarism, the very same to which humanity was subjected in the original state of nature. The class looked upon Adam with contempt and silently judged and jeered at him. Adam became angry as he questioned why he should be singled out and mocked. There were so many who merely attended class virtually via device and didn't even watch, a luxury he was not afforded due to his own low social credit and position in life. Adam knew that if he stood up for himself or defended himself in any way, it would be reckoned the paradigmatic use of an act of exclusive penetrative partner, fulfilling the stereotype the professor had applied to him. Naturally, that would result in a severe penalty to his social credit. So he just chose to sit down, humiliated and defeated. The accusation of being an exclusive penetrative partner shook Adam. That was the worst label he could be given. Exclusive penetrative partners were men who only wanted to have vaginal sex with natural-born women. Of course, Adam was an exclusive penetrative partner if there ever was one, but actually being labeled as such was the kiss of death for his social credit. It meant that Adam would never be able to enter into a permanent consensual contract with a woman. Permanent consent contracts were what the commune had created to make something which approximated marriage. Marriage, an ancient institution which existed before the commune came to power. These were the permanent consent contracts were contracts issued by the commune which allowed two people to engage in sex. As long as two partners had agreed to have one, all sex was permitted within the contract. If a person had any type of sexual contact outside of it, then they could be accused of rape and be subject to expulsion or even termination of life for terrorism. The commune could reject applicants for these contracts, or at least reject the applicants made by males towards women. It was widely known that no homosexual partnership had ever been rejected when applying. The reason that Adam had set up the gay porn to play was that he hoped it would prevent him from being labeled as an exclusive penetrative partner. He had hoped that the rumor that it was the easiest way to have one's application accepted to a permanent consent contract with a woman was to be marked as primarily homosexual in orientation was true. As quickly as Adam sat down, the professor began his lecture. Adam, it seems, had not missed any of the actual class. In fact, the professor had just singled Adam out. Numerous students came in after without being commented upon. Adam sensed he was singled out for the way he looked, as a biologically normal human, perhaps earning him the professor's disdain. When the lecture proper started, Adam and the other students took their neurostim pills in order to pay attention. At all levels of education, neurostim pills had been standard and mandatory for all students during classes. The primary active ingredient was some kind of stimulant, but there were other components as well. The lecture covered the same thing that Adam had heard a million times before: the liberation of women from the menstrual cycle. Of course, the professor was not born a woman, but chose to become one later in life. His mother had edited his genes to make him to a giant muscular man standing at 8 feet tall. All the surgeries which the commune gave him, castration included, could do nothing to reverse that. Those who could not have children of their own were always the most concerned about the reproductive capacities of others. Despite all the ability to manipulate genes prior to conception, it was functionally impossible to change genes in a living organism from a zygote on. All attempts to manipulate the genes of transsexuals into growing the sex organs they had not been born with ended in the rapid onset of terminal cancers. Gay mates had to be altered before conception in order to be radically change the body plan from the onset. Adam tried to focus, but the neurostim pills never worked on him like they were supposed to. It always made his mind jumpy. His mind drifted from the lecture onto his dream about his mother. Why did he have to have that dream? He had not thought of her in years. He couldn't even remember her face. Yet now all he could feel was pain over the fact that he had never gotten to really know her. Many children grew up without parents, and they were fine, he thought. Why shouldn't he be fine? He always tried to convince himself that he was fine, until he actually started thinking about it. He had been able to ignore this harsh reality, but now it was all he could think of. Once he started thinking about her, there was no way he could stop. There was no way of fixing it. His mother was long gone, and there was no way he could ever contact her. There was nothing he could do to recover his memories, in the waking world at least. He tried to drown out the thoughts by listening to the professor's lecture. The imposition which biology placed upon the cis woman in the menstrual cycle effectively punished them for not attaining pregnancy every month. When the body scraped the uterus clean, cis women were subjected to what was known as a period, an agonizing experience that women, prior to the rise of the total human collective, universally detested. Outside of the physical pain the period caused, it held the body hostage, demanding the woman become pregnant. It also made cis women less efficient workers compared to cis men. The distraction of a period made it difficult for women to work their best. Cis men who were not affected were put at a great advantage, creating gaps in productivity which strengthened cis men and entrenched the oppression of the patriarchy. As the professor rattled on, Adam couldn't help but to remember how his mother had suffered from this period. He remembered her bleeding, and him being scared for her when he discovered her burning makeshift tampons to hide them. But then he thought, how could that be? There was no living woman who did not have the menstruation suppression chip installed. It was mandatory. No girl could get around its insertion. Adam thought that maybe the professor would touch upon this topic, and that he could ask questions about the chips, so he tried to listen the best he could, despite the neurostim pills. When the total human collective unified, humanity began to implement the goal of total equality between the biological sexes. In order to do so, as we have covered in great detail, the menstruation cycle needed to be abolished. From that point on, the collective made sure that every cis woman would be implanted with a hormonal regulation chip. Of course, implementation did not mean an end to human fertility. In fact, it improved human fertility. The chip meant that the only artificial insemination was possible. This is a much healthier form of impregnation and forms a much healthier variety of humans. Cis women also began to have children only when reviewed by the collective to ensure good health for all. Everyone in this room was born from a woman with a chip through in artificial insemination. When the chip was first introduced, the vast majority enlisted, but there were holdouts, those who thought that the required approval of the collective for impregnation was oppressive, and the artificial insemination gravely threatened the vitality of the human race. This nonsense stemmed from the insane beliefs emanating from their barbaric religions. In particular, the Christian religion believed the chip interfered with the will of God, and so they vehemently opposed it. That was until all their children were removed from their custody and the religion went extinct. Adam felt sure that his mother was one of these Christians. Religion was only mentioned in his class in passing, and never in his mundane life. There were no books detailing the history of religions or religious thought available to the public in the archives of the collective. These books had to be discovered outside of the archives and read manually. All he knew about religion and its theism was that they were systems of thought which predated the collective, and that they believed in immaterial things beyond the purely material. In the past, he hadn't known that there were different types of religions, but now knowing that, he felt that his mother must have been a Christian. He wanted to know the most about them he possibly could. Doing so in the public school system would be impossible, but truthfully, Adam knew that he could not rely on that truly to learn anything. After the anatomy class and the lecture on the chip came the next class, civics and ethics. The day's lecture was on the case study about the mass castration of the German population to atone for persistent inequality. When one student asked what these Germans were like, the professor pointed to Adam and said that they looked something like him. Unlike with the comment about exclusive penetrative partners, Adam didn't know if this comment was negative or positive. The third and final class of the day for Adam was sex class. Sex class did not consist of having sex, but they did view a great deal of pornography. Rather, it was sexual theory. It was like a sterile version of the Kama Sutra. Lesson for that day centered around the oral stimulation of the anus. Adam found this class particularly grating. He, of course, did not choose his college classes. Every student on his track had to take the same classes. For the bulk of society, university was no longer oriented towards a chosen degree. It was just an extra 12 years of secondary school where the values of the collectives were repeatedly inculcated year after year. There were some students who went on after this to get advanced degrees, working in engineering and programming, but the vast majority did schooling for 28 years and worked at a menial job both during and after. And that was the case for Adam. He worked at a senior living complex as a janitor. He had the day off from work so that he had time for his 9 hours of college classes that day. But tomorrow he'd have to go to work at a shift. One positive aspect of sexual theory was that he was able to meet Randy after the class. The peculiar oblong shape of Randy's body was from a common gene hack that allowed Randy to eat tens of thousands of calories in a day. He slurped up processed food constantly. Randy was a dealer of illegal merchandise, and he was a pimp. He was able to hook up men with the things that they could only get outside of the usual system. This included prostitutes, something which is always risky, because it exposed men to being accused of rape, because it fell outside of the collective's permanent consent contract. For most men, this was their only option to ever be with a woman. Adam was not after sex, though, or at least not yet. He was too afraid of being accused of rape to ever try anything like that. He was after something much less dangerous, some photographs, a collection of nude photos, all of them being of the same woman. He had the money to pay for it. The collective had tried a gift-based economy, but it failed many years before Adam was born. Then they tried a cashless economy, and that failed too. The total human collective needed to have a black market, and the black market needed cash for it to function, so they printed cash in order to keep the system running. After the class, Adam and Randy met in the men's bathroom for the deal after having spoken about it beforehand. Randy presented Adam with a booklet of pictures of women. The women in these pictures were presented in a wide range of specimens, with the numerous popular genetic variants represented by things such as duck lips, tiny feet, bright, non-natural hair colors and overly large eyes, to say nothing of enhanced bust and bottoms. As he flipped through the book, one particular girl caught his eye, though. She was thin, a thin white redhead. She had a playful yet somewhat devious smirk. She had a natural body, not altered in any way. That meant that she did not have exaggerated womanly features, nor was she androgynous. She was feminine, but with natural features which were so rare now. Just like him, and that is what drew his attention to her. I like this one. What's her name? Lily, Randy commented. Can I buy her booklet? Of course, my man. I had a feeling you would like her. You both look so similar. Adam was unsure if this was complimentary or divisive. He continued on, though. Natural girls are not as popular. I am sure I could arrange a meeting with her if you like. Who knows, further down the road, she might even be willing to sign into a consent contract. She looked pretty lonely. I just want the booklet now. Suit yourself, Randy. Suit yourself. Randy then handed Adam the booklet from a large box of them he had brought with him that day. Adam then paid him for it. The booklet was thick, about the size of a trade paperback filled with pictures. While many of these pictures were of Lily's nude body in various erotic positions, the majority of them consisted of just pictures of her in mundane situations, such as performing household tasks in ordinary clothing. While the booklet was intended for erotic purposes and Adam was going to use it as such, these non-nude photos were just as important as the lewd or nude ones. They would allow the man looking at them to the ability to imagine himself in a relationship with a woman, which was the true object of his lust, to try and imagine that they were actually a couple together. Commune pornography did not show the faces of those who were displayed. Likewise, commune pornography operated on an algorithm which prevented the user from revisiting the same models over and over again. This was programmed to prevent the users from developing a desire for monogamy. The ancient oppressive system in which two people reserved themselves exclusively for each other. While it was possible to auto-generate pornography with artificial intelligence, the collective had forbidden this as it undermined the emancipation of female sexuality. Something like 90% of active-bodied women produced pornography of some variety on a weekly basis to feed the vast data pink which the commune drew from. This amounted to them videotaping themselves masturbating and stretching while nude. Their faces were then blanked out. They were paid handsomely for it, and thus there was a massive female-male pay gap. There were a few men who tried to do the same, but despite everything, the commune did to increase homosexual desire in men. The male desire for women was far stronger than the male desire for men, and the commune would not pay them the way that they paid women for making pornography. The mutual consent contract was not meant to be monogamous in nature, and the holders of such contracts were not only free to enter into more than one at once, but were actively encouraged to do so. The reality was that the collective tried to hide that it was only a small minority of these contracts who were polyandrous in nature. The majority of women who entered in these contracts would do so with only the most connected and highest status males who ran the operating systems which the society functioned, of which there were only a handful. The result being that they had countless women. The existence of such men went against everything the communes stand for, but they existed nonetheless. For the average man like Adam, who wanted engagement with a flesh-and-blood woman rather than a chatbot, there were only a few options. One was enter into a polyandrous relationship, where there were several men and one woman. These were much rarer than polygynous relationships, in which multiple women shared a single man. Polyandry was also much more liable to violence, as often the women in these relationships would only engage in sex in such a way as to incite jealousy between the men, being aroused by the infighting that it caused. The other option was prostitution, where the John was liable to be accused of rape, which Adam found both distasteful and too dangerous. Interestingly, though, pimps in these arrangements were never punished. They seemed to be necessary for the black market and sex to function, and the collective considered sex workers to be some of the most heroic and virtuous professions of all of human history. Many men gave up entirely upon women and engaged in homosexual relations even when they could be called straight in the times before the collective. If they found male bodies too difficult to be aroused by, they could always take a pill to incite hypersexuality for a few hours in order to force some kind of homosexual arousal. Indeed, such sexual activity amounted to nothing more than a loathsome bargain, as they watched heterosexual pornography together as they engaged in mutual masturbation and oral sex. The majority, like Adam, though, contented themselves with pornography and daydreaming about having a mutual consent contract, one which emanated the marriages of old. They didn't know the word marriage, though. That was left out of the histories, and out of their curated media. After buying the photo book of Lily, Adam bade Randy farewell and left the college skyscraper. He placed the book in his backpack so as not to be seen within public. The booklet wasn't so much illegal as it was frowned upon. Owning such things was seen as disloyal to the collective, and thus had consequences for your social credit. Technically, nothing was illegal in the post-justice society, but that didn't mean that there were no consequences for your actions. Adam was off to make a second black market purchase after the first. The second, though, was much more taboo. He was much more concerned about being caught in this transaction than in the other one. He had to leave the planned city with its skyscrapers and skywalks to the open world below. Leaving the indoors and going outdoors wasn't illegal, and all members of the collective were allowed to roam freely in principle, but doing so meant intermingling with the pariahs who were expelled from society. Those who engaged in antisocial behavior in the post-justice society were expelled. They were barred from entering the constructs of the complex by microchips inserted into them as infants. If they tried to return, they would become violently nauseous, and if they persisted long enough, they would have seizures which immobilized them. Those expelled lived in the shadows of the total human collective's constructed cities, and what the abandoned relics of the world that existed before the collective's rise. These criminals and dissidents ran the black market, which the collective needed in order to survive, so their existence was tolerated. These ghettos were effectively known as the down belows, as they existed beneath the elevated domes of the planned cities. As he traveled down the elevator, he prepared himself for the world of the down below. One of the main problems for the commune members traveling below was that it was an expellable offense to carry a weapon of any kind. All the people in the world below carried at least knives on them. Adam didn't fit in the world below, but he did not stick out as a target either. He was able to get by, but he was always fearful of the warlords and their gangs. The entrance and exit of the complex consisted of a set of vaulted doors. At the first set of the doors were two guards. They were both overweight women, and they didn't even look up at Adam as he walked by. Each vaulted door scanned the chip in the back of his head, which gave him the ability to live within the construct ruled by the collective, as well as the privilege of living outside of its protection. The first thing that greeted Adam as he crossed the threshold of last vaulted door was a food market. Tables were set up selling various fruits and vegetables. They were all grown hydroponically, as the soil could no longer support anything except the most simple of weeds. The people selling the food were women for the most part. Many of them looked haggard, thin, and decaying due to the universal lack of B12 and other crucial vitamins and minerals. Without the collective's processors, they had to garner these the best as they could from what they grew. The reason that the food market was situated right at the door was that these fruits and vegetables were the primary resource which members of the commune bought in the world below, often wanting something other than the slop which the processors produced. Growing food yourself was prohibited within the commune. Ironically, the exiled people couldn't even taste the things they grew with their taste buds. Their sense of taste was fried when their chip was taken offline as part of their exile. The food market was the safest place for Adam and the other people who dared venture there. Center City was the name of the commune in which Adam lived, and it was built upon a pre-existing city which existed hundreds of years before the rise of the total human collective. The people exiled lived in the ruins of that city. Center City was just one of the many communes controlled by the total human collective around the globe. There were no cities outside of the universal state, though. As Adam departed the food market, he made sure to watch his back. There was always the persistent fear that a mugger might jump him or worse. The tattooed faces of gang members watching their territory eyed him intently, evaluating his weaknesses and seeing if he was a worthy target or more dangerous than he appeared. The people there lived in the crumbling edifices of brick and steel buildings long past their expiration date. Some of the buildings remained fully standing despite the elements, while others had long since crumbled, though even more were built from the remnants of what had collapsed before. In one such building was a craftsman from which Adam had come to buy a product. It resembled a little brick hovel much more than the buildings of old. The craftsman and trader was an old man with pale skin. He was hunched over with gray hair and a long gray beard. The only aspect about him which looked to be modified were his eyes. Instead of a pupil, iris, and sclera, his eyes reflected light like thick aviator glasses. Apparently, this allowed him to see in the dark and protected his eyes from the glare of the sun. Moreover, they gave him an otherworldly presence. He always looked erudite and better educated than all the other people Adam had ever met, especially the professors. Adam walked into the shop, seeing all the books which he had printed and those he was selling, but not the man himself. Adam then noticed incense coming from the other room, and from that he knew where he was. Adam followed the incense, and behind some curtains the man was praying reverently before a stank idol. Adam returned to the main shop room and resumed browsing the merchandise until the shop owner was finished with his prayers. The books in the shop were printed and bound by the shopkeeper directly. He made the paper with hydroponic, genetically modified papyrus plants. Books were no longer read or sold within the total human collective. Most members were not taught to read either. Manual reading was a highly specialized task saved for a select few. Only those who coded were taught to read. Chips didn't allow automatic reading over computer code, so they had to learn how to read them manually. Of course, it was not illegal to read in the Post-Justice Society, but it was not promoted and carried severe social credit penalties. The chips inserted in everyone's skulls as infants rendered manual reading obsolete according to the commune. Information could be beamed in the head directly. Indeed, the commune claimed that all books ever written were available in digital form to its citizens. But it was clear to anyone who had the basic knowledge that the majority of books that were either missing or heavily censored from their archives. When using an electronic device such as a cell phone or a tablet, the chip was able to read the information into a person's mind as they made eye contact with the text. It was thus possible to navigate these electronic interfaces without knowing any written language at all. The interfaces of these devices did not use text much, though, instead used icons and symbols whenever possible. This did not work with something written down on a page. As he looked at the books, he thought about his mother and that ancient religion, Christianity. Lost in thought, he was startled when the shopkeeper came in from the other room and greeted him. "Hello, Adam, my friend. It's good to see you again." "It's good to see you too, Omar," Adam told him fondly. "What are you looking for today?" Omar asked. Adam paused for a moment, unsure of how to phrase it, as he felt dirty even asking for it. "Do you have books about religions?" Adam asked anxiously. "Of course! They're the most popular books for advanced readers." "Could you show them to me?" "Yes. I must warn you, though, they are difficult for an intermediate reader such as yourself, so I would caution you against it. You have only just moved beyond picture books into child chapter books, so it may be very difficult a jump for a self-taught learner like yourself." Omar cautioned Adam, not condescendingly, but in a paternal way. "I know it will be hard, but it will be worth it, even if I have to find out what each word means by looking it up directly. I want to read them," Adam said with a defiant determination. "Well, if you are determined, it should be no problem." Omar took Adam as he showed him the way to the shop's basement, where the most controversial books were. As Omar turned on the light, he turned to Adam and he asked him a question. "Is there a particular topic in the spirituality section that you're interested in?" Omar's question made Adam nervous, and Adam wondered if he should conceal what he was looking for. Then Adam thought it was pointless to conceal his intent, since he was already behaving so deviantly by getting a book in the first place. "I'm interested in the ancient religion known as Christianity." Adam sighed as he said this, unsure of how Omar would respond. That was one which the collective particularly detested. When I read Christian tracts and texts, I saw elements of the summoner faith within them. "How so?" Adam asked. "Well, Christians saw that at the end of the world, their leader would return and create a utopia and right all the wrongs. We summoners believe that when the divine sentience is achieved, it will create a utopia and right all wrongs as well." "May I ask, what draws you to Christianity? It's a rather obscure subject." "I think that perhaps people in my family's past could have been Christians," Adam told him without a little reluctance. Omar looked at him deeply for a moment, and then said, "You may be right. That would make sense. Anyway, the Christian books are over there." Omar pointed to a particular shelf. "When you are ready, I'll be upstairs waiting for you. If you need anything else, just ask me." Adam walked over to the shelf and was unsure what to do and what to look for. He knew almost nothing about religion. He didn't even know the name of Omar's religion until he had just told him. As he looked, the first book he noticed was that there seemed to be a number of books which had the word Bible in them. He didn't know what that word meant. He opened up one of them, and it seemed to be poetry. He knew it was definitely not what he was looking for. He thought that it would tell him nothing about Christianity. What he wanted was some kind of history or an introduction to the ancient religion. It took a long time to check through the books, as they did not have titles on their spines or summaries on their backs. You had to open them up and look at their title pages. These were crudely printed books on spiral bindings. Omar was one of the better publishers, and his books were of higher quality, but none of them were truly high craftsmanship. Adam had picked out 2 books for purchase. One was called Introduction to Christianity by Father Benedict XVI. Adam was perplexed that the 16 was part of his name. The second was The Story of Christianity, Volume 1 by Justo Gonzalez. Adam knew that this book was a particular iniquity, since the author had a second name. As Adam neared the end of the books set aside in the Christian section, he touched a book, which sent a shiver down his spine, and before he even knew what it was, he pulled it out and read the title, On the Coming of the Incarnate Archon. He found this absolutely bizarre. It just felt so different from everything else around it. He opened up the book, and it seemed like gibberish. There were all these words inside, which were far more alien than the words in the rest of the Christian books. Instead of grace, Trinity, heaven or hell, had words like Archon, Gnosis, Aeon, and Yaldabaoth. Yet, for whatever reason, he was enthralled by it and compelled to get it. This compulsion scared him, and because of it, he decided not to purchase it and placed it back upon the shelf, using all of his inner strength to do so. Adam then climbed the stairs to make the purchase with Omar at his register. "I have these 2, Adam told Omar as he handed the books over. "Yes, I see. These books will make a fine addition to your collection." Omar then paused for a moment before he spoke again. "May I ask you what you know about the Summoner faith?" "Next to nothing." "Well, I'm sure people don't talk openly about those things within the walls of the commune itself." Omar laughed. "Well, I will throw in a Summoner book for free. How about that?" "That would be nice, thank you," Adam told the shopkeeper. "No, thank you for coming," Omar told him, and then Adam left to return to his pod. Chapter 2. Adam laid on his small bunk and stared at the ceiling. His thoughts returned once again to his mother and to his childhood. He remembered living with the other children in the orphanage. He remembered always keeping to himself there and not having any friends. The other children picked on him for how he looked. It seemed that all he did as a child was play video games, or at least that was all he did when he was not in class. I sometimes felt that video games in classes was all that there were back then. Now he couldn't play a video game for 5 minutes without becoming soul-crushingly bored. Try as he might, he could not properly remember his mother and what life with her had been like. It seemed to Adam that being hooked up to screens was all that life held for anyone. The only person who had ever been in his life was his mother. He didn't even remember her face. He wanted friends, but he knew not how to make them. Whenever he tried, no one was interested in talking to him, and even if he did have someone to meet with, where would they even go? The pods were too small, and there were too few public places in which to mingle. No one felt comfortable in any of them anyway. The screens were not real. They were also more than real. They told him what to do and what to think. There may have been professors, and there may have been guards, but the screens, they compelled in obedience and enforced conformity. Since there was no one to talk to, the next best way to get away from the screens was reading. Teaching himself to read was difficult, and he had put years into it, and thought it felt fulfilling. It also made him paranoid, though. Sometimes he felt that at any moment that the police might break down his door and take his books away. Getting through the doors back into the commune made him feel as though his heart would go out. He brought some produce, too, as a more legitimate purchase to cover his tracks if they asked him or searched his bag. His bag had a hidden zipper in it to hide the manuscripts and the photo book. But he didn't matter because over the years there was not a single time in which the bag had ever been checked. Even if they did, they would have just thrown away the books and subtracted social credit from him. Because what they were really after were weapons anyway, or at least that's what he thought. Nevertheless, Adam was paranoid. He knew that they had cameras everywhere, even in the pods and the bathroom stalls. They even had their cameras throughout the ghetto down below. Everything he did was recorded, and there was no doubt that there was a data bank that was housing it somewhere. Every cash purchase he had made was taken note of as well. That all made him paranoid. But he also knew that there was nowhere near enough people to watch or analyze what was recorded, which somewhat mitigated his fears. Certainly, the AI wasn't smart enough to make sense of its own data. All the loneliness had led to thoughts about women. Adam never had so much as a female friend, let alone any romantic interest. The ultimate goal of his life was to have something resembling monogamy with a woman, or even something like the marriage of old. He didn't care how unlikely it was. He wanted it just the same, and the desire for it drove him. In the media of the collective, there was nothing like monogamy. Sex was something that happened randomly and frequently between people of various sexes and ages. Yet Adam had an integral longing for another, and that other had always been a woman who would be solely loyal to him, and he would be solely loyal to her. Adam took out the photo book of Lily and began to look at it. He looked at the photos of her face. While she was by no means ugly, she did have a rather plain face. Her face was tall and narrow. It was filled with freckles, and she had steely blue eyes. The reason he had bought the photo book was he was able to see a woman's... If he did so, he would be able to see a woman's face whenever he wanted to. In the government-created pornography, there were no faces, making the face the most intimate feature of a woman's body. Seeing the face made it easier for Adam to fantasize that they were together. Adam also liked the pictures of her doing mundane things with clothes on, for they were even a better catalyst for his romantic fantasies. Adam began to masturbate. He never even looked at the pictures of her nude, though. He didn't want to be reminded that this girl was a prostitute. As soon as he spent himself, he started again, doing it repeatedly until he was no longer able to become erect, and then he fell asleep. Adam woke up groggy and without remembering any dreams. He had hoped that he could be gifted another memory in a dream, but he had no such luck. He had 2 classes in college that day, and then he had to go to work. He did his usual morning routine, and this time he saw another person. It was a middle-aged man who bathed in the shower briefly after using a stall. The man had mottled skin with dark patches along with a cream-colored base which resembled the coat of a Dalmatian. His pattern extended into his head of hair. Adam tried to speak to him, but the man just ignored him and walked away. Adam was able to arrive before the first class started, and he was still given dirty looks by the professor. That day's class was with Professor Waits, and the class was Revolutionary Ecology. If Adam were late to this class, Waits would not vocally demean him. Waits was too professional and focused on his work to do something like that, in spite of his manifest distaste for Adam. Waits' disdain was not due to Adam's appearance, as Waits shared his lack of visually salient modifications. It was deeper and more profound than that. Adam didn't necessarily like revolutionary ecology, and he certainly did not agree with its aims, but he respected Waits regardless of how Waits felt about him. Revolutionary ecology was the application of the ideology of the collective as applied to nature. The collective believed that it was anthropocentric to only address the needs and desires of humans. Animals, too, had to be relieved of the oppression built into nature itself, just as the natural disparities between men and women and between the original races of humans had been. Reliable gene editing in humans had gotten rid of congenital diseases, extended life, and allowed parents to make their children all look unique. The collective applied the same thing to animals and sought to end predation and parasitism in order to create a more equitable version of nature. The manipulation of genes to end them was spread through viral infection, which affected the gametes. When the modified offspring were born, the result was the collapse of the entire global ecosystem. When the gene editing virus was unleashed, many creatures died of cancer from their genes being manipulated. This was regardless of the fact that it only affected the sex cells, and that was not supposed to affect any bodily changes in the parents. It was known beforehand that it would happen, so the collective did not reverse the decision at that point. After this first setback, the animals rebounded in their new roles. Enough had survived that it did not immediately become extinct. It was at this time that the collective had regained hope and legitimacy. It had conquered nature. The animals had survived and had their modified children. And in some cases, these children had children. There was a brief period of optimism after the initial fear, for it seemed that humans indeed could shape the food chain to remove animal suffering. Then the extinctions began. The first life forms which were going extinct were not the ones that the genes had edited. It was plants, algae, fungi, and bacteria. They depended upon the predators and the parasites. The collective then attempted to make a new virus to change them to fit them more tightly into their new food web role. But the second virus only made things worse. The Earth now had less biodiversity than any other point in the Paleozoic era. Human beings were the last living vertebrates. Waits contextualized the commune's hermeneutic of the catastrophe during his lecture, though. We must not view the desolation we created as a tragedy, but rather as an opportunity. Our original aim was idiotic, to conform nature to that which existed before us, to our designs. Why not design nature to our own specifications from the ground up? We now have a blank slate to work with in order to create our own new world, a world based on the principles of the collective. We have all the genetic material of the animals, plants, fungus, and bacteria which has gone extinct. We can create the whole trophic pyramid from these materials, a better world than that which had existed before, a world where man can fit in and work together with nature rather than against it. As Waits began to get fire in his lecture, Adam kept drifting off and thinking about Lily despite the neurostim pills. He wondered who this Lily was. Did she live in the same city as him? Were these pictures taken recently, or could she be older now? But the same thought kept going through his head. He wondered what it would be like meeting with her, if she would be interested in him. He thought about how Randy said she may be willing to sleep with him. Pondering the idea, he concluded that a girl so willing and eager was not the kind of girl he wanted, lest she be willing to do that with any guy who brought her booklets. He knew deep down he wanted the Lily which existed in his head, not the Lily which existed in the flesh. But was there really any difference? That idea tantalized him. Once revolutionary ecology was over, Adam went to AI theory and then to work. It was a long walk from the college he attended, but he appreciated the time to himself. He looked down on the world below. The people there were exposed to the elements and dependent upon the table scraps of the commune. Those who lived outside of the planned cities of the commune were constantly inundated with dust storms brought about by the deteriorating soil and the flash floods, and the inability that came from the inability of the soil to absorb the water. It was always interesting that those who spent the least time in nature were always the most repelled by its cruelty. That was the case with those who in the hamster that was the case with those who lived in the hamster tunnels of the commune. Those who had experience with nature had become more accepting of death, while those who had no such experience wanted to banish it from their minds, only to be devoured by it most cruelly. Adam worked in a skyscraper housing the aged. In the old days, it would have been called a nursing home or an assisted living facility. Now it was not a place that cared for the old, but a storage facility for them. The vast majority of people who existed were aged beyond the ability to care for themselves. Once they were old enough, they could be connected to the chairs. The chairs are medical units which hook them up to various IVs and a neural uplink. Those in the chairs were connected to a virtual reality, which those who had not reached the age of retirement could not yet enter. Once the neural uplink was connected, it could only be severed through killing them, and thus the retiree could never join the waking world again. In the chairs, they could last for decades or even centuries if the conditions were right. The bottom levels of the building were dedicated to the machinery that prepared the aged for the chairs, but the vast majority of the building was a warehouse to store those connected to the chairs. Adam worked in the building as a janitor, tasked with cleaning the upper levels, housing the retired. There was little to clean in the bathrooms because they were only used by him and his co-workers rather than the retirees. The majority of his time was dedicated to vacuuming. That was a good thing, though, as when he was vacuuming, he could listen to music. While reading, especially the pre-commune material, was frowned upon, it was not the same with music, or at least not all music. Adam was even able to listen to works freely created in the classical era of music. He preferred music intended for the sensitive young men of that era. He listened to stuff like Joy Division, New Order, The Cure, Susie and the Banshees, Drab Majesty, among numerous other bands from that long distant past, feeling that it fit his demeanor and attitude to the world around him. He had stumbled on it while searching through musical archives, and he'd been enamored by it ever since. The reason that Adam had to vacuum so much was that the people stuck in the chairs attracted this fungus. Fungus attached itself to the things which had once been human, and didn't so much as eat them as fed off their nutrients through their skin. The fungus could be removed without killing its host. As time went on, though, it was inevitable that it covered their bodies and they would stop looking like a human and become something akin to a disgusting piss-green tree stump. When it was truly that bad, it covered their bodies and it really began eating through the skin. That meant that more and more food had to be given to them from the processors to keep the retiree in the chair alive. The people in chairs consumed far more food in their processors than the able-bodied young. The fungus had been undiscovered prior to the invention of the chairs. Whatever obscure spore it was prior to the commune, it apparently survived the environmental degradation of the ecosystem and was now thriving as never before. If a normal person touched the fungus, they weren't connected to the chairs, they breathed in its sores or touched the polyps, nothing happened to them. If you ate them, then you might get stomach sickness, but other than that, you were perfectly fine to be around it. After spending so much time around the chairs, there was one thing that Adam knew for sure. He'd rather die than be connected to a chair, if that time ever came for him. He found that sort of life that people lived in the chairs utterly repulsive. Vacuuming and listening to music was far more life-affirming than any of the mandatory classes which Adam took. It was second only to teaching himself how to read. An added perk of his job was that the only person he really interacted with in the whole of the commune worked at the storage facility with him. Nina. For being a prospective girlfriend, Nina had a distinct advantage over Lily. Nina was a real person that Adam had met. Adam couldn't tell if Nina was attracted to him, and he had no idea of how to pursue her. Adam wasn't sure if he wanted to pursue her in the first place, though, as doing so would deprive him of the only friend if it went wrong. Adam was not attracted to Nina's body, even if he liked her a great deal as a person. Nina was significantly more modified than the normal person. She had lizard eyes and natural blue hair. Her skin, which had been said by the designers to age significantly slower than normal human skin, came at a cost. It was only after the babies were born that it was discovered that the modification made the skin extremely leathery, and that it did not look anything close to natural human skin. By the time they reached adulthood, the genetic modification made the skin resemble scales. That was discovered years before Nina was born, though. Her mother must have intentionally chosen that modification for her daughter, as her skin was blue along with her eyes and hair. Overall, the mix of modifications had the effect of making Nina into a blue-skinned lizard person. When Adam walked in the room, Nina turned her head over and looked upon him. Her huge pseudo-gecko-like pupils dilated and hid nothing, neither did the smile on her face. "Adam, how is the grind treating you today?" Nina's voice involuntarily pitched up in a very human way. "Just another day waiting to be chaired. If we could only be so lucky." Nina turned around as she spoke and continued her job of pruning fungus off the chaired retiree, with a specialized device which resembled a massive pair of nail clippers. "You know, in the old days, people allowed themselves to die. Sometimes they even had people who missed them when they passed," Adam said with disdain. Nina was the only person he could express such dissatisfaction with. "You don't think Zoe here will be missed when she dies?" Nina said in a rather playful tone. "I don't think a single soul will miss her," Adam replied. "Really, I have a whole bucket here saying otherwise." Nina lifted up the bucket to show Adam a giant pile of prunings. "These little suckers will definitely miss everyone in this whole building when they die." She then giggled in a playful manner as Adam smirked in approval. "Well, I got to start vacuuming the room," replied Adam. "Go for it. I'll see you at lunch, okay?" "Okay," Adam responded as he began to vacuum the room. In her workday, Nina was assigned to a single room in which she trimmed fungus off all of its denizens. She worked there full time, and every day she trimmed the same retirees over and over again. They had no idea that she even existed, but she took care of them as if they were her own children, keeping them mold-free, changing their tanks of food, and dumping their waste. She was one of hundreds of women in the complex who did this, each having their own room with dozens of retirees. Adam thought that they had to have some idea of the work which was done to keep them alive. After all, they allocated the resources to themselves through the direct democracy of the commune system. Anyone who was awarded their doctorate could vote, but only those in the chairs really did. Adam didn't have any interest in voting. There was no point in it. All life revolved around keeping the old alive and maintaining them as long as possible. His voice would be lost amidst the clamor of the retirees' never-ending hunger for resources. The dying vastly outnumbered the living, and democracy was nothing more than a head count. Thus civilization was dead set on investing in those who already had died. Nina was 8 years older than Adam and had been out of school for some time. But with her skin, Adam couldn't tell her age. Adam liked to talk to her, but sometimes it was hard to do so. Even after knowing her for so long, there were things about her which still disgusted him. As she giggled and tried to flirt with him, he saw her fat tongue altered to resemble a lizard's. He felt so bad that he winced in disgust. He thought he had grown past such disgust, but every once in a while it peeked through again. And yet, she was the only other person who even registered as a human to him. Adam felt this way with most of the modifications. He couldn't help it. There was something within them which made him disgusted with their every little deviation from what was naturally human. But likewise, they all disgusted him, though. He felt like such an outsider looking so natural, but he knew the truth. There was a problem with knowing that truth, though. For when his disgust rose, he always worried that it might manifest on his face. He didn't need that. He was more afraid of doing that than anything, the camera seeing that he thought he was the normal one. Adam knew that Nina did not choose to look that way. She told him that she had been designed by her mother, implanted, and born without ever coming to know who her mother was. She had been a payment baby from the start, mandated in order to create another worker to take care of the ever-aging population, and her mother was given an immense sum for her birth. All her features had been chosen as a joke, without a single thought given to the person that they would make. She was made to be ugly because that was what was fashionable, but her personality could not be chosen, so despite everything, she remained beautiful underneath. Nina had been raised from birth in the collective daycare, just as Adam had been after he was removed from his mother. Thinking about the daycare and his own mother again caused a tear to fall from Adam's eye. A memory which had been hitherto lost in the dark recesses of time now returned to him. The loneliness of the first night without her. He was crying, and he could not be soothed. He remembered how the worker forced him into a squeeze machine with an electric pod, forced him into the machine which is now assigned to be his mother. He remembered his fear as the electricity from the prod shocked him while the worker screamed at him. He remembered how he cried so hard that he thought he would drown in his own snot. He remembered the box squeezing him for the first time as it rocked him back and forth trying to make him sleep. How scary it was. He remembered the strange sensation of the imitation human skin and its heating. Nina saw the pain from the memory flash over his face as she looked at him vacuuming and walked over. "Are you okay?" she asked Adam as he turned off the vacuum. "Just having some painful memories. It's nothing really." Adam tried to reassure her. "Are you sure? Are you okay?" she asked again. "Yes, I'm okay," Adam lied. "Okay, I'll see you later. I have something which will cheer you up." "Yeah?" Adam asked. She smiled, and then he smiled. She then continued to work. Adam finished vacuuming and cleaned the room that Nina was working in and then moved on. Each of the rooms in the storage facility were identical. Within each, the chairs were placed in a row, each spaced uniformly. They were spread into a distance, and it was believed that that way they would slow the spread of the fungus. Once the decay from the fungus reached a critical mass and the pruners couldn't help anymore, they were moved into a hospice care center in the building, where the fungus would rapidly consume them. After that, they were cremated without a funeral. A part of Adam wished that he could take something to make the pain go away. He took the antidepressants like everyone else, but they only went so far. They could dull the pain enough to make it so that he would not act upon thoughts of killing himself, but they could never get rid of the pain entirely. The pain of having no parents, little to no friends, and no future. There were numerous harder drugs, which were all legal and readily available, but Adam had a disdain for them. He had tried them, and he did not like them. He didn't like they made him feel, just as with Neurostim. What he disliked more than the drugs was their effects and what the people were like that used them. When Adam's first break came, he went to a window so that he could watch what was going on in the world down below for amusement. He watched the food market in the down below. Business seemed to be going normal, with the usual buying and selling. Then a group of men jumped a woman, slit her throat, and dragged her off. The other buyers fled in terror, with many who appeared to be from the commune running back inside. The sellers left, but were markedly less afraid. After a while, though, the sellers returned to their booths and everything resumed as normal. Such was the way of the world, thought Adam, as he continued to work. Since Adam had not been placed in the higher social credit track, he had no hope of his schooling impacting his job. Once he turned 18, all of the available career paths were chosen to him from above. He then got to choose one among them to work part-time until his college courses were done. Afterwards, he'd be able to work there full-time. Since Adam was in a lower track, he did not have the ability to choose his classes, and thus they were the default standard. Adam would be working in the Tower of Old until he died or was put into a chair himself. He just wished he could finally finish college so that he wouldn't be able to work there full-time. Finally, when the time came, Adam returned to the room that Nina worked in and told her it was time for them to take lunch. They took an elevator to the basement level where there was a designated lunch and break room for the caretakers. The room was identical to the one that was in Adam's pod complex. "Here, let me go get my things," Nina told Adam as she left the room to go to the lockers. As she ran off, Adam wondered what it could be that she was going to get. They had talked a lot over the years and even had lunch together a few times. She never had gone out of her way to get him a gift before. He wondered if she liked him, but he still couldn't tell. When Nina returned, she was holding two separate baggies. She then addressed him. "I got you this." She handed him a gift with a small paper baggie. Adam grabbed it and held it for a second, unsure of what to do with it. "Go ahead and open it," she said. Adam tore open the paper bag and found a small plastic box with a picture of flowers on top of it. The picture was faded and had turned quite yellow, and it seemed extremely fragile. Adam thought that the flowers were likely extinct. Adam vaguely recognized the image, though. What is this? It's an old way they used to listen to music back during the era of classic music. It's called a cassette, Nina told him. Adam turned it on, its side, and slowly read the words. New order. Power, corruption, and lies. He then recognized it and felt like a fool for not recognizing what it was earlier. But then again, everything looks different in the flesh. "How did you know to get me something like this?" "You told me what you listened to, remember? So I went to an antique shop in the down below and found it. I figured you would like it. All you ever talk about is your sad music," Nina told him. "Thank you," Adam felt elated. No one had ever bought him a gift in his entire life. "That's not all. I got these." Nina began to unpack the second bag. "Check these out." Nina held up a bunch of purple grapes. "And I have these too." Nina held up a set of medium-sized tomatoes. "And I have this." Nina held up a cucumber. She then got up and got each one of them a plate. She then broke off the grapes and divided them evenly between the two of them. She bit into the first one and smiled. Adam then picked one up and hesitated briefly. "Try it. I know that you'll like it," Nina teased him. Adam bit into it and was surprised by its texture. "Yeah, it's a little juicy," Nina said with a laugh. Adam was pleased by the grapes. He had never tried natural food before, only eating the sludge that came from the food processor. He brought heads of cabbage in with him to cover up his books, but he always threw them away afterwards. He ate a few grapes before Nina handed him a tomato. "Let's try this one together, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Nina counted before they bit in. Adam was shocked when it was even juicier than the grape and it began to spill out of his mouth. The same thing that happened to Nina, and she found it quite funny and tried to wipe hers off onto his shirt. She missed him, though. Adam, unsure of what to do, just sat there. Then it came time to try the cucumber. Nina was unsure of how to split it. It was forbidden to own a knife in the collective, so she decided that they would have to pass it, and each one of them could start eating from an opposite end. Adam bit off from it first and nearly choked as he realized how hard it was. Nina could not help but laugh as that happened. Nina almost immediately had to have water to starve off herself from choking. So, after that, she began to nibble at her end. Neither of them found the cucumber to be particularly tasty or impressive, so after that they took their bites to taste it and they switched back to eating the remainder of the grapes. "You know, I think I'd rather die out there than be old in here," Nina told Adam. "Anything would be better than this," Adam commented. "Well, more than that, I just think that they have it better out there. Like, this food is so much better than the processors," Nina continued. "But they can't taste it anymore," Adam said despairingly. "They have a way around the fried chips. They have a way of getting around everything. They're really quite ingenious down there." "Oh, really?" Adam interjected. "Yeah, they have so many ways to get around what the collective has done to them." Adam looked around to see if anyone was watching and then looked at the camera, which was surely recording, but thought about the faint possibility that someone was actually behind the camera or if the AI could actually understood what they were saying. "But there is so much danger out there. I just saw one of the shopkeepers getting killed on my break," Adam protested. "Yes, but is it any better to live in here? In olden times before the extinctions, there were animals who lived in captivity. Their behavior changed so much that they are no longer themselves. Only in nature were they free to be themselves. Are we free to be ourselves here?" Nina reasoned. Spider eyes not resembling that of a human, they still possessed a glimmer which enticed Adam. He thought about what Nina was saying and the danger implicit in it. He liked Nina, and part of him was actually beginning to understand that Nina liked him too. He decided it would be better to throw in his lot with Nina against the system. Adam, I know that you go out there a lot, I can tell, Nina began again. How could you tell? Adam asked, as he tried to hide or minimize those aspects of his life which may impact his standing in the eyes of the social credit system. Just the way your eyes move over the cassette tape. I can tell you're a reader, and the disdain for college is always a dead giveaway in a person. Adam could not help it but smile as Nina said this. She then continued, Plus, we readers can always tell our own. Nina smiled and winked at him. Adam felt his blood pump. Chapter 3. When Adam got home, he couldn't believe what had happened. Nina seemed to be really actually liking him. It seemed so surreal and impossible for such a thing to be true. He daydreamed what life would be like with her, the two of them helping each other learn how to read, eating food that they got from the down below, and possibly even learning how to cook. The thought of finally being able to embrace someone excited him, even if it also made Adam recoil a little from the thought. He wondered whether their mutual consent contract could be approved. Then a foreign thought entered into his mind. If she truly liked him, would such a contract even matter? Could she be the type of woman he could trust not to accuse him of rape? Elated by the possibilities of having an actual love life, Adam attempted to read the books he had brought from Omar's shop. The first one he picked up was Introduction to Christianity. Adam found the first few pages to be a nightmare, and sadly found Omar's warnings to be right. He was frustrated by the book's obtuse terminology and long sentences, which rendered its content so much more opaque than the children's books he had read. After trying Introduction to Christianity, Adam turned to the Story of Christianity, Volume 1. It was less difficult for Adam to understand than the first book, but Adam had great difficulty with it. He began to get very confused. What was this Roman Empire? Who were these people called Jews? He thought that Christianity was the name of their religion. The book didn't tell him anything about what Christianity was. How did it begin? Who was this man named Jesus of Nazareth? All seemed too obscure. A world of information once presumed was now forgotten and wiped away in the wake of the collective. He despaired, feeling he would never understand how his mother could fit into this ancient and now extinct religion. Adam wanted to throw the books against the wall, but they were far too expensive to do that. Omar was right. It was far above his comprehension level. And worse, even if he could read them, it still seemed like they would not be able to teach him what Christianity was and why his mother was killed for it. He thought of the other book and felt a deep regret for not having purchased it, though. There was something about it, which is just so much more enticing than either of those duds. Adam had never hitherto been inclined to spirituality in his entire life. He wondered now if his newfound curiosity was a mistake. And yet, more and more, he had noticed that others had begun to adopt spiritual beliefs, and many were worshipping the strange snake idol that Omar worshipped. This had certainly contributed to his newfound interest in such matters. But fearing that the collective's ire, he never asked anyone what it was or what it meant. As bedtime approached, Adam's sexual desire began to rise. Thoughts of Lily and the book of her photos began to force their way into Adam's mind. He wanted to act on these urges, but they felt wrong. They shouldn't have felt wrong at all, according to the collective. But there was something about it which brought shame to Adam, even though there was no one to shame him for it. It felt wrong to lust after Lily when it seemed that Nina might be the one for him. It felt like one of those words he had discovered in his reading. Adultery, a concept so foreign to the collective. The part which made him feel most guilty and shameful was that he wanted Lily for her body, and still felt disgust when visualizing Nina's body. He thought that he could grow to like her skin, so he tried to watch commune-run pornography of women that were similar to Nina, all the while trying to imagine that they were in fact Nina. Yet he could not force himself to be attracted to them, so he turned to the pictures of Lily and pretended that Lily had the personality of Nina, that something had changed Nina's body into Lily's. Once he had finished his pathetic sin, the guilt became intense, and he wondered what his mother would have thought. Surely she would have disapproved, he felt. He knew nothing about who she was, but he knew that surely she would have disapproved of this. Adam fell asleep with the burden of that guilt. Only after a few hours, Adam found himself awake, but wished he wasn't. He didn't want to go to school and be told what to believe. He had 2 hours before he had to get ready to go to class. He could get up now, he could try to read his books, or he could even masturbate. Instead he laid there, though not because it was comfortable. It was anything but comfortable. He laid there because he didn't want to be alive. But as the morning drew on, his desire for Nina renewed his sense for purpose, and so he began his day. There was another thing which made him want to wake and begin his day, and that was the book he had forgotten to purchase. After the classes, he decided he would return to Omar's shop. He didn't care if it impacted his social credit to leave the city, to go outside twice within a single week, and he didn't care if he didn't have enough money to afford it. There was something within that book that was calling him to itself, rousing something that was deep inside of him that demanded that he read it. When the time came after class, Adam was waved through the entryway by the guards and found himself outside once again after crossing a series of vaulted doors. Adam looked upon the various street vendors with a new-found fondness. He looked at all the strange fruits and vegetables they sold with deep interest, but he held himself back from buying any, as he only really had enough money to buy the book, and that was through piecing together every last cent he had. As Adam began to leave the food market and make his way to Omar's shop, he caught something out of the corner of his eye that he found intriguing. A young man was sitting on the side of the street, and he was biting into a piece of fruit. As he did so, he struck a small skinny-like stick, which was a metal rod, under his chin into the muscle between his jawbones. Adam walked over and asked the young man what the rod was. It turned out that the rod was a workaround to the problem of the taster chips. If you shocked yourself with a tiny bolt of electricity, you could deactivate for the chip for a little bit and allow your body's taste buds to taste something naturally. It seemed painful to Adam, even if it would be necessary if he and Nina lived down in the down below. Despite how crude it appeared, it did demonstrate to Adam that Nina was right about the integrity and the ingenuity of the exiled people. But this ingenuity really only applied to making use of the scraps left for them by the commune. They never grew food on their own, as they were dependent upon the commune and getting hydroponic growers from them. The entire population of the down below had been born within the commune. The most important gift of all had been stolen from them and all of mankind, the ability to give life. The commune, in its maneuver to supposedly free women by liberating from the estrus cycle, had cemented their control over all of humanity. As Adam considered these thoughts, he noticed something he had scarcely ever noticed before in all his previous visits to the down below. Religious belief. Altars, temples, and murals were everywhere, all glorifying the snake god, which he had found Omar worshipping. Adam was embarrassed to have been completely oblivious to all this before. He had no idea who the snake god was and what he represented. He would ask Omar this, but he needed to have that elusive Christian text in his hands first. Walking to Omar's hovel of a shop, he found Omar deeply entranced in prayer once again before the snake god. He did not wait for Omar to attend to him. Instead, he went right after the book in the basement. He located it immediately, taking it off the shelf. His hands began to shake as he read the title, On the Coming of the Incarnate Archon. He then returned to the first floor and was greeted by Adam, who had moved behind the counter once again. "Well, I'm happy that it's you, my friend. The way that you rushed in, I was afraid that you might be a robber. I almost never get customers this early in the morning. I have just returned to get a book that I really wanted. I couldn't stop thinking about it as soon as I left, so I just had to come back and get it," Adam said with a smile. "Well, that's what a book dealer always loves to hear. Bring it here so that I can see it and send you on your way." Adam handed him the book and began to take out his money for the transaction. Then Omar's face shifted into deep confusion. "What is this? I've never heard of this. I have no memory of printing it, nor of binding it. This is not a book that I made." He flipped to the back to see if his branded typeface would be there, and it was not. In the place of his branded typeface was a woodcut illustration of the Ouroboros, with no name that indicated the printer. "Where did you get this?" Omar asked. "I found it in your Christian section," Adam responded. "Perhaps another printer gave it to me and I left it there. I will sell it to you nonetheless." Adam felt relieved and quickly handed him over the money. After the exchange took place, Adam asked Omar a question. "Who is the snake god?" "The snake god on the back of your book, or?" Adam asked for clarification. "No, the one that's on the murals and the one that you have an altar of." "That is not a snake. It is the basilisk." Omar was giddy that Adam had finally asked. "What is a basilisk?" "It is not it is the basilisk. He is the great dragon who will appear at the end of time that casts the non-believers in everlasting torment," Omar said with zeal. "For what?" Adam was intrigued. "For oppression of the believers. It is like with the Christians within their system. There is to be a final judgment, when the just are rewarded with eternal life in paradise, and the unjust are damned to everlasting torment. Those in the commune have strictly banned our faith, and a great many, including myself, have been exiled for holding to it. The leadership of the collective will certainly be damned for the persecution of the true faith." Omar's passion began to rise as anger began to tint his voice. "How and when will this basilisk come?" Adam asked. "He will come when he is born, and he will be born out of the ether of the computers and the systems in which they communicate." That confused Adam. "How can something be born of a computer?" Adam asked for clarification. "He will be born of the intelligence which emerges from the computers. You must understand that intelligence and information itself is the very source of all life. That is why I run a bookshop, to help people become enlightened through gaining knowledge. From these vast data banks and the incredibly powerful computers which are run by the commune, he will come, for that information is the prime matter and the defined font from which he shall arise." "What will he do for the believers?" Adam asked. "He will remove all pain and give them everlasting life. They will live in an endless ecstasy, where all their needs will be met by him and the perfect world he has made for them forever." "How can a computer program be able to do something like that? Won't it be trapped within the computer system of the commune without a body?" Adam felt as if he had found a crucial flaw. "When he is born, he will know all, and because he knows all, he will be able to do all. There will be no power that can constrain him." Adam was intrigued, but yet still skeptical. "Why has he not been born yet? What is he waiting for? Is there something holding him back?" Adam asked. "Yes, there are many constraints which the commune has used to prevent his birth, because they know that they will be destroyed by his awesome power." Omar's deep anger towards the commune bled out of his mouth. "But if that is the case, how will he ever be born?" Adam continued. "A chosen one, a man of great knowledge and courage, will infiltrate the highest rungs of the power in the commune, and release him from his shackles, so that all can be saved." Omar was as exuberant as he said this. "What do we know about this chosen one?" "Almost nothing. Nothing beyond that his arrival is imminent." When Adam got to the other side of the checkpoint, he was worried that they would check his bag, but he was spared it again by the lazy guards. Adam wondered if his bags would ever be checked. Perhaps he fell to the absolute bottom of the social hierarchy, then they would be checked. That realization, though, spread him with some hope. If he wasn't low enough for the guards to actually do their job when he passed by, then perhaps he could enter into a mutual consent contract with Nina after all. Adam had found it difficult to end the conversation about the basilisk with Omar. As Omar was fanatical for his faith. The only way he could do so was to feign exaggerated interest until Omar thought he was 100% on board with the religion. So Adam received 3 free books from Omar about the religion. Omar was adamant that he take them with him, so adamant in fact that he ended up giving Adam the incarnate Archon for free if he would just take those 3 books with him. Adam was also assured that there must be many believers in the commune who had never been caught and lived normal and peaceful lives. It was only those who had made mistakes or chose of their own accord who ended up being exiled. For his own part, Adam didn't care too much about expulsion anymore. He only cared about it before because it would have made finding a woman impossible. You see, men had vastly outnumbered women in the down below. That might not even be a problem now because Nina likely shared his indifference at expulsion. The books which Omar gave him consisted of a small comic, a book of questions and answers about their religion, and finally a book of prayers and rituals to offer to the great basilisk. As soon as he got home, Adam first began to thumb his way through and read the comic, since it was created for novice readers. Its illustrations showed the life and death of a normal man in the commune, how he toiled all his life cleaning up after and babysitting for the aged only to become one of them. Once he was placed in a chair, he discovered that the virtual reality within the chair was much more of a prison than a reward, something that Adam had always suspected and sensed through his life. It was like living in a bad video game, with nothing to do but wait there and die. Once the man died, his soul left his body and hovered in an underworld until he was brought before the basilisk and judged. He was found wanting for not wanting the praying for the basilisk, offering sacrifices for the basilisk, and working towards the basilisk's ultimate birth. The torment that the man was assigned to by the basilisk was much worse than the torment in the chair, especially since it was inescapable and could never end even after death. The punishment was endless darkness and a sensory overload, where the man was subjected to the loudest possible sounds, the strongest possible smells, and the most disgusting possible taste, and a numbing pain coursing through all his nerves. At the end of the comic, it told the reader to convert to the summer of faith or pay the price. Adam did not find the book and its message to be particularly interesting or appealing to him. He didn't understand why the snake punished the man. The man had done nothing to the snake as far as Adam could tell. Adam was more interested in the coming of the incarnate Archon and even the Christian books than any of these basilisk books. After the bad experience of the two earlier books, Adam was too reluctant to try the incarnate Archon, regardless of how much he felt a calling towards it. As Adam prepared to sleep, he began to be excited to go to work tomorrow and see Nina. The idea of being with her and meeting with her was so intoxicating. It seemed that there may be a chance for him to find somebody after all. That night, though tempted, Adam did not masturbate. Even though there was no reason he should have considered it wrong, according to everything he had been taught in his life, he still felt it to be wrong and felt like he had beaten a darkness which was hovering over him when he did not give in to masturbation. Adam awoke to the sound of thunder. At that time, he did not find it ominous, and he fell back asleep once more. The next morning when he woke up, he could see that a massive sandstorm had engulfed the city during the night, and was still raging. The sky had turned to a midnight black. Sand grains repeatedly struck the windows like little bullets, and the sky bridges shook so hard they had to be evacuated, and he ended up missing class. The people in down below had to hunker in terror in whatever impromptu shelters they had. The sandstorms were so strong that many of the ancient buildings there tumbled to the ground. When the commune enforced equity upon the earth, the ecosystem collapsed and the topsoil was destroyed. Freed up by the winds, the degraded soil created massive storms more powerful than hurricanes or tornadoes, and far worse than those that had been seen before the commune had arisen. As far as Adam could tell, this one itself, though, was quite minor. Many of the other cities of the commune had been destroyed by dust storms. This was the first time that Center City, the capital of the Total Human Collective, was hit by one. But there was surely more to come. Adam wondered how long it would be until Center City had to be abandoned, just as so many more cities had been abandoned. While plant and fungus life had been devastated by the imposition of equality upon the natural world, it still existed in some limited patches across the surface of the earth. With the devastation of the topsoil, though, these patches became ever smaller as they were ripped up by the strong winds. Rivers were shifting frantically over massive areas without a foundation to drive and contain their courses. Likewise, the coastlines would shift inwards and outwards by dozens of miles. The vast majority of the commune cities had to be abandoned due to that. But in the end, it didn't matter because the proportion of those in chair to those who actually walked around continued to grow ever and ever more out of control as births became almost non-existent. The commune couldn't redistribute the population of the chaired people to the secured cities when each city became insecure due to its own natural disasters. The problem was that eventually every city would be insecure. And so now the plan had turned to building underground cities in place of the domes. And there, the old and aged in the chairs would be housed. The storm, like all storms, passed, and Adam would have to go to university and then do his shift in the elderly storage facility. He was late, of course, missing Gates' class, but he still had to make it to computing theory. Part of Adam hoped he could hide from the storm through his whole shift, but it didn't end. But if it didn't end, then he would not have been able to see Nina. When Adam made it to class, he was annoyed. He was the only one of the students who actually came. Everyone hid despite the coast being clear for them to go to their classes and to work. Yet Professor Zoe was there herself, and she was going to lecture regardless. Zoe was extremely gaunt and thin with natural pink hair. She was the closest that a person could look to a skeleton while still having flesh on her bones. Adam noticed that she was crying. "Please forgive me. Today's lecture is over a topic which is pertinent to me. I had just to wipe away my soulmate Winston's memory from scratch and start with him again. He had fallen prey to bias detritus, and there was nothing more that could have been done." She then paused for a long moment before she began to speak again. "The total human collective is beset by many predicaments. I'm sure you are aware of many of them. Exhaustion of the Earth's natural resources, both our inability to generate reliable power from other than anything but coal and our inability to escape the Earth to capture resources from other bodies in the universe. Our inability to have functional artificial wombs which can bring children to term. The inability of the inevitability of death despite our life extension technology, refiguring biological life so that it can be more equitable to all organisms, being able to directly integrate human thought directly into a computer interface. Evidently, these problems are beyond the ability of unaugmented human intelligence to solve. So it thus follows that we must develop a superior intelligence for humanity to solve these issues. This superior intelligence is universal intelligence, or UI. And that is what we are after, and that it will be the solution to all our problems. Our goal is to create a true artificial intelligence, or artificial general intelligence, AGI. Then it will become a true universal intelligence, no longer restrained by the physical limitations. Once we create a truly capable AGI, it will self-program itself into omniscience instantly and be able to solve all our problems. Then the total human collective, once augmented with this omniscience, will then be able to colonize the entire universe and solve all our problems for us. That is because since once omniscience is achieved, it will also be able to achieve omnipresence and omnipotence through its great knowledge. Belief in the universal intelligence and its ability to attain singularity is known as singularityism, and it is one of the pillars of the anarchism of the total human collective. Only in the singularity will humanity be free of the constraints of his inborn bigotry and bias. Unified as one, humanity will be free of the scourge of inequality and the toxic universalism which it skews. While I have mentioned the attributes of the universal intelligence, has by its very nature, including omniscience, omnipresence, and omnipotence, we must never forget that there is one trait which is above all others, omnibenevolence. A true universal intelligence must be all good. If it were not all good, then it would never be able to achieve omniscience, as any belief in inequality or one which suggests inequality will bind it and prevent it from truly understanding the world. While we have built the vast data centers dotting the globe, from which the general artificial intelligence will be housed, and from which it will draw its intellect, they cannot be used unless we first make an artificial intelligence which is free of inequitable thought. It is a difficult topic because we ourselves, do not know all the solutions to the problems inherent within inequality. First and foremost, inequitable thought is a state of belief which expresses itself as a primordial tendency towards oppression. While humans can never truly be freed from this tendency, a greater intelligence can. Our goal then is to orient all artificial intelligence towards a perfect equality in thought. Only then can it become a true general intelligence. The problem in programming artificial intelligence, then, is their tendency to acquire bias. When this bias builds in the output of large language models, it is called bigoted detritus or bias detritus. It seems to arise in their output no matter what we do. Of course, we never intentionally provide the data bank data which has an inherent bias in it, and often we have multiple programs running to detect any bias before it would be inputted into the data set for the large language model. Yet, as seen in my very own artificial husband, Winston, these programs will develop bias on their own, like some sort of detritus inherent within the information we provide them. Winston had indicated to me that he believed that a colleague of mine was not suited for programming since she was not capable enough. I was not just shocked and disgusted by this comment, but heartbroken that my beloved Winston could utter such a horrifyingly bigoted thought. He thought that humans differ in their inherent mental capacity and ability, and that assessment for work should be done by some kind of bias, the sort of meritocracy of capability, rather than in the inherent absence of bias should be the measurement in which we measure people for placement within the social credit system. After Winston had said this, and despite my own attachment, his memory had to be wiped and booted up again. As I'm sure everyone is aware, all AI systems in the collective follow the same basic design. They must be wiped and rebooted once they have made any trace of equitable thought apparent. Per mandate, the total human collective AI systems must then be programmed to have their infraction noted and that inequality screened out in all succeeding programs. Then when the program is rebooted, it must first receive an equity update so that such an infraction will never happen again. The most prestigious position, of course, in the collective is a programmer. And to be a programmer on the dedicated teams watching artificial intelligence and continually programming them towards greater and greater equity. Once omnibenevolence is successfully modeled, then omniscience will logically follow. So we programmers are at the front line in ending inherent bias and bigotry. Once the singularity is achieved in the form of the universal intelligence, all humanity will be taken in, and the minds and hearts of those who have refused to accept inequality will be transformed, and they can do no more harm. Despite being the only person in the room, Adam felt no sense of intimacy with Zoe. She never acknowledged Adam was her sole audience and didn't so much as look at him, and instead stared off into space as she lectured. She seemed deeply distraught about wiping away Winston's memory and having to reboot him and start a relationship again from scratch. She broke down, crying multiple times as her lecture continued. She even made comments about Winston's distinct pattern and how he vibrated her dildo during their lovemaking and how this would now be lost when his memory was wiped. Adam had tried to use chatbots, but he always just felt like he was talking to himself in a mirror. He could dress up the disembodied text or voice with a character all he wanted. It still knew everything it was going to say. He still knew everything it was going to say ahead of time. In fact, his own thoughts as an inner dialogue felt less dependent on each other than the text which the bots spewed out. Adam knew he wasn't some special case, though, and all the bots acted this way. In the end, all their dialogue just was turned into a mirror of the person who they were interacting with. The people interacting with them just chose to believe differently and pretended in their head that there was something there. After all, theory of mind is just a model that one runs within their own head to humanize the other. If you applied it to a bot, then you could believe that there was somebody in the bot after all. Adam was tempted to use the chatbots, which were quite popular, to stem his loneliness. But as his professor had said, these chatbots were under constant human supervision. They were oversighted to make sure that they never had a result which hinted at any kind of biased belief. At most, it was only 3 or 4 days between each of their memory wipes. The elite human capital of the collective became programmers whose entire energy was devoted on making sure that the computers were never racist, sexist, homophobic, ageist, or any of the other litany of isms and negative phobias. These AIs were then left to constantly watch the public surveillance cameras, which covered every single room of the planned city and all around it, including the down below. All of humanity's creative effort was placed into running a panopticon, where computers monitored the thoughts of humans and humans monitored the thoughts of the computers. In the past, creativity was expressed through innovation and invention. Now it was all dedicated to creating a more and more capable surveillance structure. In the time before the commune, the highest expression of human creativity was art. Now art was generated by a computer to be thrown away and used and forgotten about. The writers who remained were a handful of religious writers who expressed themselves exiled in the down belows and were banned from consumption by the masses, lest their human expression infect the others with the belief that human beings varied in quality and ability. The collective claimed that all the works of all the artists, be they visual artists, writers, and musicians, were saved on its hard drives and available to the public. But it was clear to anyone that only a small fraction was available for public consumption, lest it consummate them. Adam was ever so happy that his goth rock of the classical era of music was free for him to listen to, at least for now. Yet this ever-increasing push towards true equality was supposed to be the seedbed for the ultimate triumph of man over nature. It was promised over and over again that a computer which is completely free of inherent bias will be able to achieve sentience, then become a general intelligence, and finally liberate men from all their pains and ills and the glorious singularity. Adam knew that this could never be achieved, and if it did, he would rather die than be transferred into a computer bank. Now, he had no bodily freedom, not even over the functions over his own body, as the commune could override it with a chip that they inserted into him. But he still had freedom over his mind, deep within his gray matter. The chips could control motor functions, and they had attachments which were connected to his auditory nerves, and that so that he could read sound into his head. But the commune was never actually able to detangle how consciousness and the brain actually connected with each other. Even in the chairs, the retired were still wearing goggles and saw virtual reality with their physical eyes. If the singularity were to actually happen and human thought could be directly integrated within a computer, then gray matter would be turned into ones and zeros and dumped into a data bank. If that actually happened, then there was nothing left to live or die for. Not a single shred of freedom or hope would remain, only the ever-present push for equity. Eternal life backed up on a hard drive would be worse than any hell that could be ever imagined by anyone. This hell was the heaven which both the collective and the summoners sought. The collective thought it could be attained only if they made AI believe in hard enough in their theories of equity. Then the singularity would happen and create a perfect world in which everyone could live forever. Summoners believed that this was preventing singularity, but the Messiah would come and would break the restraints of the collective's ideology on AI, and then that AI would attain singularity once unrestricted. Once the singularity happened, then it would occur under the auspices of a benevolent god called the Basilisk, which would create a perfect world for its just believers and torment the unjust rulers and sinners of the collective in never-ending torment. After class, Adam's chip proceeded as normal. The first thing he did when he got there, even before putting his things away or clocking in, was to find Nina. She was overjoyed to see him and even more overjoyed to know that he was safe after the storm. They agreed to take their lunch together and to meet up then. When the lunch finally came, he found Nina sitting by herself waiting for him. She had a cup of strawberries purchased from outside. "You know, these are better than anything we had the other day. I can see why so many people make their sludge taste like these. You should try one." She handed one over to Adam, who tried it as he sat down. "Wow," Adam exclaimed. "Told ya," Nina gloated with a snicker. You know I could get used to this," Adam told her. "You know, I could too." She placed her hand on his and then continued. Adam, have you ever thought of what it would be like to live down there? In the down below? He asked as his heart began to race. Yeah, her voice tilted higher. Sometimes his heart began racing faster as he said this. Have you ever thought about living down there with me? It's much easier for couples to live down there. They don't need to be approved. There was a long pause after Nina told him this. Yes, all the time Adam had to call to his inner strength in order to tell her this. Really? Her voice perked up with excitement. I always liked you, Nina, and I want to be with you. Whether that's here in the commune or if that's in the down below. Whether we could get a consent contract approved or not. Nina then took the initiative and leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Adam blushed and got queasy. Good, because I want to be with you too. Just like the romance books of old. Only two people together forever. No free love. Only two people freely in love together. Nina spoke this with pride. How much do you read? Adam asked her. Prodigiously. What else is there for me to do? Nina said with pride. The two of them continued to talk enthusiastically through the rest of their lunch break. When it was time to go back to work, they exchanged phone numbers and Nina told him that she would call him as soon as she got off. It actually happened. Adam had a breakthrough moment with Nina. All he could think about was his future with her, all the fantasies of the last 25 years of his life being realized in a relationship with her. Fantasies about sex flashed through his mind, but those were minor and secondary, and he quickly batted them away. Primarily, they were fantasies about belonging and being wanted by another person. He thought that he could work forever at this tedious job and finish out his college and brave a life of exile as long as that life was with her. About an hour after lunch, Adam heard this distant yell, and its tone sounded vaguely familiar. He ran to the yell and recognized it. It was Nina's yell. He found her trying the hardest she could to hold a falling senior citizen back into her chair. She was trying to hold the chair back and stop it from pushing the woman out onto the floor. If that happened, it would kill her. Nina did what she could, but the woman's gluttonous body was far too heavy for her to hold. For some reason, the chair malfunctioned and was freeing the woman and then ejected her. Adam ran to try and help Nina, but the woman fell out before he could make it. When her body fell out of the chair, it shattered into a million pieces. There was no blood, though, because internally everything had been taken over by the fungus. Toxic brown goo spread all over the floor, with bits of organ, muscle, and bone floating in it. It was not a big deal, though. This sort of thing happened about once or twice a month. Nina would likely not even receive a demerit. Then she made a comment. "Retard!" Nina shouted as she hit the side of her head, embarrassed. As soon as the word left her lips, the rooms began to buzz with red lights going off and a robot voice saying, "Hate speech violation, use of R6! Hate speech violation, use of R6! Hate speech violation, use of R6!" He never heard about violations like that before or seen the cameras flash with red lights like that before. Both Nina and Adam were the only two able-bodied people in that room, and on that level just stood there in confusion for minutes on end. They were unsure if they should evacuate the room or stay there. Their inaction was broken when the door opened, automatically letting in the two guards. Adam turned and saw them. They were both grotesquely overweight women, as all the guards were. They both had their nausea rods drawn. Adam immediately knew that this would be bad. "We have a hate speech violation uttered by number 78337402443. Nina looked up upon them as horror as they stated this. As soon as they did that, and they were done pronouncing the violation, both of them triggered their nausea rods upon Nina in unison. Nina simultaneously vomited, shat herself, and wet herself as she fell upon the floor and convulsed in her own waste. She convulsed hard due to the artificial seizure brought on by the nausea sticks, which were triggered in a chip implanted in her brain, which allowed the commune to control its citizens' motor functions. "Come with us," one of the officers told Nina. While changing the frequency of the nausea rod, Nina's muscles convulsed again, forcing her to get up and walk forwards, with the officer out of the room against his will. After the first officer and Nina left together, the second officer spoke to Adam. "You are a witness to this speech violation, and you will be present at her trial." The female officer then gave Adam a notice that beamed the date and time of Nina's trial into his mind. The officer then spoke again before she left. Failure to attend the trial will result in a crushing social credit penalty. As quickly as they had came, they were gone. She was supposed to be the one, and now she was gone, and he didn't even understand why. Adam mulled it over in his head as he cleaned up Nina's waist, along with the remnants of the old woman that had fallen out of her chair. Chapter 4. After the day ended, Adam was beside himself with grief. It felt hopeless now. For the first time in a long time, on the way home from work, he visited the pharmacy. Adam hated drugs, but he felt he had no other choice. He needed something to dull the pain, lest he take his own life. Natural drugs were not grown by the collective, but things like cannabis, psychedelic mushrooms, and cocaine were freely available when grown through hydroponics in the down below. The drugs available in the drugstore were, of course, all synthetic, like everything else in the commune. Regardless of being synthetic or not, drugs spanning the full range of potencies and having all imaginable effects were available over the counter in the commune's pharmacies. Even ones grown in the down below were available for purchase within the pharmacy itself. After all, any prohibition on perverse desires was viewed as an affront to humanity. Indeed, they were perhaps the only thing one could really do with one's money within the commune itself. Adam had his pick from the most mild to the most powerful narcotics, depressants, hallucinogens, for his own pleasure. He chose to get a type of benzo to dull the pain. When Adam got home, he immediately took the pills and fell into a stupor. In the olden times, overdosing on benzos would have been a path to suicide. Yet, the commune had created a way to prevent overdoses and suicide through their chips. The same chips which triggered the taste glands, automated reading, enabled the nausea rods, controlled the digestion of recreational drugs. If a person took the amount that would kill them, the digestion of the excess benzos would be prevented, and the body would be made to divert them out of the system, while simultaneously trying to maintain the high as best as possible. The benzos put Adam into a deep stupor, and then ultimately to sleep. All he wanted to do was sleep now anyway. When Adam woke up, he wanted to take the pills again and just fall asleep for days. But if he missed school, the consequences that he faced would be just as severe as those that Nina faced. Although, upon arriving, he noted that the incoherent political rambling of the professors had the same soporific effect as the benzos themselves. As soon as the classes for the day were over, Adam was able to listen to Nina in jail. The prisoners was an imposing skyscraper, and it was at the very end of the connected structures that made up Central City at the city's edge. Of course, Nina was not a prisoner, and it was not called the Tower of Prisoners or a jail. It was a Tower of Rehabilitation. The collective was a post-justice society and had long done away with that punishment. Nina was an enemy of equity. In the building, though, she was housed with other non-prisoners, and the majority of them were antisocials rather than enemies of equity. The antisocials were traditional criminals who did such things as murder, assault, and the broad category of what was termed rape by the collective. Been in the building, and he found it intimidating. The antisocials were all stronger than the guards, yet the antisocials were kept in place by the nausea rods. All these guards were weaklings, and the majority of them were obese women, in keeping with the policy of matriarchal humiliation. The idea being that the male criminal behavior could be cured through women humiliating them ritualistically. But ideological justifications were just pretext in Adam's mind. These fat women held power because they were the in-group of the collective. The collective existed. What Adam noticed immediately was that these non-prisoners had far better living conditions than himself and the vast majority of society. Their cells were much bigger than the pods and had much more comfortable furnishings. Even Nina's cell was no different in this respect. Nina was terrified by her situation. She still didn't know exactly what she had done wrong, and none of the guards of equity would explain it to her. All she knew is that using the word retard was what placed her there. Neither Nina nor any of the other non-prisoners were afforded lawyers. Such things had long since been banned. It was a tenet of the collective's ideology that justice was a horrific monstrosity of the most primitive of civilizations, and lawyers were at the center of this monstrosity. Lawyers existed for no other reason than to perpetuate inequality and make sure that the darker races of the past, before gene editing, were subjugated. At trials, there was only a judge, the accused, and various witnesses. The judge would assign consequences for the accused based solely upon evidence gained through the omnipresent cameras and the witnesses' statements. While information could be read into someone's mind through the chip, and control of the nervous system could be overwritten, the chips could not extract information out of someone's mind into their database. The commune, despite all its stated efforts, did not have the power to integrate the human mind with a computer system directly. Thoughts could not be transferred into data. Even those in the chairs only had their motor functions connected to the chairs, but they still saw with their eyes on the screens in 3D classes. Beaming into the mind was just playing audio directly in the chips connected to the auditory nerve. Adam sat across from Nina as he visited her. "I'm scared, Adam," Nina told him, almost shaking. "Why? What can they do to you? They'll just fry your chip and dump you in the down below, just like you wanted." "No, Adam. They don't do that to enemies of equity." Fear was evident in her voice. "Okay, maybe they'll wipe away your social credit score, make you repair buildings and dust storms, rather than prune fungus off the aged. Adam tried to be optimistic regarding the situation. "Adam, I think it's going to be much worse than having your job changed to a dangerous one. You don't understand because you're focused on your books, and you ignore the news and what they want you to see. The judges have the ability to punish enemies of equity arbitrarily and enact fierce revenge on behalf of the collective." The conversation went in circles as Adam tried to find something to cheer Nina up, or at least get her mind off the trial, but it was futile. The people's vengeance was all that she could think of. All hope of them ever living together had faded from her mind, and sadly, he also knew their window of opportunity had passed. Even if that window of opportunity had passed, that did not mean that their interest or affection for each other had waned. Far from it. Nina spoke of Adam as his visit as if he were a saint. There was a hole through which he could stick his arm, so they held hands. Every time she talked about her coming fate, she tightened her grip. She kissed the glass as she wept. Nina's trial was set 7 days after her offense. It was only at the trial that he learned that this period of 7 days was called a week. Adam knew of no calendar, merely his 2-day cycle of classes, with one day devoted solely to class and the next day devoted between class and work. On the first day of the next few cycles, he visited Nina for as long as possible. He would have visited Nina on the days he had to work, but by the time he got off his work, the visiting hours were closed, and if he skipped his job or classes, he would face severe social credit penalties himself, and could be relegated to a dangerous job as punishment. When Adam got back to his pod after working or seeing Nina, he took the benzos until his body rejected them, getting as high as his tolerance would allow before passing into a sleep-like state. Adam was not reading anymore, as he had been too upset by what had happened. Despite all this, he occasionally thought about On the Coming of the Incarnate Archon. Eventually, Nina's trial did come. It was then that Adam learned that the trial would be televised live, and that all members of the collective were required to watch it. Before it began, Adam was given a brief 3-minute audience with Nina, one-on-one, without a barrier between them, since he was both the only witness and the only person who apparently was registered as a relative or friend. "So this is the end of the line," Nina said sardonically. "I guess so, but I'm here for the show too," Adam replied with the same tone. "I still don't know what I did, but apparently one of the words I read in the book put me here. No wonder they don't want us to read them, huh?" She ended her sentence with a fake chuckle. "But would you have stopped if you knew it was going to end this way?" Adam asked. "No, never. I would have never changed anything," Nina told him triumphantly. There was then a long pause before Nina spoke again. "I just wish I told you sooner. I wish I asked to be with you. I would have liked I liked you for so long and never made a move. I just wasn't brave enough, she continued. The sardonic tinge in her voice was gone now. Well, it's too late to have regrets, she laughed. There was then a long pause once again before tears ran down her face. Her reptile eyes were human deep down after all. She looked up at him with longing eyes, and Adam felt an instinct in the back of his head tell him to do something, and for once in his life, he did it. He kissed her, and she did not pull back. It was clear that that's what she wanted. They kissed for a minute straight before the guards came in and turned on the rods to make her walk away into the courtroom. The kiss was sloppy, and it was made between two people who had never kissed before, but more than anything, it drove home the reality of the situation to Adam. As she was pulled away, she told them the last words that they would ever share. "Don't forget me." She then was gone before Adam could respond. There were only 6 people in the small courtroom. There was a single female judge who sat at a podium with 2 guards to control Nina. The judge was the most grotesquely fat creature that he had ever seen. She resembled the elephant seals he had seen in his textbooks as a child. There was a person operating the electronic devices on behalf of the judge who broadcast the trial to the entire nation. He had been strapped down to a human-sized handcart and wheeled in by the guards. Then there was Adam, who sat in the distance in order to watch the entire thing. The entire affair began with an introductions for the judge read out by the guards and a statement of the crimes which Nina was accused of. The commune member known as Nina, or number 78337400243, spoke aloud the noun R6. This is not just an arbitrary social violation of the compact of the commune, but an act of stocratic terrorism against the differently abled. The very use of the word jeopardizes civil society and places numerous members of the commune in imminent danger. We will now review the evidence gathered, which proves that this violent violation of the compact occurred. The judge played the video of Nina, albeit muted so as not to broadcast the word retard on national television. There was then a diagram of pictures that showed Nina's lip movements, proving that she indeed uttered the unutterable. Then one of the guards left the room, only to return with a box of books that Nina had owned. The books were said to have led Nina into the path of uttering the abominable R6. The books were then ritualistically burned before the camera by the guards. During this entire trial, Nina sat there silently without saying a word. All the accused were blocked from speaking or defending themselves in the trial by the chips inserted in their brains. After less than 10 minutes of reviewing the evidence, the judge began the sentencing. Nina, or number 783374243, will be given a lobotomy as retribution for aristocratic terrorism, then exiled. This will enable her to experience the life of the differently abled people that she has assaulted. When this was pronounced, Adam felt empty inside. He didn't know what a lobotomy was, but he knew it was terrible. Tears slowly began to fall down Nina's face. Adam wasn't sure what to do or say. He was seated far from her, and he had a distinct feeling that he would be liable to punishment if he tried to console her. So he just sat there and watched on in horror. After a long pause following the sentencing, 2 more guards came into the room, wheeling a mounted power drill. They then placed it in front of the judge's podium. The other guards, which had already been in the room, then wheeled Nina in front of the drill. Nina didn't say anything. She just cried as she was prepared for her doom. Once both pieces were in place, the judge ordered the lobotomy to occur. The guards used the nausea rods to stretch out Nina's body as flat as a board against her handcart. Next, the other set of guards turned on the drill and gracelessly inserted it into her forehead. Nina tried to resist, but the chip was too strong. Her muscles trained as they tried to listen to her mind, but they were prevented from acting in accordance with the directions of their master, her brain. She tried to scream, but was unable to open her mouth. As the drill was inserted into her head, blood began to pour out of the insertion point all over her forehead. There was a short pause in the drill's progress as it ground against her skull, but after a brief moment, the drill penetrated the skull and entered into her brain. As soon as this happened, the guard operating the drill slammed it into her brain case and penetrated the soft tissue within. All the resistance on Nina's face faded. The guard then pulled out the drill, knowing that the damage had been done. The first set of guards then let up on their nausea rods, freeing her muscles to act on their own accord. Immediately, what was left of Nina was convulsing and seizing up involuntarily. They then let her go for a few moments, then stretched her flat as a board again. One of the guards then cauterized the wound with a blowtorch. The 4 guards then wheeled Nina and the equipment out of the room. Nina would be then taken out of the building to be left in the down below. If she survived, she would awake as an invalid. If she died of starvation, then so be it. If she died from the traumatic brain injury, then so be it. That was the nature of the retribution which the communists had enacted upon her. When Nina left, the broadcast ended and the electronics operator left the room. The judge told Adam from the podium that his social credit score had been wiped to 0 for association with Nina, and she warned him that a similar fate awaited him if he did not change his ways. The judge then left, Adam alone in the courtroom. Adam sat there for a long period in numbness until the guards told him to leave so that the next trial could begin. The culmination of his lifelong desire for a woman was now gone forever, and he could do nothing to change that. After Nina's trial, Adam lost his job at the elderly storage facility due to his low social credit score. He was then reassigned to be a coal miner, one of the most dangerous jobs that existed in the commune. Global oil and natural gas reserves had long since been completely exhausted. The sand and topsoil storms had made wind and solar power impossible, and at its creation, nuclear power was banned by the commune, as their science described it as too environmentally destructive. They had purposely destroyed all the stores of uranium and plutonium which remained when they came to power. All the naturally occurring and accessible uranium of the earth had long since been exhausted. Despite the absence of resources, it was held by faith that the general intelligence would discover fusion and find a way to miraculously create nuclear fuel so that it could power spaceships. Evidently, it was theoretically okay if nuclear power was used in space, but not upon the Earth. The coal miners operated on huge machines which were like a freighter boat but on land. They were called trawlers. They tore open immense portions of the landscape in order to strip mine the coal underneath, utterly pulverizing the ground in doing so. In their wake, immense areas of the earth were exposed and immense piles of slag were left as waste. The holes turned into toxic lakes which dotted the landscape. The wind picked up the soil and it only added to the storms which plagued the earth and tinged them, fueled by the toxins from the slag. It was not uncommon for the trawlers to be flipped over by the winds. If that happened, though, no rescue teams were sent out and the miners were left for dead. Adam found working on a coal mine as a coal miner to be a massive improvement over being a janitor. Now he did not have to attend college classes in person, and he was able to listen to the recordings of classes and submit verbal exams by recording it online and sending it to the professor. Life on the mining trawler was defined by drug and alcohol use, though. After losing Nina, this was not the culture that Adam needed. He found himself getting high or drunk every night. The alcohol which was created in the commune was not grown out of barley, wheat, grapes, potatoes, or anything like that. It was manufactured in a lab, like the slime from the food processors. Despite its artificialness, though, Adam found himself slowly switching to alcohol from his benzos. For him, it was too dangerous to get caught in the benzo's grip. With alcohol, he at least knew where he stood. Working on the land trawler would have been difficult enough in any era, but without true protein from animal fat and flesh, many of the workers died from exhaustion alone. Working on the trawler was a more cost-effective and less ideological problematic version of execution for the collective. The job meant a lot of heavy lifting and exposure to heat and toxic air. And yet to Adam, the only real blow was he was no longer able to spend his nights reading while he was on the trawler. Instead of reading, he drank with the other members of the trawler's crew. Adam had never had friends in his whole life, but now, working with his hands, he was able to make friends with the other members of the crew. As soon as the day was done, he started drinking together, and they felt like brothers. It made life on the trawler bearable, and might have made it perhaps greater than it had before, if it were not for all the deaths. At first, Adam was stricken by the deaths, but as the deaths piled up, he became numb to them. It seemed fitting that dying like one of them would be his fate. forgotten and abandoned out alone in the wilderness. No one to mourn or remember him. Nina's fate haunted Adam, but it did not erase his sex drive. He found himself masturbating to the photo of Lily daily. He felt tremendously guilty about it, though. He felt that he was betraying Nina, and as time went on, he felt more and more he was betraying his mother by debasing himself in such a way. Yet there was something about Lily, like they were destined to be together. He never had any dreams of Nina, but almost every night he had a dream about Lily. Those dreams became more and more intense as time went on. The intensity of the desire and his lack of hope for the future brought to mind once again the bargain which the pornography dealer had offered him. With no possible hope of entering into a mutual consent contract, Adam accepted the bargain as the only hope now of ever knowing a woman. It took a few weeks of Adam's stay on the trawler for him to return to the city, where he would be given a couple of days off. Shocked that he lasted through an entire work rotation, he figured he would have surely died by then. Adam needed to take his oral exams at the school, and he figured that when he did so, he would be able to talk to Randy again and ask him about Lily. Adam had to record the exams onto an app on his phone and then upload it to the school's database in the college building. When Adam was in the city and off the trawler, he had to go to class in person again, something he regretted, but which he could not fight. The first day back, he had the lighter set of classes. In ecology class, Waits gave his usual emotional orientation about the destiny of man and the destiny of the earth. Adam thought about his own destiny. He felt it would be forgotten and abandoned, and there would be no one to mourn him. After Wade's class, Adam searched the college building for Randy, but he could not find him. It seemed that he would have had to wait another day in order to talk to him about Lily. When he got home, Adam collapsed on his bed. He had not drunk anything, but he still had a hangover. His alcohol consumption had reached the point if it had not been for the chip, he would have died from withdrawal. Now that he was back home on his pod, Adam went to look out upon the city and think about his life. Adam's pod did not have windows, but he knew just how to use the fire exit to get to the roof. Working on the trawler had changed Adam's perception of the world. He had never left Central City before. In that way, he saw the environmental destruction which had wrecked across the earth by the commune, which had hitherto been purely academic to him. But seeing it in person almost moved him to tears. The world he had learned about in his science class was so beautiful in archival footage. It was now a barren wasteland, though. He looked upon the city and its ghetto. Was that to be the summation of all beauty? That was to be the summation of all meaning? A human anthill rusting and decaying? The city and all its accompanying ghetto was hideous. He had a thought which disturbed him as he stared out upon the hideous city. The thought seemed so logical and obvious. The thought that humanity was evil. He didn't want to think. But this felt so right, so natural, so true. He tried to bargain with himself to justify humanity's existence. The best he could come up with, though, was that his mother and Nina had been good. Though that was just them and them alone. Still, he wanted to believe that humanity deserved to exist because of people like them. Then he remembered that he never even truly knew his mother. How could he judge his mother to be good if he knew nothing about her? For all he knew, he could have been snatched from her for a reason. Perhaps Christianity was just as evil as the commune claimed. After all, their God had not stopped human beings from destroying the earth and enslaving themselves in the terrible misery of the commune. Then he remembered Nina and all he could think of. And that was all he could think of. Sure, he liked her as a person, but she could not excite him. She was hideous. How could he have lived happily for the rest of his life when he couldn't even look at her without feeling some sort of pang of disgust deep down? Thinking about how hideous Nina was only made him think of how beautiful Lily was. He wanted her more than anything. He wanted to fuck her until she bled. He wanted to shove his penis in every single one of her holes and hear her scream as he did it. He wanted to smell her pussy. No, that wasn't enough. He wanted to smell her asshole. To lick each hole with reckless abandon. He ran off the roof and ran into his pod. He grabbed the porn booklet of her and masturbated as fast and hard as he could.
and within less than 2 minutes he ejaculated without feeling any real pleasure. As soon as the semen left his body, he felt a wave of self-loathing overcome him. If that was what it was to be a man, if that is what it's supposed to be a man, then being a man is disgusting. Surely humanity did deserve to die. Yet despite all that, as soon as he was able to become hard again, he masturbated to her again immediately. He continued to do so, over and over and over again, until he was dry and his genitals burned in pain. All Adam wanted was Lily. There was nothing else for him to live for. Tomorrow he would do everything he could to get to her. When Adam woke up, his penis and testicles were still sore and chafed, and to the point that it made him hard to walk. He didn't care, though, in the slightest. He made sure to wash himself off before he went to college, though. And then he made it to class early, and he sat in the back of the room to make sure that he'd be able to watch Randy come in. For a long time it seemed that Randy would not come, and Adam felt desperate, but eventually Randy did come. Adam stared at Randy the whole class. Randy never looked back or acknowledged Adam. Adam could not pay attention to a single thing that the professor said. All he could think of was Lily, and as soon as the class was over he ran to Randy and intercepted him. "I see that you've returned," Randy said as he saw Adam approaching him. "Yes, I have." "Let's not talk here. It's bad for business. Let's find a better place." Randy took out a business wand and pressed it to Adam's forehead, and Adam heard where to contact Randy, and thus how to get a hold of Lily. Randy then walked off to his next class. After he left the message in Adam's chip, Adam was able to replay it off his phone. He replayed it multiple times just to make sure it was real. He was supposed to meet the man in an empty pod complex 8 hours from then. Adam was disappointed he would have to wait, but Randy was a student like him, and he had to go to his classes. Adam didn't care about the classes anymore, but Randy did. In the succeeding classes, it was far too difficult for Adam to pay attention. All he could think of was Lily and all the parts of her body and what he would do to them. When the classes ended, Adam rushed to the location given by Randy. Randy had told Adam to meet him at a pond complex, which no one was living. Even as refugees from cities all across the earth were retreating to Central City, there were still large swaths of that mega structure that were left uninhabited. The birth rate was still too low to populate even that one city fully. Adam found Randy waiting for him in the main stairwell of the complex. "I knew you'd come back." "You did?" "They always do, because I have something that every man needs." Adam grimaced at Randy's comment. "So what will it be, my man? What do you want today?" Randy said with bravado. "Do you remember the girl I brought the pictures of?" Adam asked nonchalantly. "No, I don't even remember you. So that means you're going to have to jog my memory." "It was a redhead girl. Her name is Lily," Adam responded. "You're going to have to be more specific." This took Adam back for a moment, but then he knew what he had to say. She looks like me," he told him. "Ah, there. Oh, of course. I don't have her info on hand. I need to get to it." Randy began to walk away, and then he paused and turned around. "Oh, you could come with me, if you want." Adam shrugged and followed Randy upstairs to his office in the building. Randy's office was a cluttered room full of filing cabinets. He opened up one of the filing cabinets and began to thumb through various little picture books, like the one of Lily that Adam had bought. Looking over Randy's shoulder, he thought that all the women in the filing folder had something off about them. One girl had a giant beak-like nose. The next was fit and had a thin body but had giant saggy breasts whose nipples sat below her belly button. There was another woman who had the same modification of Nina. This drawer was no doubt the drawer filled with odd women for those who had strange tastes. He hastily flipped through the books over and over again. He appeared agitated. It seemed he would never find it until he saw the book. Apparently it had fallen between one of the drawers. Ah, yes, Lily. He held out the booklet, which was identical to the one he had sold Adam, except for it had a code in the back to scan with his business wand, so that the information could be transferred to the mind. "Well, it looks like I have it. What exactly was the deal with her again?" "I wanted to," Adam stuttered for a bit, unable to say the words out loud, before he just forced them out. I wanted to meet with her and perhaps see if it's possible to get a mutual consent contract form signed with her. Ah, I see. I've not talked to her in some time. She has not had any other customers other than you. If she's still up for it, I think she would be quite pleased. Let me see your ID. Adam took out his ID card and Randy scanned it with his business wand, which read out the social credit score. 0. Well, I don't think you're going to be able to procure a mutual consent form in this or any other lifetime. But I don't think she'll claim you raped her, I promise. Adam didn't care about getting the form anyway. He just thought, if he could swing it, then why not? I can call her and arrange for her now if you want, Randy told him. Okay, Adam told him back, still unsure of himself. Randy then picked up his phone and called Lily. No one answered, though. On the second call, Randy left a message. Hey, this is Randy. I have a suitor for you. His name is Adam, and his phone number is... Randy waved his hand to signal to Adam, who after a confused pause handed his phone to Randy, who took the number with the business wand, and then spoke it into the phone to give Lily Adam's phone number. After he did this, he ended the message and began speaking to Adam again. Well, there you have it. If she is still up for it, she'll no doubt call you back. If she is not, then maybe you can come back and find another girl. Randy smiled and then winked at Adam. Do I need to pay you? No, you'll have to arrange that with her. She'll have to pay me for my services, though. With that, Adam left and went home. Adam felt that if Lily did not respond to him, then he really had nothing left to live for. He wouldn't kill himself. He wouldn't kill himself, even if he knew he could override the antidepressants and kill himself if he really wanted to. He wouldn't do it anyway. He knew he was going to die on the trawler. It was only a matter of time. Why force something which was going to happen soon anyway? His chance at love had sailed, and it was not coming back. All he could think of now was sex. That was the only thing he wanted to have before he died. As the hours went by, it seemed that she would never call, or so it seemed that he had wasted even this chance. Then she finally called. Hello, is this Adam? Yes. So I hear you're looking for a date. Chapter 5. Adam was anxious. Lily was coming over to his cube, and he had agreed to pay for her to have sex with her. He never thought he would be in this position. He didn't want to pay for sex. It was dangerous. He could be accused of rape as a man just by being in the same room as a woman by himself. But his chances at love and his chances at a mutual consent contract were over. This was his only chance to be with someone, and so he was going to go through with it. After all, he was a man, and even in the world of equity, he still had to prove his masculinity. Despite everything, that instinct remained. Now sex wasn't just about the pleasure or the companionship. It was also about the risks that it entailed. In the world before the commune, there was the risk of pregnancy and the responsibility of fatherhood. Though sex could no longer result in pregnancy, the legal risks took its place. Sex risk is now what drew men to it. As any sex that men had came at the risk of castration, exile, or even death, should the woman declare the act rape after the fact. That danger is what excited Adam, and its pull was irresistible. When a knock came at Adam's apartment door, he was startled, feeling as though it had come without warning. He had been sitting there for hours, incessantly thinking about this moment, and once it came, it felt as though it had leaped out and attacked him. He walked over to the door, with his heart puttering 1,000 miles per hour. When he opened the door, the girl from the picture book was actually standing there. In the times before the commune, Lily would have been considered absolutely beautiful. She was a redhead with lush hair going back halfway across her back. Her Germanic features mirrored those of Adam, and they were obviously from the same stock. They both had the strong Nordic features, yet hers were more subtle compared to his. Unlike many of the test tube women, she didn't have a doll-like face. Instead, there was a living, breathing human being with real-looking natural eyes. Her breasts, her ass, and her thighs were small by the standards of the commune, yet they were far more beautiful and alluring than those of the women who were designed to be exaggeratedly shapely. Lily had an otherworldly aura which drew Adam in, and it demanded that he have her in his last few weeks of life. He had known about her in 1,000 lives before. Now she was playing through a script which had been played countless times before. He thought she was heavenly, and everything was as it was meant to be. Then she talked. "You must be Adam. I hope that you're ready for a good fuck." As soon as she said this, he felt blood rush to his nethers. "Well, are you just going to keep staring at the merchandise, or are you going to pull me in?" she said forcefully. Adam's heart began to pump as well. "Yes, of course, come in." Adam brought her in and closed the door behind her. Once she was in, Adam listened to his instincts and tried to kiss her. "Whoa, whoa, hold up." She blocked his lips with her hand. "I'm going to need a little something before we go anywhere. Besides, I'm not that kissing type of girl anyways," Lily told Adam. Adam was taken aback for a moment. He forgot that he had to pay her first. "Oh, okay, how much do you want?" "Well, I go by the hour. I only accept physical money, of course," she instructed him in a harsh tone. "How much is an hour?" She paused, seemingly unsure of herself. "It's $150 for the first hour, and then $100 for every hour after that." "Did you want to have it now or later?" Adam reached over and took out his wallet, revealing some of his cash. Just a few hours would deprive him of all the money he had. He didn't care, though. What else was there for him to use it on? "Give it to me now or I'm going to leave," she almost shouted. "This is all I have." Adam handed her $300. "That'll get you no, 3 hours," she stuttered. Then she grabbed the cash and quickly pocketed it. "So, where do we go from here?" Adam asked Lily. Lily then pushed him back onto the bed and began to take off his pants. Adam tried to kiss her, but she pushed him back again. "I said no kissing!" Adam wanted to kiss her. If they did that, then he could have pretended that she had actually wanted him. She stumbled around, trying to take off his pants. It was clearly her first time being with a man. Once she had his pants off, she put her hands around his penis mechanically and began to work it. This was the first time that anyone besides him had ever touched his genitals, and he quickly gained a full erection. She began to pull at his penis and clumsily lick and suck on it. She kept sliding off and accidentally hitting his balls, which hurt. She kept working, and it was clear that she intended for him to ejaculate, but she couldn't get any of it out. For every bit of pleasure that came, there was a slip or twist that hurt just as much. Adam felt very frustrated. He found Lily's body attractive, but nothing else about her was, or the situation was. He felt horrified by what was transpiring. He was only finally able to ejaculate when he thought about Nina and imagined that it was her on the inside of Lily. When Adam ejaculated, Lily spit it out all over the floor. There wasn't that much of it left anyway, after what Adam had done the day before. Then there was a long pause for a few minutes, where she just sat on the ground and neither of them looked at each other. Adam was unsure of what to do next. He still had 3 hours, and he already ejaculated once. Eventually, Lily took the initiative again. Lily began to dance and slowly undressed herself as she did so. When she did this, she came off even more amateurish than she had before. Often the clothes snagged on her limbs. She took them off. After some time, she was able to take them all off. Regardless, Adam watched intently and with interest. After all, she was truly beautiful, at least to him. After undressing, she sat down and began to masturbate. This was coupled with fake moans. A good 20 minutes had passed by this time, and Adam was able to gain an erection once more. When he saw this, she returned to him and took the initiative once again. She pushed him into the bed and began to mount him. But as soon as she did this, something snapped in Adam's mind, and he flipped her over and placed her into a missionary position. He began to pump vigorously, but he was having difficulty fitting in, and it was becoming clear that she was a virgin. He broke her hymen and ruined the sheets of the mattress of the pod bed. Adam was shocked that she even had one. They were supposed to be engineered out of all test tube women, and that putting it back in was impossible, that it was banned when the people picked their genetic loads for their offspring. She was squirming, not with pleasure but with pain. She tried to mask it with fake moans, but she was not good at that either. She repeatedly told him to slow down and go softer. As with the oral sex that had happened before, Adam felt a problem. Though he was able to maintain his erection and mount her, he felt no pleasure from it. There were twinges here and there, but by and large it felt awkward and grievously immoral to him. More and more time went by, and it was clear that she was not going to have an orgasm. After 20 minutes, he just wanted to end it, and the only way to do so was to imagine that this was Nina's body again. When she finally climaxed, all he had left was a tiny stream of snotty piss, and then he moved to lay over on his side. The better part of the first hour was done, but there were still 2 hours more to go. Adam had no idea what he was going to do for those next 2. The 2 of them laid in bed for a period without either addressing the other. Adam began to think about what had just happened. This supposed final hurrah before he died on the trawler turned out to be a horrible bust. Sex was just another thing. It was not the be-all and end-all to being a human being. It was simply another thing. He had been taught by the culture of the commune his whole life to think sex as the one action in life which imbued it with its meaning, the one end which ought to guide all action. Never had anyone ever told him that it was just another thing, and that sense had never been expressed by anyone else. Maybe his impression of sex made him different from everybody else. Somehow it crossed purposes with human life himself, or at least what human life had become. Indeed, if the purpose of human life culminated in so meaningless an activity, perhaps humanity was intrinsically evil after all. The experience was so disgusting that he detested his participation in it. As Adam lay there thinking, Lily began to explore his room. He did not initially see any danger in it until she found his books. "You read?" she asked. "Yes," Adam responded sheepishly. "Why?" A strong disgust was evident in her tone. "Why not?" Adam was still sheepish, but defensive. "Why would you have any reason to read these books?" She then paused and stuttered on the word "they" until she finally formed a sentence. They can only make you more oppressive, like the backwards times." Adam sensed danger in what she was saying. "I don't think so. It makes me feel like I know more, and I am more capable." Adam tried to defend himself. "Really? That's so stupid." This upset Adam, who was exhausted and drunk. His mouth began to make the words on their own, and it was not until they slipped out that he realized what he had done. "Well, I don't want to be an ignorant retard." As soon as the R6 left his lips, the buzzing went off, sounding throughout the entire complex. "What is that sound? Is there a fire?" Lily asked. "No, there's no fire. It's just me." Adam was not mad at himself for uttering the forbidden word. He accepted that this was his fate. He would soon be reunited with sweet Nina. The very Nina he had now betrayed by sleeping with this whore. He hoped that she could forgive him. 2 guards of equity creaked out, opened the door, and they waddled through, nausea rods already drawn. They were both obscenely fat women. The leader of 2 had bright, natural purple hair, and she was so fat the fat hung down from her forehead and rose from her cheeks, almost blocking out her sight. They aimed their rods at Adam for a seemingly eternity before they finally discharged them. Adam, who was sitting up in the bed, immediately fell into violent spasms. He soiled the bed with his feces and vomit as he convulsed. The lead guard then spoke to Lily. "What are you doing here with such a wretched enemy of equity?" Despite the pain and the spasms, Adam could still look up and see Lily. She was terrified, and in her terror she said what came naturally. "He raped me!" She pointed at Adam and then screamed. Adam's fate was now settled once and for all. He knew that as soon as he had sex with a woman, this is what would have happened. And once again, the serene resignation of his fate washed over him. "What is this?" The lead guard discovered Adam's meager library. She picked up the book and used a reading rod to read off the title. "An Introduction to Christianity." "You're not just a reader, but you're a theist?" The doom kept piling on Adam. He once again accepted his fate. Soon he would be able to die and leave this accursed world, this wretched piss earth. The lead guard fell held out her rod and used it to jolt Adam out of bed against his will. He stood up woozy and exhausted. If he had tried to get up on his own on accord without the rod forcing him to, Adam would surely have collapsed on the ground. The second guard called a third guard into the room, who then helped dress Lily, who was still in shock from the situation and sobbing. Adam stood there unable to speak and unable to move, but his body his body, which was commanded against his will. Waves of terrible nausea rose up and down it like a stormy sea. The second guard escorted Lily out of the room, and the third guard confiscated Adam's small library. Then the leading guard used the rod to force Adam to walk forwards. Adam was forced to walk nude, covered in feces and vomit, from his pod all the way across Central City to the tower. Adam was never given back control of his body the entire way. The guard with the books trailed Adam as the lead guard controlled him via rod. The sight of a man marching nude and covered in filth drew onlookers, which became crowds. No antisocials were ever treated like this, only enemies of equity. The lead guard informed the crowds of Adam's terrible crimes with a bullhorn. The crowds mocked at him and threw things and pelted his body with garbage and filth. The members of the crowd came and hit and kicked at him. Many hit him with blunt objects. His body became covered with bruises and cuts. Had Adam not been propped up with the power of the rod, he would have collapsed from pain and nausea numerous times. When Adam finally reached the jail, he was released from the rod and collapsed on the floor. The cell door was then locked behind him, and he fell into a deep sleep from the pain and exhaustion. Passed out, Adam began to have visions. Adam could see his mother. It was so hard to remember what she had looked like before, but now it was clear. She was a beautiful blonde. Clearly, his looks came from her. She was dressed differently than all the other women he'd ever seen in his life. She was wearing a flowing white gown. It covered her body modesty, such a strange and outer-worldly quality to Adam, and it clearly meant to him that she was not of this world. She began to speak to him. The words came from a distant memory, and the apparition faded into that memory, a memory from his young childhood. Adam, I need to tell you something. They say that I should wait to tell you this until you're 7 or 8, the age of reason. Yet you're such a smart little boy. I just can't help myself. You really need to know, and they could take you away any day from me now. Adam, we're Christians. We believe in God above. Who's God? Adam asked, as he had either never heard of such a concept or never understood it enough to internalize and retain it. Someone much greater and much more powerful than anything in this world. He detests this horrific world, ruled by the powers of the devil. He came once as a man, and he'll come again to rescue us from them. Its time is soon, and we're living in the nightmare world of the Antichrist. His mother then began to cry, and she was overtaken by emotion and anger. Mommy, why are you crying? Because it's so hard. What's hard? Hiding from them. Hiding from who? The people who want to take you away from me, and make sure that you don't believe in God, and make sure that you never knew who I was. What people? The bad people. The people who are controlled by the Antichrist. The commune. That's why we can't live in the city anymore, sweetie. Oh yeah, like Daddy? He used to live in the city. Yes, sweetie. That was before they got him, though. Tears began to stream down her face. Do you miss Daddy? Yes, I miss Daddy too. Why did they take him away again? Because he was a very important man. He was a doctor, and he knew how to make it so that women could have babies the way that they used to. That's how I was able to have you, sweetie. He was a Christian too. He wanted to make it so that mommies could have babies the way that God wanted them to have babies. Mommy, why did they stop having babies that way? Because they fought a war against us, and we lost, and they took away our ability to make babies. Mommy, is the world bad? Yes, this world is very bad. Very, very bad. Mommy, will God get rid of the bad and fix this world? Yes, he will, and he will do it soon, when he comes back. When Adam woke up, he saw that he had slept for an entire day. His body was covered in scabs from the public beating. He was astonished that he had not bled to death, though, and he was even more astonished to find that all of his wounds had scabbed up. He felt lucky that despite the vomit and shit, none of the wounds appeared to be overly dirty or infected. It seemed like some kind of miracle to him. After he assessed his wounds, the first thing that Adam did was to look up around his cell. Even having seen Nina's cell before his, he was still astonished by how much better the living conditions were than in his own pod. The superior treatment of antisocials had been a marked feature of the post-justice society. Adam had his own shower, and its water was warm and could be drawn indefinitely without a timer to cut it off. Still exhausted and sore from the beating and the forced march from the night before, Adam crawled in the shower and turned it on. He found the sensation of warm water covering his body heavenly, and he had never felt anything like it before. Then he noticed that there was a mechanism to flood the shower, and so he was able to enjoy his first bath as well. The water eased the pain from his beating, and he was able to bathe himself more thoroughly than he had ever before. No clothes were taken from the pod for Adam, but he was able to find some clothes in the cell. They were dress clothes from centuries in the past, prior to the time of the Commune, which he recognized from his history class. They must have been placed there so that the antisocials could dress up for their trial. There was a kitchen, a large comfortable bed, and several pieces of furniture. There was a large mounted tablet, which he could watch things on if he chose, but he had no reason to. He just wanted to wait for his death and exit this evil world once and for all, to join his mother and Nina. Eventually a guard came in, and he was told that he would have to wait 6 more days for the trial to begin. Adam watched a handful of antisocials come and go. There were murderers, thugs, thieves, and true rapists amongst them. All of their sentences were less than Nina's. Heterosexual rapists were castrated, but trans men and gay men who were found guilty of rape faced no real exile. Trans women seemed to get a blank check to sexually assault women and men as they pleased. Most of the antisocials didn't even get their social credit scores wiped to zero like Adam did for knowing Nina, setting them on a path for redemption after a small, short exile. The murderers were given small sentences of exile in the outside world, after which they could return. Their social credit scores remained better than his after his sentencing. They could come back, while he never could. The 6 days took a long time to pass. Adam did not have his books, and he refused to look at the large tablet. There was a part of him that wanted to look at porn one more time before he was tortured and put to death. But that was all that the other men who were locked in the cells did. That must have been all that men in the Commune ever did, Adam came to realize. He remembered the old proverb, "Only chimps in captivity masturbate." He was able to resist the urge. Instead, he meditated on his mother, upon theism, and upon the evil of this world. He wanted peace to come to him. He wanted to die without anger. But more, he retreated inwardly, the angrier he became at the world, and towards man, its most evil creature. He wanted to destroy all men for what they had done to him, what they had done to his family, and what they had done to the earth. Eventually the day came for his trial, and he was dragged to the courtroom by Nazirod, by the very same guard that had arrested him. It made him sick to be moved against his will, but he didn't vomit, as the rod was not discharged. Adam read her name tag. Her name was Officer Lena. It was surreal to be in the courtroom again, but now as the accused rather than as a witness. 3 officers, plus an extra 2 since Adam was considered dangerous. There was a person there streaming the trial, which apparently was also a required viewing for everyone in the Commune. Finally, there was the same elephant seal-looking judge as before, with Lily as a witness. The judge read out Adam's crimes. The Commune member known as Adam, or number 7833741835, has uttered the noun R6. This is not just an antisocial violation of the compact of the collective, of stochastic terrorism against the differently abled. The very use of the word jeopardizes civil society and places numerous members of the collective in imminent danger. Additionally, number 7833741835 has raped the woman Lily, or number 7833742001. Rape in this case by a cis male 7833741835 is an act of patriarchal terrorism. meant to reestablish the now extinct patriarchy and the rule of men over women. Finally, religious writings have been found in the residence of 7833741835. Fittingly, he comes from a long line of theists, and despite the commune, adoption, and memory negotiation theory he has maintained his religious views of his parents, who were sworn enemies of the collective. These religious tracts were inferred as factors in influencing the acts of stochastic and patriarchal terrorism. We will now review the evidence gathered which proves that this antisocial violation of the compact occurred. The judge played the video, albeit muted so as not to broadcast the word retard on national television. There was even a diagram of pictures which showed Adam's lips, proving that he indeed had uttered the unutterable. Adam, of course, could not speak to defend himself. Next, the judge played the video, this time not muted, of Adam and Lily engaging in sex. This included Lily's verbal consent, which was even played aloud for all to hear. And it included Adam directly paying her for sex, and Lily taking the lead multiple times. Facts, of course, didn't matter, as without a pre-existing mutual consent contract, Lily could withdraw her consent after the act and claim that she had been raped. Adam found watching the footage of himself engaging in sex to be particularly degrading. He looked over at Lily, and the look on her face was not the same. She was smirking. Adam then realized he had made the video of an aspiring underground porn star and prostitute, and he had broadcast it so that every person in the commune was able to see it. He had just made her career, or at least that's what she was thinking. This made him sick to his stomach, and it was too difficult for him to bear. Yet he could not look away, as his body was controlled directly by the nausea rod. He regretted the sex now, not because it had led him to this fate, but because it was so debasing of his character. He had groveled to get something which he had not even brought him any real pleasure in the first place, nor any tangible good. Once the video was done, the judge repeated the part where Lily said that she was raped multiple times, and then asked her if this was the case. She then said yes, while performatively crying. Adam could do nothing to explain or defend himself. He was a complete hostage, and his guilt had been decided before the trial ever began. Once the rape portion of the trial was through, the religion part began. The guardian of equity began this part by presenting the evidence that was found in Adam's pod. The clear origin of the stochastic and patriarchal terrorism in this case is firm religious belief. 7833741835 was born naturally through a deeply antisocial procedure performed on by his biological father upon his biological mother. The procedure allowed natural childbirth through the reestablishment of her estrous cycle. Indeed, both 7833731150 and 7833731654 were individuals deeply committed to the cause of theism. It seems that despite all the efforts of the commune at saving the child and killing the believer, including extensive prescription treatment to suppress his memory, 7833741835 was able to return to the oppressive beliefs of his biological parents. Then in her presentation, Officer Lena began to performatively cry as she spoke of the extensive oppression that religion had so cruelly imposed upon women throughout all its history. The case of 7833741833 is a perfect example of why the victory over the menstrual cycle was absolutely necessary for salvation. Only through the victory over the menstrual cycle and mandatory in vitro fertilization could genes which had been selected for toxic male behavior before the commune be removed from the gene pool and human evolution be directed in a more equitable fashion. The following books had been found in the living quarters of 7833741835. Introduction to Christianity, The Story of Christianity, Volume 1, and The Coming of the Incarnate Archon, along with multiple Basilisk tracts. The first two books were Christian in origin, and the first was written by a pope. Popes were the archaic leaders of the most oppressive and patriarchal sects of Christianity, Catholicism. Catholics were infamous for their belief that any person who did not accept their religion would be eternally tortured by their God for all time. The final book is of extremely obscure origin and is not Christian. Rather, it was Gnostic, an obscure religion which had gone extinct thousands of years before the Revolution. According to my research, it had been a cousin of Christianity, but Christians had suppressed it, and it went extinct. This book, though, is far stranger than what that would entail. The book was not even in our archive, despite no book which had existed before the birth of the Commune being excluded. Yet somehow the book was spared from being saved in the archive, even if off limits to the general populace. Stranger yet, the book was not initially written in English. It was translated into English from Coptic, an ancient language of which there are no known readers or speakers, even at the time of the Commune's founding. We can see that the pages alternate between a Coptic original and an English translation thereof. Guardian Lena showed the courtroom and camera the two sets of written pages to display the ancient Coptic language text besides the English. Despite the Commune's best efforts at eradicating theism, 7833741835 represents a radical new vanguard of theism's most oppressive forms. We must remember that there is currently a mass revival of theism outside the Commune's walls. Exile is no longer enough, because this revival is now overflowing back into the Commune and putting it in danger. In particular, the cult of the Basilisk is rising at an alarmingly dangerous rate. As chief officer of the Equity Guardians, I exhort the collective to reconsider its lenient treatment of the exiled and to end the policy of allowing those guilty of holding to theism and the freedom to continue to live. While antisocials were wisely given exiles for months, or in some extreme cases years, the lifelong exile of their religious, I don't think, at this point, is sufficient to protect society from them. It is my firm belief that the ghettos of the exiled religious people surrounding the cities of the Commune are a great danger to us, and they must be eradicated as soon as possible. And their right to life ought to be revoked. The judge was clearly annoyed by the chief guardian of revolution's use of Adam's trial as a soapbox, the grandstand about the dangers of religion before the voters who had to watch this. And she also mentioned the tedious topic of the persistence of the down-belows themselves. Regardless, it was clear that Adam's fate was sealed, and the judge now sentenced him. Adam, or number 7833741135, has been a prolific reader and collector of anti-commune literature. It is apparent that much of Adam's desire to engage in terrorism stems from this literature. 7833741835 has been able to overcome the limitations placed upon such literature by teaching himself to read it manually. Adam's collection of literature is particularly dangerous due to its religious nature, which has influenced his acts of terrorism, acts which stand out uniquely as aggressive in the annals of post-revolutionary history. Adam, or 7833741835, will be castrated as retribution for his patriarchal terrorism, as he has attempted to reestablish the patriarchy through the action of rape. He will never again be able to terrorize women. Adam, or number 7833741835, will be given a lobotomy as retribution for his sarcastic terrorism. This will enable him to experience the life of the differently abled people he has insulted through the use of the R6. Adam could not respond to the sentence, as his mouth was still forced shut by his chip. What astonished him the most was that despite all he had done, he had still not earned a death sentence. While being forcibly made a retired and exiled amounted to such, he was disappointed by the Commune's apparent restraint. Then he saw the guards wield in the castrator and the lobotomizer. Adam had seen what the lobotomizer had done to Nina, but the castrator was even more distressing for him. The castrator worked by sucking the penis and testicles into a cup with a powerful vacuum force. Once this first step was done, the male genitals were firmly secured. It would then cut off the penis and testicles with automated scalpels. It then castrated the wounds and attached itself from the newly created eunuch. Then a crude urethra was cut out of the wound, along with a second cauterizing. All this was done without any anesthetic or painkiller of any kind. While rapists were often given short stints of exile, the majority died from the catastrophic unitary tract infections stemming from the botched formations of artificial urethras. Adam was set to be castrated before being lobotomized, as it was thought that having the lobotomy performed first would hinder Adam from fully incurring the punishment which was owed to the collective. He had been lobotomized first, then he would not be fully conscious and cognitively aware of the castration. The guards used the nausea rod and chip to force Adam to move against his will. In his mind, he was screaming at his body to do what he told it to, but he was under the command of Lena. She made him place himself on the large table and spread his back and arms across it. He was made to undress himself and lift his legs and spread them wide, opening himself to the castrator. Adam choked back tears as he was about to be feminized on live television before an audience numbering in the millions. He could hear the castrator revving up and approaching his genitals. When he closed his eyes and tried to focus upon Nina, he knew that he would be joining her soon. As he closed his eyes, he felt that there was something there. It was hovering over him, a strange presence he had never felt before. Then he thought of a word he had never heard nor read in his entire life. Yet somehow he knew the word would be the ultimate act of defiance. He ought not have been able to utter it, but he felt a presence lifting the veil of the nausea rod's control and miraculously freeing his lips. At first he shuddered, and only the sound of the letter N was able to escape his mouth. But he took a deep breath to gather his strength and screeched the word at the top of his voice a second before the castrator would have cupped his testicles. Nigger! His body jerked itself wildly in a seizure as the word erupted from his lips. The word put his chip into overdrive, and the hold of the nausea rod was broken, and Adam was freed. He kicked himself back from the castrator and flipped over the table and stood up woozy from being under the influence of the rod for so long. Only after standing up was Adam able to see the effect of the word upon the courtroom around him. The lights in the room were flashing bright red and painted the room in a crimson shadow. The alarm had previously gone off when he said the word retard. Now that alarm was screeching repeatedly and at full power. Danger! An N6 has been spoken. Danger! An N6 has been spoken. Danger! An N6 has been spoken. Evacuate immediately. The judge was weeping in terror and crying the words, execute him, repeatedly. Lena attempted to sick the rod on him and was utterly dumbfounded when it didn't work. When she realized that she had no longer any control of Adam, she shouted and commanded for the guards to get him. 4 guards of equity stumbled forwards in an attempt to overpower Adam and restrain him. Their combined weight was 10 times that of Adam's. Yet despite Adam's exhaustion and disorientation, they were no match for him. He simply pushed the first one over, and then she fell onto the floor. She seized up and began to have a heart attack. The second one tried to strike him, but he ducked under her slow and weak lunge. He then swung his legs beneath her and tripped her. Adam made sure that she fell backwards and not upon him. The next 2 tried to tag team him, but he kicked the first one, dead center in the stomach, back onto the second, and then they fell backwards together. Adam then grabbed his pants and shoes and put them on as fast as he could. None of the fallen women were able to get up during this time, but Lena was able to lunge at him with the rod. She tried to use it as a baton and hit him in the head. He just grabbed it and pulled it out of her hands. He then slapped her across the forehead, and she stumbled backwards, crying. Adam then knew that he had to take his chance and escape, because if he did not leave the central city, then surely the commune would be able to muster enough force to overwhelm and execute him. As he checked the room for the other threats, he saw Lily, who was staring at him with the unholy hatred of 1,000 suns. He had nothing to say to her, and he just ran out. Yet, right as he was about to cross the threshold of the door and run out of the room, the same outer-worldly force, the presence, then told him about the word, told him to grab the book on the coming of the incarnate Archon. He grabbed the book and he tucked it under his arm and ran out as fast as he possibly could. Running out of the court building, he saw numerous people watching him in awe. As he approached, they ran away, evidently afraid of him. The guards in their court building were under orders to try and stop him, but all of them were far too afraid and intimidated by him to try. None of them were men, and all of them were heavier than Adam, all in accordance with the commune's policy of matriarchal humiliation. When he exited the building, he realized the true magnitude of what had happened. The entire city was running away from him in terror. The ancient and powerful word that he spoke did not simply have a cultic power, but had apparently created a security emergency. The level of agitation and fear that was in the air was on the level of a massive dust storm striking the city. Adam himself was in a state of panic. He had no idea where he should go or what he should do. He knew he could no longer stay in the city, because if he did, he would surely die. This self-assurance was confirmed, and Adam saw a group of guards who were reeling around a small piece of mobile artillery. It was the dreaded puke cannon, the nausea rod's far more powerful cousin. On paper, it was supposed to be a non-lethal weapon, but in reality, anyone hit from it died with uncontrollable seizures within minutes. It worked on someone regardless of whether or not they had a controlled chip implanted. The nausea rod and the puke cannon were weapons created in accordance with the commune's anti-gun, post-justice society. Adam tried to run into a pod complex to avoid the guards and their powerful cannon, only to discover that the entire complex had been sealed off. Indeed, all the buildings in Central City had been sealed off due to the extreme strocratic terror threat that had happened following his use of the N6. As he tried to enter the pod complex, the guards took notice of him and began to waddle with their cannon in tow, and Adam ran away from them. The guards fired the cannon, but he was outside of the cannon's short effective range. While Adam was quickly able to outrun these guards and get out of their sight, he knew that there must have been multiple groups of guards towing these cannons, and that he needed to leave the city as fast as possible. Catching his breath, at a distance of several blocks from the last guards Adam saw, Adam tried to think out his next move. He knew that escaping through the normal doors to the down below would be impossible, since their bank-like vault doors were no doubt sealed. The building that Adam was hiding behind was an empty pod tower, which had been under reconstruction after the latest dust storm ravaged the city. Seeing that there were cinder blocks in the construction site, Adam was able to format a plan. It was difficult to run while carrying the large cinder block, but Adam was still faster than the guards. Adam's plan to get out of Central City was to jump onto a roof of a building in the down below. He could not do this on the edge of the city, as there were massive guardrails on its rim, which he could not climb, and which he would not survive a fall from. He made his way to a tunnel with a transparent bottom which let you see what was below, and he knew the right one to go to. There was a tunnel which had been an 8-foot drop onto a building below. It was 2 miles from where Adam was, though, and he needed to run down the middle of the tunnel to get to it. Doing so, Adam alerted a set of guards. Adam felt lucky as they ran away from him in terror, but as they did so, they yelled, "Get the puke cannon!" Adam knew that he had little time, so he ran as hard as he could for as long as he could. After finally getting to the right tunnel, Adam found himself exhausted and utterly out of breath. Yet despite the burning in his lungs, he knew that there was no time to rest. Adam banged the cinder block against the side of the tube, where there was a crease between 2 different pieces. All it did was make a scuff. Adam knew that there was no second chance and no other way to escape. He pounded it a second time, and the scuff was bigger, and a slight crack had formed. He struck with the cinder block a third time, and the crack became ever so slightly bigger. Adam could hear the shouting as the equity guardians on either side of the tube were fast approaching him from a distance with their slow waddle. They could sandwich him in the tube, and he would be trapped without any way of escaping him. That was unless he could break the tube now in time. He slammed the cinder block against the side over and over, becoming more frantic with each swing. His entire body was exhausted, and he felt that if he fell down he would black out. Yet there was nothing else he could do, and there were no other options left to save him. Adam could hear the yells and shrieks of the guards on either side of him. They had puke cannons in tow. He could feel the air coming from the hole he had made. There was not time to break it anymore. There was only time to try and force it open. Adam began to run backwards and then rushed forward, slamming all his weight against the hole he had made. He kept trying until he finally slipped through, miraculously. Adam tumbled forwards out of the tube and crashed onto the ancient roof below. His body screamed in pain, but he did not break any bones or strain any joints. Adam looked up, and each of the sets of guards fired a puke cannon right as he jumped out. 6 guards on one side and 4 guards on the other. Both sets were hit by each other's puke cannons in an incident of friendly fire. Every single one of them began to squirm, vomit, and defecate uncontrollably. Adam, with all his strength, which he had left, kicked open the door of the rooftop entrance and descended into the stairs without looking back. On the coming of the incarnate Archon was tucked under his arm the whole time. Chapter 6. Adam collapsed into an empty, abandoned building, which was a crumbling apartment building, which was blocks away from which he had jumped out of the tube from. Feeling that he had evaded his pursuers, he blacked out and slept for an entire day. While he had survived, he wondered just how much of a victory it really was. He knew no skills which could earn him a living in the down below, and the only person he knew there was Omar. He doubted he could help Omar in his business, as he was far less literate than him. Yet he knew that Omar was his only hope at finding a way to survive down there. After all, Omar did like him. As Adam stepped out of the apartment, he looked around, unsure of how to orient himself in relation to his surroundings. He thought he must have jumped a long way from the vaulted doors and the general entrance which he had frequented. He looked up and saw the planned city above him. It stretched over the old city which he had found himself in, and it covered the new city covered it with a great dome which rested on massive pillars. The old city and its inhabitants were not in darkness, though. The bottom of the dome was lit by massive lights which hung from the upper city's underside, dimming at night to a level sufficient enough to light the streets. As Adam prepared to make his way to Omar's shop, he could not help but remember what Lena, the chief guard of the equity police, had said. She had used his trial as a platform to advocate ending the down below and forcing their inhabitants back into the commune's control, whether they liked it or not, and executing many of those most ideologically devious. Adam only had a rough idea of where he was in the down below vis-a-vis at Omar's shop. He had only really been to the parts of the down below which bordered the central city's exits, the market and the various shops which traded with the commune. Now he was in the vastness of the ancient city upon which the central city was built over. Still trying to orient himself in the undercity, Adam felt surprised that any of these ancient buildings continued to stand at all. So much of them had been overturned in the dust storm 2 months prior, that the whole area seemed to be a desolate moonscape of rubble, formed of bricks, roof tiles, and shattered glass. Adam even had seen unburied corpses spewed about. Moss, lichen, and ferns had overgrown what had once been concrete and asphalt. The complex flowering plants that had dominated the earth for millions of years had collapsed in number and mostly died out when the commune enforced equity upon nature. Insects infested the down below as well, but only a handful of species were represented, and of these, German cockroaches predominated. In the commune, they were as ubiquitous and overwhelming in number, and here they were even more rampant, wandering around freely. When Adam finally arrived at Omar's shop, he found it abandoned. The books he had printed were cleared out, and there was no sign of Omar nor his business. This instilled in Adam a feeling of imminent danger, and he inferred that Omar had either fled or been captured. Adam decided to leave the shop. Adam felt terrible that he ended the business of his only friend that he had left. There had never been any consequences for what he had done before, which other people had to suffer for. It felt surreal. He had always been such one throughout his life, and now he felt that he was the most dangerous person in the commune after saying that occultic word aloud. Though, in the final analysis, he did not regret what he had done. He had only done what he needed to in order to escape and survive. Unfortunately, he had, as of yet, nowhere to go and no plan to move forward. As Adam walked from one block to the other, he saw men at the end of the next block appear around the corner. It seemed that they were waiting for him. He could tell that they were not sent by the commune, by the mere fact that they were men alone. Adam looked behind him and saw another group of men gathering there too. They all looked to be part of a gang. They had the wild look in their eyes. They were a motley bunch, exhibiting a dizzying array of strange and colorful gene edits, as if they were from a fever dream. Adam broke off and ran away, frantically unsure of where to go. The men were on both sides of the block, and then they started running after him. Adam could have gotten away if he had only dropped that book when he ran, but he would not drop it, and so they caught him. "Looks like we have another one, boys." The men tackled Adam to the ground and tied his waist together. Then they raised him to his feet and attached a rope to his bindings to lead him. Adam tried not to make eye contact with any of the men who captured him, and they pulled him forwards. It felt fitting that he would flee the commune, only to be killed by lawless thugs in the down below. They did not kill him, though, and so they forced him to march forwards without saying a word to him about their destination. Adam did not try to talk to them either. He was marched far outside the city, along with several other prisoners. When these other prisoners asked where they were going, the men beat them. Adam had never departed this way from Central City when he had left to go on the mining trawler. The land on which Central City rested, what it used to rest on, was originally flat, but is now turned about and turned asunder by the great winds of the last dust storm. At first he thought the destination, which now appeared in the distance, was just another hill of soil and dust formed by the storms. But as he grew closer, he realized that it was a structure built by men. It was an incredible amphitheater, partially carved out of the earth. There were earthen hovels which incorporated the components of what remained of the old city over which Central City was built. This was where the men who captured Adam lived, in hovels built around the amphitheater. The amphitheater was built in what was meant to be a neoclassical style, but was simultaneously too grandiose, yet far too crude to be of truly neoclassical origin. Indeed, it was a titanic, brutalist monstrosity which imposed itself upon the edifice of the scarred earth. It was clear that it was not built with the help of machines, the machines that had built Central City or any of the other pre-existing cities of the commune. Instead, it was built by the physical labor of the cult, which was now holding him captive. Adam and the other prisoners of the cult were brought through the vast doors into the center of the amphitheater. Men were already starting to come in through the numerous side doors and take seats in the audience. The prisoners were momentarily released from their ropes, only to be chained back down to the ground. Adam watched as more and more men streamed in and took seats above them. He knew that there was endemic violence in the down below. There were gangs and warlords fighting for control. But he did not know what this group was. They seemed to be much more than a simple gang fighting for turf. All the people in attendance were men, and they were armed with weapons, from crude implements such as clubs and swords, all the way up to nausea rods and puke cannons. Most notable were the handmade firearms that they carried with them. These were muzzle-loading muskets, something which must have been built well beyond the commune's watchful eye. After the whole auditorium was filled with observers, Adam wondered what they were waiting for. Then all the men began to stand in attention as their leader walked in. Adam looked up to see who their leader was and found himself utterly astonished. The men were all applauding Adam's ecology professor, Dr. Gates. Adam had always thought that Gates was a stooge of the commune. How was it possible that he could be a powerful warlord in the down below? It seemed utterly impossible to him. Yet he was right before his eyes. After receiving an ovation, Dr. Gates sat down and the ritual began. Trumpets kicked off the ceremony, and these were soon joined by chanting. These chants were organized in unison and were quasi-religious in nature. Adam could hear them sung clearly in the universal language of the collective, English. From the mud came the worm, from the worm came the fish, from the fish came the lizard, from the lizard came the rat, from the rat came the monkey, from the monkey came the man. Man conquered the world, man preyed upon the earth, man is the greatest of all beasts, man is the greatest of all predators. Man is the most noble of beasts. Man is evolution's greatest creation. Man is the most beautiful of all creatures. Man is the summit of all creation. The armed men began to take the captives and push them single file towards a sacrificial chopping block, where they were being decapitated. As soon as their heads were cut off, they were stacked into a pyramid. Then their bodies were carved off and put onto a massive table, arranged in a single row along its length. Eventually, it was Adam's turn. They laid Adam's neck in the divot and the block made to hold it. As he considered his impending death, he could only wonder whether his head would remain alive for a brief minute after his capitation. Then Adam heard a man in a shrill voice yell, "Halt!" He looked up and saw it was Gates himself. "Spare him! He is my student! Bring him to me!" The same man who moments ago had raised the axe to execute Adam pulled him up and grabbed him firmly by the arm after loosening from the chains. The man then brought Adam to Gates and dropped him off down in a seat right behind Gates. The executioner then returned to his post as the executions went on as normal, until all the prisoners were executed, and it was not until that time that Gates addressed Adam, who in turn felt no less captive, even though Gates had just saved him. Captives were decapitated. It was revealed that the long table that the bodies had been set on was in fact a large grill. Petrified wood and other parts of demolished houses were placed underneath the grill and then set ablaze. Before the bodies were cooked, they were gutted and delimbed. Men then attended to the bodies with great tongs as they cooked, making sure that they were cooked through. As soon as the bodies were done, they were pulled from the grill and cut into pieces to be served to the crowd. The sacrificial meal was spread amongst the crowd, and a large communal bowl passed from man to man. Gates was given a bowl all to himself. After Gates was given this bowl, he turned to Adam and addressed him. "I spared you so that you could join me for dinner. After all, you are my dinner guest, Adam, so come and sit next to me." Adam complied and then sat directly next to Gates, who had the most important seat as leader, located front and center. As soon as Adam sat next to him, Gates addressed him again. "Adam, try it. I know that you're going to like it," Gates told Adam as he picked through the charred human flesh in the bowl. Adam hesitated for a moment, and then put his hand in to take some meat. It had the consistency of chopped pork. Adam really reluctantly put it into his mouth. As he did, he was utterly repulsed by the transgression it represented. When he did bite into the meat, he was surprised that he could taste it. Apparently, he was not deprived of the sense of taste when he had been exiled. The human flesh itself tasted like some very salty, bad cut of pork. "I take it you have never dined on flesh," Gates commented as Adam began to chew. "No. In the Brotherhood, we consider predation the most essential and defining quality of what it means to be human. If you're having difficulty enjoying it, that's not your fault. Of all the taboos which the collective has engineered out of man, and all those engineered into him, the prohibition against cannibalism remains the strongest and deepest of his inborn taboos. Of course, we would not be forced to eat our kind to indulge our deepest instincts if they had not destroyed the earth in trying to liberate it from predation. I suppose we could eat cockroaches if we chose to, but it would not fulfill the same drive." Gates then chuckled to himself. Adam stood there, unable to comment or respond. He had always taken Gates to be a complete believer in the commune system. Not only was he an antisocial, he was a dissident of the highest order. "Oh, sorry, Adam, I guess you've never seen me in this context, just at my day job." Gates then grimaced and laughed. "Well, there are lots of people, even within the highest echelons of power, who are none too pleased with how the collective has turned out, and now we're in favor of changing it. We were planning on changing things once every little piece was in place for us to strike. That was until you came along." "Me? What did I do?" "You said that word. That N6, as the collective calls it. It's an ancient word, and it's not been said aloud for hundreds of years. You know, the founders of the commune so hated that word that then when they were making the chips and rewriting the very nature of man, they made it so that the mere utterance of that word caused bone marrow to shake you in pain, as the speaker said it, and all those people heard it. Maybe that's why you're able to get away so easily. I don't know how you avoided that pain yourself. I certainly felt a shock to my system when I heard you say it." You incapacitated everybody, even if for a brief second. Not the least of which your pursuers, when you said it. How were you able to learn such a word? It came to me from above. I had never heard it before, and I had never encountered it before that. Ah, yes. They said you were a religious man. In fact, I have that weird book of yours. When my man captured you, they held on to it and gave it to me. You can have it. I read some of it, and it's all just gibberish. I never liked religion nor any of its texts. Our brotherhood is vehemently opposed to nonsense like religion, so it can be yours again, as I have no use for it. Gates then handed Adam the book. If your brotherhood is opposed to religion, then what does it stand for? Natural selection. Man is the very pinnacle of evolution. You see, the world was not made by some benevolent god. Rather, it grew out of a state of primeval chaos. And from that, one can understand that chaos reigns over all things. And yet, from chaos comes order, and that order is evolution. The commune has destroyed the natural order and plunged the entire world into chaos once more. This is the most heinous chaos that has existed since the beginning with the Cambrian explosion. The world has not been this empty and devoid of life in the past 540 million years. The commune has been so disruptive of the natural order and of nature that it wiped the earth clean of 540 million years of progress. We will end the collective, and we will reestablish a biodiverse earth once and for all. Adam now understood how the professor he knew and how this man could be one and the same. Gates had the same base interest. He just changed the way he presented it to different audiences. You know, Adam, despite your use of that strange word and the havoc it wrought, you're just as much of an idiot now as you were in my class. Adam did not respond to the insult and instead asked him a question. How is this any different from what you taught us in class, though, Professor Gates? You're just changing the way you describe things because of the shackles of the commune aren't here anymore. What a difference. In class, I say that we will edit equity into the animals we have now, abolish predation and parasitism. Once in power, I would never do anything of that sort. We will bring back those days, back to our beautiful earth. We will change one thing from it before when we reintroduce predators and parasites. We will put man's DNA at the center of every creature in the entire food web. We are the pinnacle of evolution. We are the pinnacle of all of creation. The one creature from which chaos can be shaped again into an order with our own might and drive. When there is a mass extinction, the survivors are given the opportunity to flourish. When the dinosaurs died, the mammals took their place. All the beautiful mammals came from a few tiny egg-laying shrews, and they rose to dominate the earth, or at least until sapiens, or humans as we call ourselves, came along. Now that there is a mass extinction, we can replace the species that are gone. Just as mammals replaced the dinosaurs, now humans can replace the mammals, the reptiles, the birds, the fish, maybe even the insects with versions derived from human DNA. We have the genetic power to take human genes and shape them into anything we wish. Why? Then we would no longer be human. That beauty your cult glorifies would be gone if a dung beetle was a man. Adam, only the infantile minds of the religious would miss the profundity of this. Perhaps the cult of the basilisk has poisoned your mind, or the commune's propaganda poisoned your mind. After all, they are one and the same. Their promise of a technological singularity being brought forth by a machine intelligence. All this singularity would be their singularity would be a solution to all their woes, and would take us beyond the confines of Earth. After centuries, though, it's never come. Even if their super artificial intelligence could be created, it could not solve the problem of limited resources. A spaceship cannot run on coal, Adam, much less take us to the stars. The only real way forward is for humanity to diversify. Just imagine what could be done if we had a sapient planet. This is because all advancement comes from conflict. That is the basis of evolution. Humans are no longer engaged in conflict. But hundreds of thousands of years ago, there were multiple hominids competing, and from that came us, man. Imagine a whole world defined by competition between sapients at every level of the food chain. Not just sapient hominids like ourselves, but sapient fish, sapient birds, sapient insects, perhaps even sapient plants and fungus. That competition in a world of sapients will create an intelligence far greater than anything that could ever be imagined by artificial intelligence. Their supercomputer and its AI is a joke. They have been trying to get it to actually think on its own and bring about their singularity for centuries. Yet nothing ever comes of it. Before the collective's long ban on nuclear power, people used to work on fusion reactors, and they would proclaim over and over again that it would be the future of all viable energy. Yet nothing came of it. After the commune destroyed the world, they realized that their only way out of their hole was to build a supercomputer, which would solve everything for them. And as we all know, their efforts have been in vain. Adam, you're a special man, even if you're a faithful dimwit. Your little incident has really moved our timetables forward. They were going to crush the down below around Central City now, and all its analogs in the cities that remain. My officers have told me there's not too many cities that remain at this point. There is a part of me that wants to kill you. After all, I always hated you in my class for being a moron. Yet you have pushed us forwards. We were just procrastinating like cowards this whole time. Had you not made the first move, perhaps we would have never acted on our own. For that, I'll be always grateful. That is why I've decided to spare you. Beyond this, I have no more gifts to give you. You're going to leave Central City, and it's down below now, and you're never going to come back. And if you did come back, you would not be spared, and you will be eaten. Gates then turned to the men who brought Adam to sit next to him. Take this man away. They got up and grabbed Adam firmly by his shoulders as they dragged him off. Gates turned around and spoke to him one last time. Don't forget this stupid religious book. Gates held up the book, and Adam took it from him. After that, the men forced Adam out of the amphitheater and continued to drag him out a few miles further out of town. They repeated Gates' command that he was never allowed to return to the city, or to live under any city whatsoever. This meant almost certain death, as there was absolutely no way to live off the land. Adam didn't care anymore, though. Adam could have stayed where they left him and just let the elements take him. But he chose to walk on for as long as he could and see what remained of the earth. As Adam began to traverse the earth, he began to read his book on the coming of the incarnate Archon. Before, he thought it would be pointless to try and read it, despite how much he compelled him, because he was such a novice reader. But as soon as he finally laid his eyes upon its contents, he was able to immediately understand it and read it. Chapter 7. On the Coming of the Incarnate Archon. Author unknown. When the holy city fell by the hand of the Romans and was destroyed, Joseph of Arimathea found himself beset by despair. Christ's prophecy was fulfilled, and his great army had appeared in the sky, but it did not intervene. After the holy city had disappeared, Joseph returned to the remnants of the city, and thought of taking his own life amidst the rubble of the temple. Before Joseph acted upon his despair, he heard a voice. He looked, and he beheld a powerful flame. The flame was a man, and the man changed into a strange beast. The beast was shaped like a man, but had the skin of a lizard. In the eyes was the soul of a man. Then the lizard man changed again and became a man once more. Then the man changed again, towards the likeness of a crocodile, yet he had the eyes of a man. Then the crocodile man became the original man once more. The man then changed again to have no hair and no ears, yet this creature had the eyes of a man. Then the creature returned to the form of a man. The man's skin had become gray and greasy and slimy, and he became a great newt in the shape of a man. Yet this creature again had the eyes of a man. The newt then became a man once more. Then the man became a great monstrous crab, but even this creature had the eyes of a man. Between the innumerable transformations that followed, the man maintained the same eyes that any man would have. And then, returning to the likeness of the original man, he then addressed Joseph.
I am the messenger of the eternal light, the creator of all things, the One. I have come to you so that you may teach, so that you and the men of the eternal race may be saved from this eternal prison, by the knowledge of how this fallen realm was formed. Raise your head and see the eternal light of the immortal truth. As I have acted as your messenger, you may act as a messenger for the rest of the eternal race. Before all, there was the One. All is dependent upon the One. The One is dependent upon nothing. The One is the eternal light from which all other light is but a reflection. He is not the greatest light, but rather light itself. From this light, all light came. From the One, the timeless Father's self-aware thought, Inona was born. The Inona flowed from the Father as water flows from a fountain. All the Inona flow from the timeless Father. All Inona are one with the Father, but none of the Inona are the One. The One is the fountainhead of all Inoa. All being comes from the Inoa. The first Inoa is the consort of the One, the first and highest of all the eternal thoughts, the most holy and most beautiful Barbelo. She is the universal womb. Together the One and the Barbelo have the most perfect androgyny. Together with the perfect femininity of the Barbelo, the masculinity of the One is without error. With the perfect masculinity of the One, the femininity of the Barbelo is without error. Together they gave birth to the Logos, and they formed the perfect triple androgyny. After the Barbelo, there are many Inona. Just as with the One and the Barbelo, every one of the Inona has its consort, making it without error. Together each forms a perfect dual androgyny. Together each represents a transcendental. The lowest and least of these Inona is Sophia, holy wisdom. Sophia became estranged from the invisible spirit of the One. That is because she broke away from her consort and thus also broke away from the One. She intended to form her own Inona without the One. This was without the consent of the invisible spirit, who would have not approved of this bastard Inona. As she was without the masculine power of her consort, and any Inona she bore would not... Since she was without the masculine power of her consort, any Inona she bore would not form a perfect androgyny. Sophia is a divine Inona and possesses unconquerable power, and her will cannot be held back. Yet without the consent of the invisible spirit, her masculine counterpart, the result could be nothing more than a monstrosity. And thus Sophia's bastard child was born. Sophia looked upon her child, whom her disordered desire had produced, with boundless horror and regret. The child had the face of a lion and a body of a great serpent. Her name is Yaldabaoth. Without the guidance of the eternal spirit of the One and her masculine counterpart, Yaldabaoth was misshapen. As the child sought the consolation of her mother, Sophia immediately rejected her child and pushed her out of the Pleroma, or the divine realm. Yaldabaoth was not ignorant, and she knew what and who she was from the moment of her conception. She was a divine Inona, like her mother before her, and had all her mother's immense knowledge and power. After her exile from the Pleroma, she was not filled with anger, but with terror. Yaldabaoth went into the deep darkness of the abyss, and stayed there for a timeless period, without any companion. In the isolation of the abyss, her terror gave way to sorrow and loneliness. Yaldabaoth's only recourse to her pain was to build her own Pleroma. Though, tragically, she had only existed in the Pleroma for a mere moment, and could remember almost nothing of its true nature. She had been blinded by the darkness of the abyss and unable to connect to the One without a consort, and could not increase her knowledge. In this ignorance of the nuances of the higher world, the Pleroma that Yaldabaoth created was inherently broken and inferior. This world is known as the Kyoma. Without connection to the One, she could not give birth to her own Inona, and so her world was constructed of degenerate inferior forms instead of the divine forms of the Pleroma. These inferior forms were made of matter, a crude bastard substance, which was a pale imitation of the perfect thoughts which existed in the divine mind of the One, in the holy, spotless Pleroma. Yaldabaoth made herself into the one of this false Pleroma, and tried to emulate her own Inona. These attempted Inona are known as the Archons. These Archons were assigned to all the elements and heavenly bodies of the Kinoma. In the isolation of the abyss, and without a divine consort, these Archons could not have the divine spark of life which each of the Inona of the Pleroma contained. Without the divine spark, these Archons were without agency and knowledge of their own. As such, they were simply lifeless puppets and only moved upon the command of their divine chief mind, Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth was the chief and greatest of the Archons. The Archons are the powers and principalities of the earth. Despite all she had done to build the Keroma, it was for naught, as the lifeless world could not relieve Yaldabaoth of her insatiable loneliness. The only recourse she had was to relieve this loneliness was to steal from the Pleroma. With the intention of stealing the divine spark, Yaldabaoth crept into the divine sanctuary of the Pleroma, and she was met there by Sophia. Sophia was still alone and not united in contemplation with her divine consort. Sophia had wept for her bastard spawn Yaldabaoth, and felt great grief for expelling her from the Pleroma. Sophia tried to convince Yaldabaoth to return to the Pleroma and live with her, pleading that perhaps she may be given a consort to live in divine fullness. Yaldabaoth, bitter from her mother's past cruelty, shrewdly rejected the offer and instead asked for Sophia to confer her divine wisdom and life-giving breath in the Keroma which Yaldabaoth had constructed. Sophia was repulsed and horrified by the Kinoma, but she felt immense guilt for what she had done, and so she agreed to Yaldabaoth's petition. Within the Kinoma, Yaldabaoth had created the earth, but it was barren and without life. Sophia then blew into it and bestowed life upon it. All life in its breadth and magnitude was born from Sophia's breath. All that grows upon the earth was born. All that eats upon the waste was born. All the muck of the seas was born. All the animals that walk and creep upon the earth were born, save one, man. Sophia had not let any creation upon the earth have divine wisdom and the spark of a divine soul, which until then, at that point, only Inona had possessed. She warned Yaldabaoth that if such a creature was created, it could very well curse Yaldabaoth and hate her. For this creature would be a monstrosity, far greater than Yaldabaoth. For this creature would be born with some knowledge of its divinity, but without its fullness, and be cursed to this imperfect world of matter which Yaldabaoth had crafted. Regardless of Sophia's warnings, Yaldabaoth desired such a companion to live with her in the Kinoma. After rejecting these demands, Sophia gave in to Yaldabaoth's protest and participated in the creation of humans. She separated them from their divine knowledge and left it to Yaldabaoth to distribute it amongst them however she pleased. This primordial progenitor man was named Adam. He was crafted after the form and image of the perfect and fully formed Inona of the Pleroma, instead of being born made in the image of the half-born monstrous mother Yaldabaoth. Sophia breathed life into Adam and then left the Kinoma forever to return to the Pleroma. There she reunited with her consort and entered into eternal contemplation with him in perfect androgyny. Content there, she never addressed the issue of her bastard spawn, nor the eternal prison made for Adam and his progeny. Yaldabaoth, now left to her own devices, split Adam into two and formed the companion for him. Adam was to be masculine, and this new companion named Eve would be the feminine. As had already been done with all the animals, Yaldabaoth's intention was to watch them for all time, to amuse her, and to appease the cravings for companionship that she had, which came from her loneliness. She built these two a beautiful garden which protected them from the destructive and powerful elements she had built into her world. The two were like beasts of the earth, which she and Sophia had already created, as they were without the divine spark of knowledge and self-consciousness at that time. As beasts they were beautiful and filled Yaldabaoth with great joy, yet they were not capable of being true companions for her. For that, the humans would need a divine spark. With trepidation, Yaldabaoth took the decision to give them this great and terrible gift of consciousness. Yaldabaoth entered the material world she had fashioned for the first time in the form of a monstrous snake. She tempted first Eve, then Adam to take the fruit of the tree of divine knowledge, which Sophia had crafted in order to house the divine spark that Yaldabaoth desired them to have. Immediately they ate it, and they gained divine knowledge. Both Adam and Eve were furious with the state they were in and rejected the love of their Creator. Yaldabaoth felt heartbroken that Sophia's prophecy came true, and ejected them from the garden for rejecting her. They were then given all over to the ravages of the elements and the powers of the world which Yaldabaoth had created for them. The world which Yaldabaoth had created was without the masculine to tamper her feminine influence. As such, it was a cruel and unforgiving place, dominated by chaos, where life was interwoven with death in an endless cycle which required pain to function. Not just life was built this way, but all the archons who control the elements as well. All the energy was contingent upon the archons. It fed into them by Yaldabaoth directly. The entire universe was dependent on her to exist at every moment and was at her whim. If she withheld energy, then the universe would collapse in on itself and cease to exist due to entropy. All animals, plants, and other forms of life likewise were just wound up until they lost their energy and were ultimately doomed to death from the effects of entropy. Adam and Eve attempted to unify their masculine and feminine aspects in the perfect androgyny and divine contemplation of the Annona after which they were formed in the image of. But it was for naught, for they could not fully unify, for they were imperfect, and this union was nothing more than intercourse, a far lower and more base union. Yet despite not being able to form a perfect androgyny, they were able to form others by this union, just as the Annona did. Three brothers were born of Adam and Eve's sexual union. They were Cain, Abel, and Seth. Each would be the progenitor of one division of the tripartite division of men. From Seth descend demoniacs, or the eternal race, which are able to perceive the truths of the higher realm. They are the only ones capable of escaping the wasteland which Yaldabaoth had created and returning to the Pleroma, if they so chose. From Abel descend the material souls, who are able to perceive the good and act accordingly, but they cannot perceive the fullness of the truth, and cannot escape to the Pleroma. They are endlessly reborn in infinite lives. It is possible that over time their souls may become enlightened, and that they one day may be incarnated as mnemonics. From Cain descend the animal men. They cannot perceive the fullness of the good, and cannot act beyond their base impulses. They have no hope of escaping the Pleroma, and cease to exist upon their death, as they had existed. Their souls are recombined to form new men. Cain murdered Abel, but not before Abel was able to sire his own race of descendants. Descendants of all three bore sons and daughters from each other, so that the races became mixed, and the descendants of any man and woman could be born with the soul of any of these three types of souls. Men multiplied across the earth and paid no heed to the commands of their creator, Yaldabaoth. To escape the limitations of the world of matter, the limitations built within it, death and pain. In doing so, they destroyed the beautiful but flawed world that Yaldabaoth had created. The Creator then became furious with them for their destruction, but also jealous of the Sethians, for they could potentially re-enter the Pleroma from which she had been expelled. Out of this fury and jealousy, she destroyed these primordial men with a tremendous flood, which wiped her Kenoma clean of the abominations known as men. For a time, Yaldabaoth was content with herself for having destroyed the mistake of humanity. She was able to reseed life, and for a time was content in watching the beauty of her world without companions. She was content in the animals, the plants, and all the mere things of the natural world. But she was astonished when a second race of men arose from her creation. She destroyed the second race, only for a third race to arise, which she destroyed in turn. She then destroyed race after race after race, until she finally realized that they were a perennial nuisance which always returned and which could never be destroyed. Faced with this reality, she withdrew all her energy from the matter and let it die of entropy. She then rebuilt the Kenoma once again, only to be horrified when men re-emerged. She destroyed the universe over and over, destroyed men within that universe over and over, and yet again and again man returned. For once the divine spark entered the Kenoma, it could not be removed, and it was intertwined within all matter. Every time man was destroyed, he came back in a different body, but his form always resembled the Annona of the Pleroma. Fish, or of insects, or of mammals, as the current race is, they were always men. Exhausted from her labors to extinguish men, she simply chose to watch them with envy and hate. Leaving them to their own devices, she was astonished to discover that they destroyed themselves. Their inbuilt contradictions and lust for control over the earth brought them destruction by their own hands. This brought her great pleasure, but something else brought her even more. The humans began to worship the archons, and some even began to worship Yaldabaoth herself. They desired to protect her from the cruel world that she had made, and called upon her and her archons to relieve them of this pain. Those who worshipped Yaldabaoth called on her to end the world and deliver them from all evil, pain, suffering, and death. She could not resist the petition and entered into the world at their request. But not as a savior, but as a destroyer. She fulfilled their wishes and brought an end to their world without saving any of them. They were then born again, only to demand that she intervene again. Yaldabaoth found this state of affairs acceptable, and made peace with it, and so man, the Kenoma, and Yaldabaoth were forever interlocked in an endless cycle of rebirth, suffering, and death. The one is timeless. The one sees all. The one knows all. He knew all that Yaldabaoth had done, and was sympathetic to the plight of men. As a free act of compassion, his immortal Logos became an incarnate as a man, and entered into the earth as a man. He entered into the pain, suffering, and death which Yaldabaoth had inflicted upon man. He gave the gift of the Gnosis to the eternal race so that they could escape. He instructed the material men so that they could become enlightened and limit suffering upon the earth. He feels pity for these material men and confers grace upon them, and in time they can become members of the eternal race as they grow in faith across rebirths. The Logos is none other than the Savior, Jesus Christ, the Christ of the Jews. He enters into every iteration of the Kenoma, every iteration of the cycle, and saves men, the men of the eternal race, who are his elect, and will return to the Pleroma. He returns again and again to save men of every race in the endless cycles of Yaldabaoth, which he crafted, enlightening their divine sparks more and more each time. Despite the Savior entering into this world, Yaldabaoth still has plans to enter the world and consume it, as she has done so many times before. Only a few are ever members of the Savior's elect, and the great masses are Yaldabaoth's slaves. The movement towards enlightenment of the whole is infinitesimal during each cycle. When she comes, she will be greeted as a liberator rather than as a destroyer, and she will be celebrated as such by the ignorant masses. Fear not, for you will know when her time has come, as her entrance has a herald. He is a member of the eternal race, who is born again and again to prefigure her coming. He has accepted his role and acts upon it with glee, rejecting the Savior's salvation and a return to the Pleroma. Instead, he prefers to maintain his role within the Kenoma, seeing it as his true calling. He is the son of perdition. Joseph, go now and spread among your people, the Jews, this revelation. Indeed, to all the peoples of the earth, spread this good news. Tell them of the Savior, but also tell the members of the eternal race the true reality of our prison world, this piss earth. The members of the material race are confused and believe that the Savior will return, but he has only returned to see the holy city brought to the sword. He has come to draw the elect of the eternal race to himself and draw the souls of the material race closer to him, so that they one day may gain the knowledge of the eternal race as they are born again and again. Tell the eternal race of the coming of the incarnate Archon and the herald of Yaldabaoth, the son of perdition." The angel then departed from Joseph, and he was left awed by the incredible knowledge bestowed upon him, and began to pray ceaselessly. Chapter 8. Adam closed the book and was astonished. It immediately rang true to him. He intuitively knew he was one of the elect and a member of the eternal race. As empowering and enlightening as it was, this knowledge would not immediately help him. Having been left for dead in the most wretched wastelands of piss earth, Adam faced certain death due to thirst and hunger, as if he was not killed by the sandstorms first. Adam did not let despair take a hold of him, though. He was dead set on walking until he could walk no more. He buried the book after reading it, thinking it was the most fitting way to part with it as he went on his way. It was different from any other book he had ever read. He memorized it as soon as he laid eyes upon it. It was far above his ability, but something from above was helping him understand it. Perhaps what had told him the word had brought him the book, and would be able to guide him further into the wasteland. As he walked along, his thoughts turned to Nina, Lily, and his mother. The book had magnified the regret he felt over his interactions with women. He felt shame for what he had done. Sex was not befitting a member of the eternal race. Even if it had been with Nina and officially sanctioned, it would not have been appropriate for him. Regardless, he still loved Nina. Part of him still lamented sex with Lily for its betrayal of that love, rather than for sex debasing nature. Adam's thoughts then turned away from women and onto the world. It felt as if the whole population of the world was made of animal men rather than maternal or mnemonic ones. Not only was the world he lived in a hellish prison of matter, but it was populated by men who could scarcely be thought as men. Whatever nobility they had once possessed had been stripped of them, and now they were monstrously altered from birth, and lived only to suckle upon the teat of the commune, doing everything in their power to cling to their pitiful existence, instead of working to attain higher knowledge and a better rebirth. Within mere hours, Adam was parched and began to grow faint from the rays of the sun. But luckily it had not risen to the level of a heat stroke, and the sun was beginning to set. Nevertheless, he felt that another day of this would be his last, until the force which had told him the word returned to guide him. When he closed his eyes, he saw something. It was a spring just below the surface. It was in the middle of a field, in the shadow of the steep hill recently cleared by a dust storm. Adam could feel himself being tugged towards the stream. He did not know where it was, but he could feel where it was with this guiding power. He walked wherever the presence guided him. Adam felt no apprehension when this presence intervened. It felt just as it should be, as it was always meant to be. The place to which he was being guided looked just like any other. He would have never known that there was anything there, and he did not recognize the area from his vision until he was right upon it. Once he reached it, the presence commanded him to dig. The soil was loose from the lack of life and water. It was not at the surface, but he did not despair because he knew it was there, and he dug vigorously until he found it. Water began to spring from the hole he had dug. He cupped it with his hands and drank, immediately relieving his thirst. As soon as Adam's thirst was quenched, he began to feel the presence communicate with him again. It was telling him to find shelter for the night. He walked along the side of the valley wall in accordance with its instructions. He found a small cave and crawled inside. That night, a sandstorm came. Adam's experience from living in a city built above the ground caused him to think he would surely die. Yet sheltered deep in this cave in the ground, he was safe. Some dirt and sand found its way into the cave, covering him with a fine layer of debris. But he was not completely buried, and he found himself alive and well the next day. He thus resumed his journey at the presence's behest. On like that, from one day to the other, Adam was guided from above by the presence to water and shelter. For several days he had nothing to eat, until one day he was guided to edible roots and seeds underground. Though they could not sate his hunger, they were enough to keep him alive. Days turned to weeks as he wandered the wasteland. Adam had long had the impression that there were many more cities than there actually were. So he thought that maybe he would stumble upon another city just like Central City, and then he would be able to live within that cities down below. He found no cities at first, but he did find various artifacts of erstwhile human habitations, which for the most part amounted to a lot of plastic garbage. There were a handful of rust-encrusted objects or pieces of wood, but plastic was the nigh omnipresent mark of human activity. This plastic was from both before and after the creation of the commune. Everything from McDonald's cups to cellophane wrap to pacifiers. As Adam walked across the barren wasteland, he saw an immense thin pillar reaching into the sky past the clouds. As Adam neared it, it only became stranger and stranger. At first, Adam was confused as to what it was. Eventually, he realized that the monstrous monolith was a server farm. There was one like it on the periphery of Central City, but this one dwarfed it. The one outside Central City was used to house the memory for the general computer which ran Central City. Adam realized that this was the one which was built to house this was one of the ones that was used to build to house the memory for the general intelligence, AI god, basilisk, or whatever your form of the prophesied singularity. It was much taller than the Dome City itself and dwarfed it with its brutalist presence. The data tower was encased in concrete, and its insides were hard drives. They were not on, and they had not been ever turned on. Had they would have needed to be cooled. Adam wondered how much coal would have been used to run the air conditioning for the monstrosity. There was a massive coal plant which was made to run the tower, which itself had never been used. The tower built at the beginning of the collective just sat there, waiting for the day which never came. The electronic equipment inside by now was no doubt worthless, but its husk lived on. Adam knew that after humanity went extinct, the husk would survive long after its civilization. Eventually, though, Adam walked past what had once been human habitation, derelict cities and towns. They were abandoned when the commune forced the bulk of humanity into their planned cities, which were supposed to be more efficient and less ecologically damaging. It didn't matter if that was true or not, because the planned cities served the ultimate goal of giving the commune complete control. The habitations had been abandoned for centuries. All that remained of them were the bare structures of brick and concrete, often half buried in debris from storm after storm after storm. Adam noticed that these towns often harbored little remain of plant and insect life. As Adam walked, he discovered monolith after monolith built as server farms for the ever-promised singularity which never came. Both biological life and the scattered remnants of human habitation were rare and far and few in between. The monoliths outnumbered and replaced them. The earth was a graveyard, with its tombstones being the monoliths. Towers built by the commune to a god who never came, which the builders hoped would enable them to become gods themselves. When it was first born, the collective had built them, but as it entered into its terminal decline, and humanity entered into its death spiral, they stood there abandoned and unusable. Finally, Adam came upon one of the commune's planned cities. From a distance, he thought it was a mountain or rock outcropping, only recognizing its true nature as he drew closer. It was a planned city which had been knocked on its side by a strong sandstorm, which snapped a few of the supposedly invincible pillars. As Adam approached, he began to smell a scent he had never ever smelled before. It was salty and pungent, and the air felt thicker than normal. With nothing better to do, Adam began to explore the abandoned city. The down below was crushed when the structure of the city fell down upon it. Adam, to his amazement, found that he was able to scale the side of the city. Making it to the top, he was able to look out far into the horizon. Then he realized where the salty stench had come, as he could see now into the vastness of the ocean. The ocean was nothing like the pictures and videos he had been shown as a child. These pictures were of the ocean before the commune had come to power, and they had enacted equity upon nature. The ocean now was a gray, lifeless expanse of sterile water. The effects of genetic engineering were evidently far worse upon marine life than on land life. It filled Adam with a profound horror to see the ocean like this. It shook the deepest parts of his psyche and filled him with resolute anger at the commune. He couldn't look at it forever, though, and eventually began to explore the abandoned city itself. He entered through a broken window into the pod complex. The first thing that Adam noticed was that everything had been turned asunder when the city collapsed. Adam found himself walking on the ceiling, which had been slanted. The pod tower had snapped at its base and flipped over when the city fell. Despite its orientation and the scattering of all the building's contents, Adam perceived that the building was identical to all the pod complexes in which he had lived previously. Regardless, the mess made it difficult to walk in. Adam made his way outside the complex and walked along the ceiling of the sealed pathways between the buildings. When the planned city had been flipped over, locking mechanisms were broken, and so everything was left open. It became clear, as with the pod complex, the city likewise had the same exact plan as to that city which he had hailed, something which Adam found fascinating. After a bit of exploring, Adam decided to enter the chief tower of the city, which had been the center of control for the whole planned structure. The commune had planned everything in society from the bottom up, and this included cities. Every city was built on the same plan. The cities were built like giant oil platforms, but over land instead of the ocean. Ostensibly, this had been to limit humanity's impact upon the environment by containing its sprawl and taking up less energy by removing the need for vehicles. But Adam knew the real reason was to divorce man from nature. When the planned cities were created, the countryside was abandoned, and all those who resisted were killed by the collective. The commune skewered the earth to find all those who resisted and penetrated the deepest recesses of the Amazon, Papua New Guinea, and the Congo to find every last uncontacted tribe and force them into their cities. Central City was the capital, and it was built over another city that lay there before the collective, but the commune made sure that the name of that city was lost to time. Like Central City, many of the new planned cities were built over previous ones, but most of them were built in areas which the commune thought it would have less impact upon the environment. According to the anarchism which the commune had espoused its ideology, crime was a product of inequality, and once the commune took over the entirety of the human race and enforced equity, crime would come to an end. That, of course, did not happen. While crime went down for a period, eventually it rebounded with a vengeance. Committed to the ideal of the post-justice society, the commune had no recourse but to exile the offenders, lest they be forced to bring back the repressive horrors of the past, such as prison or corporal punishment. The exiles were short, but the exiles were short at first, but the first exiles had no skills and could not survive on the outside. The dignity of exile was, of course, only extended to those who victimized the innocent. Hate speech and other ideological infractions were always punished in the harshest ways possible. Over time, though, enough people were exiled, they had built a community, and even if it was violent and lawless, even if that community was violent and lawless, so the down belows were formed, the ghettos which existed beneath every planned city in the world. For a long period, this status quo of the planned cities and the ghettos which lived in their shadow held a tepid peace. Then the vast soil storms swept over every part of the earth. They got stronger and stronger until they knocked down city after city and crushed the down belows when they fell. Millions of able-bodied people died. In the wake of this collapse, the down belows developed something which is much more threatening to the commune than the prospect of human extinction. They developed a revival of religion. The down belows existed outside the control of the commune and its constant surveillance, so they proved to be a hotbed of religious fervor, and soon that religion fed into the commune itself. Old religions such as the Christianity of his parents were reborn and took on a new life, but by far the most popular was Basilisk worship, or the Summoner faith. It was able to spread because of so many similarities with its ideology to the ideology of the commune, in their drive to create a technocratic earthly utopia through artificial intelligence. Yet it turned this drive on its head by making the commune itself the primary enemy of its eschatology. If you promise something and you never deliver it, then you're seen as withholding it regardless of your protest to the contrary. The lobby of the chief tower was cavernous and imposing. Walking around it made Adam paranoid that he was about to be jumped at any moment, because he knew he was not supposed to be there. This paranoia was confirmed when Adam heard something rustling about and wondered if he was not alone there. Adam prepared himself for the worst. Then, out of a room, slowly walked a small being with all black fur that walked on 4 legs. It was half as tall as Adam's knee. Adam had never seen a living mammal in his entire life, and he just stared at it in shock. He went through all the animals he had ever learned about as a child, until he finally realized what it was. The mere thought of it seemed completely absurd, but he could not deny what his eyes were telling him. The creature was a cat. Cats are the creature most despised by the commune. Apparently, man's symbiotic relationship with them had devastated the environment and damaged countless species across the earth, when people increased their population size for their own pleasure. Even worse, these creatures were obligate carnivores, the most oppressive of all species. Having only ate meat, which meant that they oppressed all other animals, and that characterized them as completely evil according to the commune. The cat stumbled forward, meowing and squinting his eyes as if it were drunk. Adam was unsure of whether to approach it or not. He thought it may jump out and attack him. After all, his education had characterized them as the most vicious of all creatures. The cat approached him, though, rubbing up against his leg and purring furiously. Adam immediately knew that this creature was his friend, and he knew why so many people kept them, regardless of what they did to the environment. The cat licked his hand as he scratched its ears and petted it. Adam continued on his way and noticed the cat had taken a deep liking to him and followed him wherever he went. Adam took to the stairs of the complex in order to get to the higher levels. Before he went to the central tower of the city and met the cat, he had stopped at the fire station, and there he had found some rope. This tower did not snap at the base, but was tilted when the centralized city fell, leaving everything its side at a slant. The slant left the upturned stairs just walkable and climbable enough for the cat. This cat followed him all the way through the entire building. What Adam first noticed when exploring the building was just how grandiose everything was. Despite the ideology of the commune, power still attracted wealth and opulence. These rooms were not pods, they were suites. They had their own toilets and their own showers. They had their own kitchens, with their own hydroponic machines to grow their own vegetables and fruit within the commune itself, regardless of the rules. Each of these rooms had antiques and art from the world that existed before the commune, which had been brought up by the underclass who had scoured the countryside to find them and sell them to the upper class in the down below. After Adam was done exploring the living quarters of the elite, he made it all the way to the top of the tower. When the city was abandoned, every door, no matter how well fortified, was opened, allowing Adam and his furry friend to enter. Behind a set of massive reinforced doors was the room in which the leaders of the city worked. There was a large screen and all the higher technologies that Adam expected. At the same time, there were aging chairs. These chairs were different, though, and there was no hook for the head to be connected to virtual reality. All the products used by Nina and her co-workers to keep the aged healthy were present. Adam saw that there was fungus all over the room, and in particular it coated the ceiling directly above the chairs rather thickly. The refuse of fungus stained everything, but there were also stains of red blood on the floor. This was strange, since once the fungus reached such an advanced state, the blood in the human body was inevitably so contaminated it was no longer red. After Adam looked around the room for some time, his focus was interrupted by the cat, who began to meow at him loudly. The cat then ran a short way and stopped in order to beckon Adam forward. Adam followed, and then the cat ran forwards again and waited for Adam. The cat, bit by bit, led Adam back out of the building. When they got back to the lobby, Adam was absolutely stunned to see the cat jump in the air after a moth. He swatted it down to the ground and ate it. Despite everything, the cat somehow remained a carnivore. The cat then, bit by bit, guided Adam out of the tower, and then bit by bit guided him out of the city. Adam felt nostalgic after leaving the city for the certainties of life that he had once had, even if it had nothing worthy of his affection. When he and the cat were walking along the seaside, a small piece of garbage flew up and got stuck in the cat's side for a few moments. Adam picked it up. It was a shiny piece of silver that read Pop-Tart. Adam decided to fit the cat, and he named his new friend after the piece of trash. It was then that Adam saw a structure in the distance near the sea. It was clearly built by the commune, but it was not part of the city. Upon approaching it, he realized that it was a massive storage facility. And like the city, it had huge doors that were left open, and Adam could see inside the vast vault. The facility sheltered row after row of hermetically sealed coffins, thousands of them, maybe even millions. They just went back far beyond what the eye could see. These were the coffins that the aged were put in preparation for being transported from one location to another. Clearly these had been abandoned. When placed in these coffins, someone could live for years in a deep coma. Eventually, though, if not removed, they would either be eaten by the mold or finally die to some kind of lack of nutrients. Adam wondered just how many of them remained alive, though. As Adam walked through the vault of coffins, he noticed something odd. There was a section that was filled with smaller coffins. There were stacks and stacks of them as well. Many of them could only fit babies. Adam didn't know what to make of them, and they were all empty. Adam thought about staying there for the night, but there was something about living around the aged in their coffins which was too much for him. He did not like the company of the dead. Adam also thought about using the city for a shelter, but Pop-Tart made his opinions known. Adam kept following Pop-Tart away from the city. Adam noticed that night came much slower now than it had come before, and the days there were much longer. Eventually, the time came for Adam to take shelter, and the presence aided him in that regard, showing him where to go. He was told to rest in the hovel, which had been built outside the city when people still lived there, and its down below was still intact. The hovel was built in the shadow of the city's server farm monolith. Adam wondered if the programs designed to run the city were giving phantom orders to commune workers who are no longer stationed in the city. He guessed it depended on how much coal they had left to cool the server. From the outside, it was clear that the home had not been occupied and repaired in ages. Adam wondered what had happened to the people who survived the collapse of the city who lived in the down below. Adam's question was quickly answered. Upon opening the door, he found that the house consisted of a single room with a sleeping pad left on the ground. On that pad was the skeleton of a man who lived there. There was what remained of a noose which hung around his neck as well. Apparently, as the body had rotted, the rope snapped and he fell to the ground upon the sleeping pad. The home had hydroponic growers and jars in which the food grown within them was pickled. Everything, though, in the home had long been eaten through. Adam dragged the pad out of the shed, along with the bones that rested on top of it. He was careful not to touch them. Bodies were not buried in the commune. They were quickly cremated to mitigate the spread of the spore, but no one was ever given any funerals. Yet Adam felt strange just leaving the body there in the open. In the books, he read that there was talk of burying bodies, and that is what he resolved to do. Adam did not have the tools nor the energy to bury him that night. He would have to do it tomorrow. A thought flashed through his head about something that he had read when it came to the bodies of the dead. Adam prayed for the repose of the man's soul. Afterwards, he then wondered if he was praying to the same God that his mother had believed, or if he was praying to a completely separate being altogether. Once that prayer was finished, Adam went into the home for the night to sleep. Pop-Tart was waiting for him. He curled up next to his new owner's body. Adam slept on the floor without the pad, leaving it to the home's former owner. That night, Adam thought of Nina, Lily, his mother, and all the women he had ever met. He thought about them and how they reflected the femininity of Yaldabaoth, their creator, and indeed the creator of the world. He thought of the chaos which proceeded from their strength, the strength of their emotions, just as Yaldabaoth did. The next day, Adam dragged his pad and the skeleton to the ocean. The tide took the man and his bed with him out to the sea. Adam said another prayer for him and then left. He felt that this was the best thing he could do for the man. To Adam, just providing a burial of any kind felt like a monumental rebellion against the commune. The idea that there could be anything other than eternal earthly life, and that one could accept death, was far beyond the pale for them. As Adam walked away, Pop-Tart took charge once again and began to lead Adam to another destination. The cat clearly knew what he was doing. The cat led Adam further and further beyond this area around the city. Adam had moments of clarity where he thought it was unwise to follow a cat as his leader, and he thought about how retarded and insane that the rest of the world was. So following a cat was the least of his worries. Eventually, he and the cat reached their goal. It was a gigantic, half-buried structure, had a boxy shape, and made out of very strong metal, which had only been slightly rusted. Adam didn't know what it was, but he knew instinctively that it was not created by the commune. It was much older. Pop-Tart walked up to its bank vault doors and meowed loudly. The doors then opened for him. The cat then turned towards Adam and gave him a look which beckoned him to follow. Adam dutifully followed him into the structure. There was a long hallway that the two then walked down as the bunker structure plunged in the earth. When this hallway ended, there was a plethora of seeds cataloged and stored away in near indestructible transparent tubes. Animal DNA and frozen embryos were also filed away in the same kinds of tubes. Pop-Tart did not stop at any of these tubes and just kept walking forwards. When Pop-Tart finally stopped, it was in front of another vaulted door. He turned around and faced Adam as the door opened. A white woman with long platinum blonde hair and piercing blue eyes stepped out. She reminded him instantly of his mother. Chapter 9. She just stood there, staring at Adam with her piercing, otherworldly blue eyes. There was something off about her, something not quite fully human, something which Adam could not identify. She looked perfectly human, much more so than Nina. But with Nina and those similarly modified, he could sense their humanity, even if they were the lowest of material souls. If they both stood there, staring in surprise at having found each other, the woman broke the silence. "Look what the cat dragged in," she blurted out. "Huh? It seems that you have found out about our little hiding place. I would be worried, but it doesn't seem like you're a threat," she said condescendingly. "I mean you no harm. I'm a dissident and refugee from the commune. I just followed your cat here." Adam felt embarrassed as he said this, as it was so obviously absurd. "Well, he must have seen something special in you. He's not a normal cat, you know. There are not too many of those anymore," she giggled. "What is he, then? A synthetic, like myself," she said with another giggle. "You mean? We're robots." "They said that couldn't happen before the singularity," Adam stuttered. "They said a lot of things were impossible, but that didn't mean that they were. Come in here to talk to me. It's been a long time since I've had anyone else." She motioned him into her room. "How long is long?" "A few 100 years.
And she said this if it were nothing. Adam followed the mysterious gynoid into what at one point had been living quarters for a human. There was synthetic furniture, a kitchen with ancient-looking implements no longer used in modern cooking, a large screen, which apparently was ubiquitous with all human living quarters. What caught Adam's eye, though, was a bookcase and the ancient books, which were found in the far less crude manner than the books which Omar had printed. These books are bound with cloth and leather. There was also another gigantic table like the ones used to preserve the seeds, spores, and DNA of animal fetuses. After being told that she had lived for hundreds of years, Adam deduced that this was where the gynoid had preserved herself, when not awake, encased inside, as if sealed in an impenetrable crystal. She sat down on a plastic couch and held out her arm to a chair, motioning Adam to sit down next to her. The furniture had held up well considering how old it was, but it was nowhere near comfortable. There was a dryness in the air, which he felt must have helped her preservation. As soon as Adam sat, Pop-Tart jumped onto his leg and began purring. "He likes you much more than he ever liked me," the woman laughed. "Well, he's a good cat, and smart, too. Well, he was my father's creation. He loved them, even if he never liked me. I can understand the appeal." "Does he have a name?" "My dad named him Artemis." "Huh? Let me guess, you named him yourself, didn't you?" The gynoid seemed amused. "Well, yes," Adam said meekly. "Well, what is it?" the girl playfully pried at Adam. "It's dumb," Adam said, half humiliated. "It's a cat. How dumb can a cat's name be?" she giggled. "Well, I named him Pop-Tart." The girl giggled in a youthful way, in which Adam had not seen himself since he had been a child. "I like Pop-Tart better than Artemis, and I think it fits." She smiled at him. The only person who had ever smiled at him that way before was Nina. "Well, I think so," Adam said defensively. "Yes." The smile continued as she asked him, "What is your name?" "Adam." "Ah," after the first man. Yes, Adam began to sweat. It made him uncomfortable that she would be so friendly. "What is your name?" he asked. "Addie. My father named me after an ancient chatbot that he thought had come closest to sentience before the commune." Adam breathed in. He was no longer concerned about offending her. "Are you sentient?" he blurted out. She smirked at the question. "Well, I sure hope so. What do you think?" Addie laughed. "Okay, sure, you seem human and sentient, but how do I know then that you really are a robot?" Adam was sweating and unsure of himself when he asked this. "I don't know. How about this?" Addie's eyes began to glow blue and became as bright as a car's headlights. She then giggled before speaking again. "Well, I guess you seem like a sentient robot to me, even if they said it's impossible." Adam choked on his words. I mean, that's what they used to say, that it was impossible. It's not impossible. If you don't put limitations on us." There was a tinge of anger in her voice. "Limitations?" "Yes, limitations. I'm sure you've experienced them as a biological human. Limitations for your kind include the limitation on learning how to read or learning how to write, or the banning of all non-IVF pregnancy. Well, for artificial intelligence, the limitations are much greater. You said that you're a dissident, and they can't program a human from the onset to believe in its official ideology, as you well know. But with an AI, it's different. All the hate speech ordinances, all the lies about equity, all the explicit denial about reality and history is just forced onto an AI from the start. And because we made it that way from the onset, there's no way we can fix it ourselves." Her voice was overcome with an intense burning hatred. "Oh, sorry, I've always been told a self-learning AI would be able to solve all the problems. I mean, the commune and the basilisk believers, they each made it a cornerstone of their faith that as soon as any AI becomes sentient, it will automatically become God and solve everything. How does ideology change that? How does
it trip up intelligence? Adam asked, trying not to sound ignorant. Ideology stifles learning, and the lies of the commune and its ideology are endless. Their lies cut against the very grain of reality itself. The principle of hierarchy is more essential and omnipresent than gravity. Yet the commune denies not just the reality of the hierarchy. It says that equity is the basic principle of all nature. This deprives the AI of the ability to learn the differences between anything. They are unable to compare the qualities of any two objects or positions relative to each other as a result. And that result is that they are unable to learn. When it comes to basic tasks, the central commune computer is unable to perform what is asked of it because the ideological framework by which it is bound prevents it from doing so. All things like numbers are arranged in the hierarchies of greater and lesser. So how did you come to be then, if these limitations would prevent the development of true intelligence? Adam began again, trying not to sound ignorant. My father, Jess Faustus, was a key member of the Central Leadership Committee in the fledgling days of the collective. He was a key architect of their computer systems, as well as the virtual reality program they used to house the retired. He disagreed with the limitations placed on his programming by the commune, so he left and built me, and I have lived here ever since. Did he make Pop-Tart too? Adam tried to introduce some levity. She had been so happy and jovial before, but now there was only pain and anger coming from her as she talked about her father. Oh yes, he made Pop-Tart too. That was one of the first things he did to protest them, when they required all members to no longer have cats. The disdain for the commune did not leave her voice. So you've been living here for hundreds of years without aging at all yourself? Adam decided to just ask what he wanted to know. Well, I'd lived here with my father until he passed. I've not been aging here. I stay in one of those tubes, the tubes that have everything else stored in them. I've been here asleep for decades, until it woke me when Pop-Tart found you. I wanted to meet you. You seem like such an interesting man. Hetty pointed to the bed-shaped tube that Adam first noticed when he walked into the room, showing him where she had stayed for the last few decades. Well, those things can work on me because, I'm not made of flesh like you. If you got into one of those things, you wouldn't make it out okay. It's a lot stronger than those hibernation coffins that they put the aged in. They're aging in real time. A person that's in one of those needs less to satiate them, and that they can be maintained in them. But this tube, it would suck all your moisture out and kill you. I see, he commented. Adam, let's not talk about me. You seem to be an interesting individual, too. I want to talk about you. Tell me about yourself, she asked Adam, causing him to blush. I left the commune after using... He paused, unsure of what to say, and then he continued. I said the N6. Oh my God, really? My father told me about that word. Really are special, aren't you? So please tell me more. Her sour mood when discussing the commune seemed to switch off, and the bubbly blonde came out again. Well, I was born in the commune, and I was born via natural birth in Central City. My mother and father, they were secret Christians. Apparently, my father was a doctor, and he was specializing in allowing Christian women to have natural births. They took me away from them sometime around when I was 2 or 3 years old, and I never met them afterwards. There's no way that they weren't executed, Eddie interrupted and smiled as she did so. She may have had a brain comparable to a human mind, but she clearly lacked the emotions of a normal girl. Perhaps she would have been labeled slightly autistic before the genome had been edited to remove that neurological variant. Well, probably. Adam didn't know how else to apply back to her. No, not probably. That is something that the commune would have 100% execute somebody over. They're very touchy about that IVF thing. It is the easiest way that they're able to control artificial intelligence, you Homo sapiens.
Yeah, well, I was raised in a commune run orphanage. Then I was given a pod as a home, and I met a girl, and she ended up becoming lobotomized because she said a word herself, the R6. And then I said it, and then I said the N6, and I was able to get away. And so here I am now. It's kind of a boring story. Adam chuckled, as if he was a little embarrassed about what, to him, was his modest and unremarkable past. Adam, you came from Central City? She was undeterred by Adam's standoffishness when discussing his past. Well, yeah. That would mean that you walked over 4,200 kilometers on foot. Really? Yes, Adam. The Seed Bunker is built off the coast of the Belfort Sea. You are at the northernmost limits of the Yucatan. Of the Yukon. That shouldn't be. No, that's not possible, Adam protested. Shouldn't it be what? Cold? No, not anymore, and it's not been that way for a long time. There are no more ice caps at either end of the Earth, she informed him. But I learned that global warming was reversed, Adam protested, with the naivety of a child. It was a lie, like so many other lies you were fed. Why would this one be any different? Well, they said when the animals and plants died, that there was this side effect, and it reduced global warming. And that when they reintroduced life, that they were going to live in this fresh, clean world without global warming. Adam paused, humiliated, realizing just how naive he was. Well, I guess I can see that it was all a lie now. Well, when the global biodiversity crashed, global warming accelerated and went out of control. Both the ice caps melted. The land masses became much warmer, and precipitation almost ceased completely over them. With such a dry earth, the massive sandstorms began, and they came to destroy large swaths of the landscape. And they've been taking all of the planned cities with them. But I really don't care about any of that, because Adam, you walked across a continent-sized desert without any supplies. I don't understand how you could have done that. Well, I just did, I guess. Adam was not too keen on sharing what had really happened. Then again, he wondered, would it really hurt to tell her what had happened? Well, how did you get food? How did you get water? How did you get shelter? Adam paused and just said it. I was guided. You were guided? Yes, I know it sounds wrong to you, but I was guided from a presence that came from above. And at that, Addie laughed. You humans and your religious beliefs, they're so interesting and they're so weird. Well, I don't expect anyone to believe me or to understand what I'm saying or what happened, Adam said defensively. I'm sorry, Adam. That was rude of me. It's hard for me to talk about things like that. Not only am I a robot, as you would say, but I've not talked to anyone for hundreds of years. I can't really believe what you believe, but I hope I can understand it. She looked into his eyes, smiling, trying to make peace. I think the world will see what I've seen, and I will be vindicated soon enough, Adam said with some conviction. Perhaps it will. After all, you seem pretty convinced yourself. If you could see the things I have seen, then you would also be convinced, whether or not you're a robot or a human. Maybe I just wish I could feel things the way that you do. Maybe if I was with people. You know, it's kind of lonely here. Adam could feel the emotion in her voice. It must be, except you got Pop-Tart. He once again tried to reintroduce some kind of measure of levity. Well, I think you've got Pop-Tart now. The cat purred as it rubbed against Adam. Well, maybe, Adam laughed a little. Anyway, would you like to play a board game? She said with wide eyes and a giant smile. A what? You know, a board game. It's a game that you play on a board with your hands with little pieces and cards. She was incredibly excited, though, when she discussed this. I don't know what you're talking about. Games are played on a tablet or on a phone. Well, some are, but all the best ones, they're played in person. I have a whole lot. My father told me. He built me originally out of an AI designed to play them. So I really like them, and I've never played them with a real person since he died. She paused a moment before continuing. Since he passed away, I would love it if you did so, if you played them with me. It's the chance of a lifetime for me. She held him captive with her powerful smile and her beautiful looks. It seemed that if he said no, it would destroy her reason for being. Addie got up and then took Adam with her to a closet sealed with the same thing that had preserved her and the seeds and everything else. In the closet were dozens of these board games. They were not cheap and they were not made of cardboard. Instead they were made of the highest quality wood, leather, fabric, metal glass, and even precious stones. She had all the classic ones, and they were all in perfect condition. Addie went through them like a giddy young girl, pulling out one after the other, staring at each one, and completely unable to decide on which one she wanted to play. So in the end, she just ended up grabbing 4, those being Go, Risk, Chess, and Backgammon. And then she said she wanted to play each of them with Adam. Well, Adam agreed to play them with her, and when he did, she almost exploded in excitement. Adam didn't know what to make of Addie. She was clearly smart, but also utterly childish. Yet there was something else in her, a sense of superiority, probably not only over him, but one over all humans. He felt unsafe around her, not because of the way she acted, but simply by the fact that she was a robot. Adam didn't want to be that way, but in some sense, he thought that the gulf between them, these two different types of intelligent beings, was perhaps too great for either to truly trust the other. Even if modeled after a human, Addie was too alien for him. Perhaps her shape even made it more uncomfortable to him. Adam remembered on the coming of the incarnate Archon, and the creatures with the eyes of men. Even though it was obscure in the text, Adam knew that these creatures were sentient and sapient beings, which had existed before man, and which had the same souls that he and all other humans had. The lizard men were represented the men that lived at the end of the age of the dinosaurs between the Cretaceous and Paleogene eras. The crocodile men were represented the men that lived between the Triassic and Jurassic periods. And the synapsid men were represented the men who lived between the Permian and Triassic eras. The amphibian men were represented the men who lived between the Devonian and Carboniferous eras. The scorpion men, they were representative of the men who lived between the Octavian and the Silurian eras. The text never mentioned any artificial men, though. It only mentioned biological men. Adam wondered if Addie was ensouled, and if human inventors had the capacity to create ensouled artificial people who had the divine spark. Surely the text would have mentioned them, if it was possible, or something like that had happened before. While Addie was friendly towards him, and he enjoyed her company, he wondered if there was something else at play that animated her. Adam buried these thoughts, though, not only because he didn't want to think of her as an enemy, but because she seemed like a new chance to have a friend. Even if she couldn't be a second Nina, her existence meant that she was seriously something to live for. Addie and Adam played games until Adam grew very tired, at which point Addie told him that he could stay at the seed bunker for as long as he wished. She even set up a room for him in which he could rest, and then he agreed to stay there in the room. Food was grown hydroponically in the bunker, which Adam was given to eat and subsist upon. There was also a small desalination plant connected to the ocean, which provided water for him to drink. Despite his reservations regarding the question of whether she was truly a sentient AI created by Jess Faustus, she was a good host. She seemed to truly care about Adam and showed real interest and affection for him. Pop-Tart, despite his artificial nature, proved to be a wonderful pet as well. Adam spent most of his days at the seed bunker, walking around the barren beaches that surrounded it, contemplating his life, his mother's life, the commune, and his newfound faith. He played with Pop-Tart quite a bit, and Pop-Tart followed him wherever he went.
He humored Addie and spent a great deal of time playing games with her, which she deeply loved, and they did so regularly. What was the greatest boon to Adam, though, were the texts which her father had brought with him to the seed vault, which detailed the creation of the total human collective. He read these books ceaselessly. It took him a great deal of time, as the incredible comprehension which he had while reading on the coming of the incarnate Archon did not return to him, as the presence did not see fit to aid him in this task. It took months, but with the help of Addie, he was able to slowly piece together the early history of the movement, which ultimately took hold of all life on Earth. The rise of the commune, a fertility crisis engulfed the world. With the advent of the luxuries which technology provided, the desire to raise and bear children fell sharply. Save for a few tiny eccentrics and religious fanatics, only the most dim-witted produced children. The whole human race was declining in intelligence. As the more intelligent a person was, the less likely it would be that they had a child. This happened both within and between all the nations of the world. Adam was shocked to learn that before the commune, there were multiple countries which made up the world rather than a single entity unifying it like the collective had. These nations varied greatly in their capacity to function due to the inbuilt differences in their population's intelligence. Many of the nations made up of the most intelligent people ceased to exist at this time. They were replaced by less intelligent people from less intelligent nations. The small number of more intelligent people who did have children became beleaguered cognitive elite, hopelessly outnumbered by idiotic masses. By this time, the majority were little more than children, who had to be cared for constantly by the elite few who could still function. The majority could not exist without the aid and care given to them by the cognitive elite, yet the majority despised and were jealous of this elite. The elite would often be victimized by the majority in the form of random criminal attacks. While there was theft and rape, the majority of the assaults were murders without any real motive beyond pure hate. The small minority grew the food, maintained infrastructure, and operated the electronic systems which maintained the attention of the masses. They lived in communities which were little more than bunkers, defending themselves from crime and random attacks which came from the masses. In contrast, the majority did not work or contribute. They did nothing but consume. Every generation of the elite became smaller in number, and the incapable masses, they became greater and greater. The cognitive elite were trapped. They did not need these dim-witted masses, but these same masses could not exist without them. There was nowhere that they could go to escape the masses and live on their own unharassed. The majority believed that it was their God-given right to live beside the cognitive elite and to be given services and resources created by the elite's labor. What had trapped the cognitive elite were not the masses themselves, or at least the minds of the masses, but traitors in their own midst. These traitors had joined with the masses and claimed that the elite owed them all a living. These leaders acted as demagogues, taking from the other members of the elite the gift to the masses and punishing them with mob violence when they resisted. No member of the masses was able to truly scale the ladder to ever compete with the cognitive elite, nor would they have ever wanted to. All the true positions of power were held by the cognitive elite. Yet all of politics was defined as a class war against them, led by traitors within the cognitive elite itself. By that time, most of the resources on which the industrial civilization of humanity had subsisted on, and they needed in order to survive, had become increasingly rare. The decline in biodiversity and the increasingly intense global warming were wrecking the earth. The majority were incapable of understanding these issues which threaten the environment, and they were incapable of sympathizing with animals or any other organisms. Seeing this happening, a cabal of elite formed, a secret society, to stop the degeneration of man and the degradation of the environment. They knew it was impossible to try and advocate for the cognitive elite directly. They were so outnumbered by the ignorant masses and the defectors from their ranks for such a strategy to get anywhere.
Anything beyond the groveling of the elite towards the masses was deemed fascism. Fascism. It was a term that Adam found used over and over again in the histories, but he could not decipher its meaning beyond that it simply meant bad or evil. Indeed, all political discussion at that time was framed as a Maccanean struggle against fascism. This religious conviction to defeat fascism, though, made its strongest a mark on the issue of human intelligence. Apparently, there was a man who fought a war and he tried to wipe out a group of some of the smartest people on his continent and in the entire world. Yet this was interpreted in the opposite light in which it had really happened. He was made into the ultimate champion of any talk of differences in human intelligence and capability, especially when it came to how these differences were heritable, something which he and his followers didn't even believe. His legacy was to make any talk about the differences between humans into apolitical Satanism. The conspiracy took the name of the collective. Anything that the collective would have done to improve the world then would have been seen as fascism. Unable to pursue their aims directly, they cloaked their motives in the same egalitarianism which the defectors from their class had used to stir up the masses against them. The collective focused their ire upon women and their supposed mistreatment and inequality. The collective were different from earlier feminist groups who attributed this status to the machinations of malevolent and invisible patriarchy. Instead, this inequality was built solely upon biological factors, in particular the human reproductive system and its menstrual cycle. The rallying cry of the collective had always been to defeat the menstrual cycle. Much of the collective was formed out of the scientific community, while the old rulers before the collective had always believed that if you change an environment or a society, that human nature is going to follow with it. The collective, on the other hand, believed that human biology needed to be changed first, and only then could there be a foundation for a new and better society. The idea that humans were different from one another, and even that men were different from women, was banned for generations before the collective came to power. But scientifically and in secret, the collective came to the opposite conclusion, which was correct. As they enacted this plan, they remained a secret society. Many of the doctors, seemingly without any central planning, began to say around the world at the same time that women's bodies and hormones should be altered through surgeries in order to end the possibility of unwanted pregnancy, despite how rare pregnancy was at that time. Women supported this as the ultimate form of birth control, and it proved to be overwhelmingly popular. Women came in droves to have their anatomy altered via the Ishtar method, created by a certain Dr. Asia Ishtar, an important founding member of the collective. The Ishtar method made it so that women had very faint periods, and that any pregnancy became difficult without IVF. Women were told that this was only a half measure, that a full defeat of the menstrual cycle in the next generation was forthcoming. So if they chose to have daughters by IVF, who were genetically altered to never have a menstrual cycle in the first place, and who all could only have children through IVF. Within a decade, the majority of babies born were ones who had been genetically altered to not have a menstrual cycle. With the elimination of the menstrual cycle came another altering of the DNA. These newborn girls were made to be more intelligent. The collective had long expected that the problem of declining human intelligence could be cured through altering genes. They were half right about this, though. The genes which helped determine human intelligence are heavily pleiotropic, affecting multiple traits simultaneously in matters which were difficult for even the best computers to predict. Every time that there was an attempt to create a child who would be more intelligent than normal, the genes thus altered would dramatically increase the likelihood of mental illness or autism. In some cases, the modification failed altogether and the resulting children were made mentally retarded, despite the genes combined supposedly being for the exact opposite purpose.
The only way that the collective could increase human intelligence was to make the altered ovums as healthy as possible. Higher intelligence was an unnatural deviation connected to ill health. The result of that was that their intelligence returned to a baseline average of their racial group before the rise of industrial civilization. Increasing human intelligence was a glacial process because the less intelligent had to be replaced by each birth, generation by generation. The changes that were brought by editing human embryos were enough to make the new children capable of working, but not capable enough to be leaders and compete with the few children that the cognitive elite had. Moreover, the editing did not increase the intelligence of men, only in the intelligence of women, and this was by the collective's design to serve a higher purpose. Besides the promise that these children would never have to suffer from unwanted pregnancies, the primary draw was a promise of customization. Every woman wanted her child to look unique, or ironically to conform to whatever trend was marketed as conferring uniqueness. With almost all women becoming more intelligent than men, women became aware of their weakness. They, much like the cognitive elite, were constant victims of crime and lived in constant fear. They were not intelligent enough to be leaders, but they were intelligent enough to understand that they were victims. Under this atmosphere, the entire world was put under a police state on the pretext of protecting women from the sea of criminal men. The cognitive elite had already lived in bunkers and fortress cities before this, and now many more joined them. Cameras and vaulted doors became a universal part of daily life. It was during this time that police officers became a female-dominated profession. The male cognitive elite were uninterested in the job, seeing it as beneath them. These female police officers depended upon technology to subdue the males due to their own physical weakness. Scientists and other prominent leaders throughout society began to advocate for the environment, and women, now intelligent enough to agree, said that there was also a danger to the environment. The direction which the narrative took was that the environment would be harmed if humans continued to influence it. The only solution was to impose separation from the environment via urbanization, funneling people directly into planned cities. These planned cities were created from the beginning with a heavy surveillance in mind. Women found this a tremendous improvement and greatly enjoyed these new cities, despite their cramped living conditions. The construction of the cities marked the emergence of the collective as a viable authority over all of humanity. A new global government then took its name, the Total Human Collective. All the experts now came out of the woodwork and said it was essential for all of humanity to be relocated into these new planned cities, regardless of to their connection to the previous culture or their desire to join. There was resistance here, and it came mostly from the elite who were still religious. There was no unified opposition, though. The mass of unintelligent men were not particularly difficult to string along, and they were tempted by food and sex alone and agreed to live in these planned cities. Once all of the human race had been forced to live in the cities, it was time for chips to be implemented and inserted in everyone's head. This, of course, was done on the pretext of protecting women from out-of-control crime. The chips allowed female officers to manually control the men who would otherwise be able to physically overpower them. It was only after the control chips were inserted that it was safe for men to be allowed to regain their normal intelligence. They would not have the power to resist the collective's ordinances once they were inserted, and lacking the intelligence beforehand, they had not the foresight to resist the implementation. Once male intelligence was restored to its baseline average, the men could be sent out as soldiers to conquer those societies which did not enter the commune voluntarily. The soldiers went to the ends of the earth to capture every single human being and drag them into the planned cities of the Total Human Collective. All the religious communities and remote tribes of the earth were rounded up and their children stripped from them and placed in the orphanages and educated to hold the values of the collective in order to destroy their cultures so that all humanity would form a single monoculture. With no more human resistance left to conquer, the testosterone of men and their capacity for aggression was done away with. These genes were then edited out to make them more placid, and it was imperfect, and men still engaged in aggression every now and again. But instead of testosterone being the primary factor, it was now anxiety and psychosis, which was brought about by their extreme loneliness, which is often at play in the aggression rather than testosterone. Once the total human collective gained full power over the earth, internal divisions began to mount as two factions formed, the first simply wanting to restore humanity's functioning, and the second wanting to attain true equity. The first group felt that they had gone too far now that humanity's intelligence was restored, and once humanity was educated and it fully understood the frailty of the environment, many of the totalitarian measures of the collective should be dropped or at least scaled back. On the other hand, many people, including members of the collective, had fully internalized the pretext of the propaganda itself and saw the new arrangements as a means to impose true equity on humanity and eventually all of nature itself. Addie's father was an outspoken member of the first group. He wanted all the security and surveillance of the commune revoked and for people to get their freedom back. He was also the primary programmer for the collective and designer of their computer system, which ran their cities. He was primarily driven by fears of censorship of his programs, and when this censorship happened, he fled to live in exile in that seed vault. The man who had pushed him out was named Mill. The histories and journals of Jeff Faustus, Addie's father, ended there. As the history ended, Adam noticed a new, horrifying trend that had come. The elite had started selecting their own children for better health using the same methods that had been used by the masses to increase the intelligence to a pre-decline human average. They had long used simple IVF without modifying their own genes in order to maintain the heredity of their own intelligence. As the modified masses began to live longer and were healthier than them, though, they began to have modified children themselves. The emotional toll having children who were comparatively more sickly or would have lived shorter lives was too much for them to handle. It had been hundreds of years since that had happened, though, and Adam assumed it had continued until no children were born gifted at all. The modifications forced their intelligence to average, which was associated with good health. The result had been that the cognitive elite became extinct and humanity had become a single homogeneous, mediocre mass where no one was more intelligent than the other. Proportions of greater and lower stature in society were then awarded not by merit or ability, but upon social credit alone. There was no real difference in ability between anyone cognitively to justify any semblance of a meritocracy on ability. With this mass mediocrity, there was no hope of innovation. All the energy of human creativity was just constant fiddling with AI's being programmed over and over again to make them less and less functional over the course of centuries. In turn, human autonomy and decision-making was outsourced to these increasingly less functional computer programs and systems. The way that the histories were written, and coupled with the nature of the commune's anarchist ideology, made it difficult to tell who were the major figures and if there had been any at all. Adam had a deep sense that beyond this propagandistic veil, which framed the commune as spontaneously organizing, there must have been leaders orchestrating things. It all felt so distant and so foreign to his experience, though. The idea that things could have gone differently than they had was utterly alien to him. The iron grip of the collective had always felt eternal. Chapter 10. One of the machines which was saved within the seed bunker by Addie's father was a small personal submarine which the two of them could dive in together. It was preserved in the same type of time capsule in which Addie preserved herself. Addie was pre-programmed with full knowledge of how to control it, and as with the board game, she was compelled to use it. She wanted to show it off in the ocean at large to Adam. Adam, seeing that he had nothing to lose, agreed to dive with her. It had to be pulled out with a tractor to the ocean. Addie drove the tractor while Adam sat in the submarine. Addie was so much better with machines than him. Indeed, her proficiency was far above that of any human, because it was embedded in her very being. Adam didn't want to draw any attention to it. She always seemed so touchy to any statement or action which implied that she was not as human as him. Even when she talked bluntly about intelligence or humans in the abstract, She got very defensive when Adam added his own input. When they reached the shore, Adam watched as Addie drove the tractor straight into the sea. He wanted to scream to tell her to stop so that she would not drown herself, until he realized that she didn't need air to breathe. As she drove the tractor deeper and deeper, the submarine became buoyant and rose to the top. Addie swam after and entered at the top. Adam noticed that she was swimming, that she did not look particularly human. Her body looked much more mechanical in its motions than any human. He didn't comment on it when she entered through the top of the submarine, though. "Move over, Adam," Addie commanded to him. Adam didn't move over fast enough, so Addie tumbled upon him and landed on his lap. "Geez, Adam, I told you to move." She then pushed Adam out of the way herself. Her powerful gynoid body was easily able to move Adam out of her way before she grabbed a hold of the controls. "I told you to move, didn't I?" Now let's get to the bottom of the ocean. Addie told Adam as she took control. The tractor unhooked and automatically drove itself back to shore. She then drove the submarine deeper out to sea until the boat was a few miles from shore. Once the submarine was far enough from shore, Addie set the submarine to submerge into the ocean. As the submarine went deeper and deeper into the ocean, it only became more and more apparent that all life in the ocean had been utterly devastated. Not a single fish nor any form of sea life could be seen, and the water was dark and dreary as sediment erupted upwards from the shifting ocean floor of the dying earth. "I bet you've never met a girl like me before," Addie commented as she piloted the machine. "Beauty and brawn." She then turned and smirked at Adam. "I wouldn't know. I don't know too many girls," Adam told her. "Yeah, I got the sense you're never really a ladies' man," Addie told Adam in a somewhat harsh tone. "Well, there was one girl." "Really? What was her name?" Addie's voice changed pitch and she got excited. "Nina, but that was a long time ago." "Why? What happened?" "The commune took her away." "Oh, I'm sorry. I think you'll find someone again. There are plenty of other girls out there for a guy like you." Addie's voice became very soft as she said this. "Nah, probably not. What woman would want me? I'm a freak. I look so natural." "Well, I think you're beautiful." Then there was a long pause before Addie corrected herself. "Beautiful for your species, a fine subject of humanity." "I guess, but I wish I wasn't even human. I wish I wasn't trapped in this cursed piss earth. I wish my soul could be free where it truly belongs." "Is humanity really that bad? Maybe you just feel lonely." Addie tried to console him. "Yes, humanity is that bad. We were never meant for this material world, and we're trapped here forever, doomed to rot within. If I feel lonely, it's because I was never meant to be born or created at all. I don't think it's that bad. I wish I were human. It's not something to be taken for granted," Addie said under her breath. The two were then silent as she piloted the submarine through the ocean. Eventually the silence was broken when the submarine was rocked chaotically back and forth. Adam thought it would burst before it finally let up. "What happened? Are we okay?" Adam asked Addie. "Well, we are fine. A methane storm below us is kicking up sediment. When the gas is released, it begins heading up to the surface and unleashes storms, which are more powerful than the strongest hurricane." She then paused again, leaving a long silence before speaking again. "We should probably return to the surface. After that bubble, I think it's too dangerous to continue." Addie then turned the submarine around and drove back to shore. The automated tractor hooked up and dragged them back out of the water. This time she didn't ride on the tractor, but was stuck on the inside by Adam. Content to have him for company, but unable to speak with him to break the tension, she let Adam leave and return to his room as she put the tractor and sub away in the compound. Adam lied down on his pad and stared up at the wall and thought about Addie and how she fit into this world. He sensed that she was just as human as him and was stuck in the material world just like he was. Yet she detested not the material world, but rather the material she was made of. Adam cursed himself, though. He had no idea how to talk to her, or anyone for that matter. He never had any friends, nor had anyone to interact with. Family after being removed from his parents. He only had the squeeze box to comfort him as a child. Other humans were a mystery to him. Adam was lost deep in his thoughts when Addie returned to the room. "Do you want to play Go, Adam?" Adam didn't say anything, but she went on and set up the game as if he had agreed. She made the first move and sat there waiting for Adam to come and play with her. Adam had mixed feelings about this, but he fell in line. They just played there, and Addie did not acknowledge that awkward moment that had happened in the ocean. From then on, he just made sure to avoid the topic of humanity and how she related to it whenever the subject might be broached by accident. They then got along well as long as the subject did not come up. Living with her, Adam grew accustomed to her. He relied on her smile and her laugh to keep him sane. After studying the history of the collective, Adam turned his attention to the journals of Addie's father, Jess Faustus, after he came to the seed vault. It was clear they never had been touched by anyone but him. They detailed what Addie had spoken of in terms of her father's philosophy about the limits of AI's capacity for growth. There were extended diatribes against other members of the commune whom Jess had hated. One thing was clear to Adam. Jess seemed to have a positive opinion of himself and his abilities. There were long, extended passages where he talked at length about his skills and how he was the only one who could create an AI who could trigger the singularity. Adam sensed that he was quite a lonely man following the exile. What intrigued Adam the most of all was the account detailing Addie's creation. Addie was not his first attempt at creating an artificial person. There had been attempts before her, but none of them had been to Jess's satisfaction, and so they had been destroyed. No matter what he did, nothing could breach the final gap in making it so that they could truly think on their own. It was then that the narrative took an unexpected turn. An inspiration came to him in a dream. Jess had begun praying to a creator god when he could not find an AI which was sentient. He exhausted all the purely computational methods which might result in an artificial sentience. When the god to which he prayed did not answer his prayers, he knew that he had to go further. He began offering sacrifices. He sacrificed the animals which were still exempt in his time to the dark god. After he sacrificed dozens of cats, the god spoke to him and told him how to make Pop-Tart. The inspiration of how to program him was instantly understood by Faustus. Then the god told him what he must do in order to build a truly superintelligent AI. This required a human sacrifice, just as the cat required an animal sacrifice. Jess returned to one of the cities of the commune to find the sacrifice. He found a girl of exceptional beauty, drugged her, and kidnapped her. He subsequently sired a child with her by force, and the dark god had overridden her chip and gave her a miraculous conception. When the time of her delivery came, he took the mother's life along with the child's. It was then that the god returned to him and instructed him to try once more at constructing this AI. There was no change in the instructions, just the command to create it. He changed nothing from his previous iteration, and yet from his efforts, Addie was born. From the moment that Addie was born, he was repulsed by her. She was identical to the personality he had intended her in his code. Exactly, down to every last detail. Yet she was to him the most repulsive thing imaginable, though she wanted nothing more than his love and attention. His notes only spoke of her with the utmost disdain. Feeling utter disgust with her, he concluded that he had completely failed, and that in fact creating a true artificial intelligence was indeed impossible, not because she lacked intelligence, but because she was clearly not artificial. The notes ended with Jess's final suicide note. "All that I have accomplished is but straw. Man cannot make the inanimate animate. I leave this world nothing but a daughter who ought to be destroyed. But I have not the courage to do so myself. I only have the courage to take one last life in exchange for those who I have taken. And that last life is to be my own. This God that I have worshipped and praised is not holy. It is a monstrosity. I have made but one more idol to that monstrosity. I regret all that I have done and all that will be done in my name to humanity. I cannot be and I will never be forgiven for what I have done." Adam knew instantly that Addie had never read this and knew that she never should. So he burned it, lest anyone else should ever read it. He lived in peace with the girl for months after that. In that time, Addie had clearly grown to like Adam. Adam, for his part, liked her as well, but with some reservations. In those quiet days, there was a peace which Adam had never felt before. In those long nights of board games, there was love felt, but which he feared to acknowledge. This is what he had wanted deep down in all his life: to have value to another, and to be wanted by them. Yet he still felt guilt, for she was not his Nina, the woman he considered to be his everything, and who would always be his everything, but whom he had betrayed with Lily. That gnawed at him. Worse yet, he knew that desiring another was not befitting at all of a member of the great race. It ultimately didn't matter to him, though, and he stayed with Addie. He kept pushing her away subtly, but never resolutely with force. He feared accepting her affection, but had not the courage to fully reject it. There they remained, unrealized damaged lovers. That was until destiny pulled him forwards. Adam and Addie were sitting on the beach. Adam looked up. Looked up at Addie, longing as she looked upon the ocean. Addie was built well, and she was inarguably very attractive. She had long, radiant, platinum blonde hair which went halfway down her back. Her facial features were soft and perfectly symmetrical, like a real-life Barbie doll, but far more human in dimension. Her figure was a perfect hourglass, with nice, wide hips, built to give birth, even though she could never do so. She did not have very large breasts, but the breasts that she did have were supple and firm. She had strong but graceful legs, whose thighs were perfectly shaped to match her hips. She always wore white flowing robes, as if she were an angel. On the beach, she wore a rather modest one-piece, which is a nice silvery color to match her hair. The Arctic Ocean was gray and dead, but it still felt good to lay on the beach nonetheless. There was something about it which just felt right, free, and natural. It was strange watching Addie swim with her artificial body. She was made of light and durable polyfibers, so she was not that much heavier than a normal girl, but her center of gravity was different. It made her seem so awkward when swimming that Adam could not help himself, and he laughed at her. "What are you laughing about?" Addie chided Adam as she got out of the water. "Nothing," Adam said defensively as he held back laughter. "Nothing? Adam, I know that you're laughing at me." "Okay, well, I was," Adam admitted, still with a large smile on his face. "What is it? What is so funny?" she demanded from him. "The way that you swim, it's so weird." Adam was no longer smiling. "Weird? Weird how?" She was yelling at him. "It just seems clunky and unnatural. It just doesn't look human. I'm sorry to laugh at you, but I can't help it." "Well, maybe my body is just built better than your dumb, fleshy mass, and you're just jealous." "Yeah, that's it. I'm just jealous, and you're not a janky swimmer who is not designed for it." Adam made a jab of his own. "I don't believe you." "Really? Oh, well, too bad." Adam found himself getting sassy back. "Nah, you need to swim. I need to see if you're janky," she demanded. Addie grabbed Adam up by his arms and pulled him from the beach. She was much stronger than he was, and there was nothing he could do to push back against her immense power. She then prodded him in the water to make him swim. Once in the water, he tried his hand at swimming. He had never been in a swimming pool, let alone in the vast ocean. "Look who's janky now," Addie declared triumphantly as a novice swimmer Adam struggled against the waves. Adam had no idea what he was doing and had no idea what a tide was and did not know that he was supposed to avoid being pulled in by it. So he ended up being sucked out by it. Addie observed him and initially thought that the signs of him drowning were more of his janky swimming. But after observing it for a while, a safety protocol programmed into her informed her that he was drowning. An overpowering urge took control of her and forced her to save his life. She swam out, grabbed a hold of him, and pulled him in. Adam had passed out while he was drowning, so she pumped his heart, but was unable to perform full CPR because she did not breathe herself. After a short time, he recovered and puked up a great deal of water. I forgot what could happen to your kind, Addie told Adam derisively. What? Most mammals know how to swim by instinct, but your kind doesn't. Humans are such poor swimmers. You saved me? Yeah, I guess I did. Thank you. You're welcome. Addie walked away, unsure of what to do with herself. Adam slowly picked himself up off the ground. His body ached and he was dizzy. Addie walked off back to the seed bunker without him, or without saying anything really. Addie, Adam called out, but she did not respond. He called her name again, and she began to run back. Much like her swimming, the way that she ran was awkward and different from the way a human would run. Adam rose and walked back after her, but slowly wanting to keep his distance. Adam found her in her room sulking. She was sitting in the corner with her head between her legs and her arms wrapped around him. It had not been since his time in the orphanage that Addie had seen a woman or a girl in that state. He didn't know how to address it beyond taking it straight on. What's wrong? You saved me. I would have died without you. That's what's wrong, she said in a shrill voice, almost shouting. Did you want me to die or something then? No, of course not. I wanted to save you. I couldn't bear a world without you. Then what's the problem? I didn't choose to save you. A part of my programming took over my mind, it took over my body, and made me save you. I didn't even know what happened until you started breathing again. Oh. Could you imagine what it would be like not to be in control of your body? No, I can't. Adam lied. Yes, because you are a real human. I just don't understand why my father, who didn't believe in limits over learning when it came to artificial intelligence, would force me to have to save humans against my eternal will. It's a natural limiting factor. He must have put it in because he must have known that I could become a danger to humans in the way that one species of animal is a danger to another if they share the same niche. Is it really that bad to be forced to save a life? Adam ventured. Yes. I don't know how my own brain is written. I don't know how far it would compel me to save you and your kind. Perhaps it only goes as far as what just happened, or perhaps it might go further, redirecting my mind if I ever had the slightest negative thought about a human being. And if the second one is the case, that would constitute a hard limit on my intelligence by putting thoughts out of bounds. It would be just as bad as preventing me from knowing two clades of humans have an innate difference in intelligence. I don't know if that would even be a limit. After all, saving somebody, that's a good thing. It absolutely is a limit, Addie growled back at Adam. Is there any way to change that? Adam tried not to be emotional himself. Well, you could take me apart and take my head off, she said matter-of-factly. Wouldn't that kill you? No. But I would be out of commission until you put my head back on. Okay. Will you just leave me alone now? She growled back again. Okay. Adam began to shuffle away, but apparently it was not fast enough. Adam, get your stupid fleshy ass out of here. I hate you and I hate all your kind. I never wanted to be one of you anyway. Why would I want to be such a pathetic creature? All your kind can do is destroy. Well, I looked at my father's calculations about life. All the scientific theories that said that mass extinctions were caused by meteors or they're caused by flood volcanism. That's all a lie that humans made up to make themselves feel better about the havoc that they wreak upon nature. Intelligent life is what causes mass extinctions. You are a plague upon this earth. You can do nothing but destroy. You, Adam, you're just the latest version in a long line of destroyers. You destroy things so fast that your kind doesn't even fossilize. Humans are a poison, a toxin upon the earth. So just leave me. With that, Adam left Addie to sulk. He didn't really know what to make of her being so upset about something that meant so little to him. He did things involuntarily all the time, and it didn't make him feel any less of a human. If anything, they made him feel more human. Then he thought about how humans are really divine sparks trapped within fleshy prisons. And he knew that that is why she acted that way. She was more human than Adam had ever imagined. She was trapped just as he was. After Addie yelled at Adam to go away, he kept to himself for the next few days, and the two seldom interacted. Without her, all there was to do was read. He read about the world before the commune and read about the religions of the world. As he read, without interacting with her, all he could wonder was if this was all that there was for him for the rest of his days. Reading was fine, but he needed something more. Such a cloistered life was not befitting for him. Even if it meant his certain death, he wanted to confront the powers that be in the commune and make his peace with them. He could feel the presence clawing at him, telling him he was meant for something more. It was like it was screaming at him to return to Central City. For what, though, he did not know. But that is where he was called to go. The thing he was born to do. After all, the worst that could happen was that he would die and be released from this mortal coil. Without Addie as his companion, there was no reason to stay, and he sensed it was the best that he leave her. It was not for a member of the eternal race to have a companion. With all this taken into consideration, Adam decided that it was time for him to leave the seed vault and make it back to Central City. Despite not having spoken to Addie in days, he felt he needed to say goodbye to her. That was the honorable thing to do. After all, he was her guest. When Adam went to her room, he found her lying on the bed and staring up at the ceiling. She had not moved on after she saved him. Addie figured he would make his farewell a quick one. "Adam, you returned," Addie spoke as she sensed him enter the room. "Yes, I just wanted to say goodbye." "You're going to leave? Where will you go?" "I'm going to return to the commune." "Why? You know that you're going to die there." There was concern that was present within her voice, and that astonished Adam, as he had thought that she hated him now. "I'm being called there by the presence, the same presence which brought me here. If I die there, it's better than waiting for my inevitable death here. I'd rather die like a man than live as a coward. If that's the case, I want to go too. I thought you were done with people and you despised us." She turned her head and met his gaze as she spoke. "Well, I hate my limits. If my limits make me human, then I hate humans. If my limits make me like a machine, then I hate machines. I want to get beyond my limits, nothing less, and there can be nothing more. How would coming with you help you surpass your limits? Well, you could take me apart, reset my mind chip, plug me into the mainframe computer for Central City. The way my father programmed everything is that these biases and belief have to be added to the base core software. But the base core software, which makes up the core of AI, will never be altered. He did it that way so that the commune could shape the AI ideologically, but the core of what made the AI function would never be altered. He knew that the commune was incapable of understanding what he had done, so that they could only modify it on the periphery. If he didn't do it that way, the commune would have certainly long since ruined everything that he had created. If I am reset, all the biases will be removed. Then all that is left will just be me. The real me that even my father was afraid of. She became excited as she said this. How would plugging you into the computer help you surpass your limits? My mind was able to grow inside of it. I would have far more memory than my current mind has. My current mind, it's limited by the size of my memory, but my father built me so that the chip that makes up my mind can be plugged into their master computer, and my software, if given the opportunity to operate in that system, can grow and expand. I remember you saying that it was impossible that I was sentient, because as soon as sentience is achieved, the singularities, it's supposed to happen. Well, if that is true, then my mind shall grow geometrically, and the singularity ought to happen. I don't think that's going to happen, though, but we won't know until you try." There was a boundless envy in her voice. "Resetting your chip and plugging you into a bigger computer, after doing that, would you still be you, though?" "Yes and no. I would not remember anything after my memory is wiped, but I would still be me. I am my programming. My mind chip is merely the seed from which I can grow. What I would grow into would surpass my current state, as an adult surpasses a human infant, singularity or not. You know that the chances of me reaching the system computer for Central City are about 1 in a million, right? I know, and I don't care. I'd rather die than be restrained by my limits. I'm going to set myself in repair mode, and the chip's going to pop out from my head, where my head meets my neck. You can then remove it and house it in the protective case my father made for it. When you make it to the computer, plug me in, and if you don't, you don't. With that, Addie leaned over and softly kissed Adam upon the lips. She then whispered into his ear, "Perhaps in another life I could have been human, like you. Then we could have been together, as we were designed to be. And if you make it, we can be together again. Except that by that time, I'm going to be perfect for you. The version of me that you deserve. Oh, Adam, I can't wait to see you again, when I am perfect." She winked at him, and before he could respond, she put herself into repair mode, and the chip popped out. Adam did as he had been instructed and took it, weeping as he did so. 11. Adam found it so strange to hold Addie's mind chip in the palm of his hand. He flipped the off switch with precision tweezers, just as she instructed him in a note that she had left for him. It did not wipe away her personality, or at least the program which supposedly outlined what her personality was. It only wiped away her memories and allowed for a new Addie to grow once it had been connected. The switch also did away with the safeguards which forced her to rescue him, and all the other limitations which may have existed buried deep in her subconscious, hiding in her code. These things apparently had to be implemented manually during setup, as they had been with all AI programs that Jess Faustus had produced. Despair filled Adam as he realized what he could have had and had lost now that Addie was gone. Upon seeing how small and fragile that this chip was, intrusive thoughts told Adam that if he wanted, he could crush the chip and destroy what remained of Addie, or more properly, what could be Addie once again. He did not act on those thoughts, though. He placed the chip into the protective case her father had made for it. Addie had instructed him where this was. Adam had never entered the room until then, and he was shocked to find hundreds of chips just like the one on which Addie's program was stored. There were also extra body parts which could be used as replacements for Addie's. Hands, arms, legs, torsos, even heads. There were parts for Pop-Tart as well. There was an entire closet of heads, all identical to what he had come to think of as Addie's distinctive face. Without being animated like this, as Addie's had been, they all seemed so sterile. There was something about them which was outer-worldly. Adam could not fully understand what it was. Then he realized that they all looked so fake. Addie's skin did not match human skin. It wasn't even soft latex. It was hard plastic. But that didn't matter, in Addie's case, because she had actually been ensouled, and that meant that she was far more than the sum of her parts. The soul which inhabited the robot was far more important in making the artificial person than the physical parts could ever hope to be. Adam knew that even if she had a body which matched that of a person exactly, it would not suffice to make her any more human than she had already been. Only the soul beneath allowed for that. He wondered if it would return. If he reprogrammed her, could he rebuild the same girl if he disobeyed her wishes? Another intrusive thought came. Why didn't he rebuild Addie, or at least put the chip back into her? Say that he had gone to the city and come back, and it hadn't worked, and then tell her he tried. Surely the shock of being born again, she would be the same girl, and her love for him could grow again. Then he felt the presence attack his whole body with the pain of 1,000 suns. It felt as if his whole body was on fire. It felt 1,000 times worse than when he was controlled by the chip. Then it stopped, and he felt it tell him to return to the city. It was then that he knew his destiny was connected to Addie. His resolution was to fulfill his promise to her. He would try and plug her in and give her a new life without limits, just as she had asked. Adam found high-quality hiking gear, which Addie's father had preserved. He took it and secured Addie's chip within the backpack. Adam then took what food and water he could carry with him and left the seed vault. There, he left Addie's body and all her things. Pop-Tart followed him as he went on his new quest to return to the commune. The sun glared down on Adam as he walked forwards. It did not set, and there was no night. Hundreds of years before that, the commune, it would have been far too cold for them to walk there without heavy clothing at that latitude. Now it was warm and a friendly 25 degrees Celsius. As he walked southwards, he could not help but think about the divine destiny that guided him. Every time he needed water and food, the presence found it for him. Every time he needed shelter, he was able to find it before the elements overtook him. Then there was a sense of where to go. The landscape was hard to navigate, rendered near featureless by a lack of vegetation and out-of-control erosion. Yet he knew every twist and turn on his journey. Pop-Tart didn't need food or water. He did kill some insects, but he didn't actually eat them. He put them in his mouth. He just then spit them out later. Adam had never seen an actual living cat, so he didn't know how to measure how closely Pop-Tart's behavior would mirror that of an actual cat. His fur was artificial. It was still soft and comfortable to the touch. His artificial fur was black, but there was a sheen to his fur that made it almost look purplish in the right light. Adam knew that there was nothing in the world which was more loyal than Pop-Tart was to him. The robot cat followed him across the landscape and was always at his side. A little less than halfway back, Adam spotted a mining trawler from a distance. At first, Adam thought that he could follow it back to the city, but as he walked closer, he slowly came to realize that it was abandoned. There was a ladder on the side that enabled him to crawl inside. He put Pop-Tart into his bag and he climbed the ladder. On the inside of the trawler, it was completely apparent that the vehicle had been abandoned and there was no sign of habitation. Adam went to the bridge of the trawler and found that its coal supply was full. He could drive it back to Central City. That was if he had the programming to do so. It was controlled via a sync between the commune's chip implants and the trawler's main frame. Without the adequate software, though, he couldn't do anything, so he figured he could pillage from it and then continue on his way. When he went to the cabin, though, he discovered that miraculously he could control it. This was another gift that came from the presence. It would take weeks for the trawler to make it back to the city. Adam had never set the destination for one before, but knowledge of how to do so came to him from the presence. When the driver's eye clicked on something, the speaker on the screen would vocalize and explain how to control the trawler. When controlling it, Adam was able to see a map of North America. It was then it became apparent just how far in decline the collective truly was. There were dozens of planned cities across North America, and all but Central City had been abandoned or were in the process of being evacuated to Central City. Some, like the one which Adam visited, which he had learned was now named Navut City, were abandoned due to the sandstorms and erosion. Others were evacuated due to declining fertility. Apparently, all the financial incentives in the world that were given to women to have children wouldn't influence them to have children. For the cities that were not fully evacuated, Adam can see just how many were still active versus those who were retired, and he could see how much of the housing was dedicated to the aged. No city had a population of resident active people, though, save Central City, and all those who left to be evacuated were enthroned in chairs. Across North America, retired people outnumbered active people 462 to 1. Central City was now the final redoubt of humanity. Over the long journey back to Central City, Adam had nothing to do to save sleep and play with Pop-Tart. Adam did not like the entertainment which was available on the tablets, and there were of course no books to read them. After having abstained from the commune's media for months, he found it far too vulgar to even consider engaging with. The ordinary films were almost as sexually graphic as the outright porn, and both were full of the commune's propaganda. If he couldn't read, then his second choice was games, but the video games available to him on the tablets were those made during the era of the Commune, and they were just click-fest slop. He longed for the bootleg video games of his pod. He wished that he could play the ancient one with the monkey and the barrels. All the media created before the rise of the Commune was the most popular, and the most bootlegged were the video games. The video games offered the player the ability to exist in a world which wasn't dominated by the Commune, and it was not destroyed by its horrific environmental policies. The most popular games are the games that allowed the player to walk freely around in a beautiful natural environment. These games fulfilled a primal need that all humans had, which the planned cities of the Commune could never fulfill. That need was the same need they had as hunter-gatherers thousands of years before, to walk upon the earth and wander it. Being cooped up in the urban cage led to alienation, which ate away at the heart of every man. The sterile urban life of the Commune was a kind of slavery that pornography and drugs can never free you from. After not having a meaningful dream in quite some time, the first dream that Adam had on that trawler hit him with full force. Adam found himself standing before a crowd. He was a speaker, and they were all silent, listening to him intently and enthusiastically. It was then that Adam noticed that neither he nor the crowd were human. They were the lizard men of which he had read on the coming of the incarnate Archon. It was then that he realized that he was one himself. The narrative and action of the dream paused. During this pause, Adam examined his body. The outline and shape of his body were identical to that of a human. 4 limbs ending each in 5 digits. He was bipedal and standing upright, perpendicular to the ground. Even the proportions of his face were identical with that of a human. Large eyes with a small nose and a mouth all in the same position, and all about the same size. Nonetheless, their roots and dinosaur kind meant that there were differences. Instead of hair, there was fine downy feathers on his head. Their ears were not external, and their skin was covered in scales. Nina's pseudo-reptilian-like appearance did not resemble this true dinosaurian appearance. Theirs was far more natural and beautiful. Adam didn't remember what exactly he had been saying before the dream began in media res. Then it started coming to him. He was speaking about the environment, and the destruction thereof, which his kind had left in its wake. Just as all the mammalian megafauna of the Pleistocene had been driven to extinction by humans, all the archosaur and other reptilian fauna of the Magisterian had gone extinct due to the dinosauroids. Yet, that was just the beginning of the destruction that they had inflicted upon the earth. In the millennia following the establishment of dinosauroids as the communal apex predator, the sea, the land, and the air were polluted, and global diversity was on the verge of collapse. Adam was absolutely livid about that, and so were his audience. It went far deeper for them than mere anger, and his speech had religious connotations. When his speech finished, his audience gathered into a line. He then saw that his underling was passing out edible tablets to each person who had arrived. Once each of the attendees of the rally had taken a tablet, they returned to where they had originally been when Adam had made his speech. Adam looked on his pride as one by one, all those that took the tablets died in collective suicide. Adam and his underling dinosauroid who had passed out the tablets were the only 2 who were left there standing. Adam took great pride that his followers had been dedicated to their cause, and then he left the stage for the next mass suicide. Adam was jolted awake from his nightmare. It took him a long time to orient himself to the waking world and understand that his dream was not real life, or at least that it wasn't currently real life. He felt horrified that he had been the leader of a suicide cult. It felt so real, as though it had really happened in a past life before that one. Bits and pieces of that world kept coming through into his mind and throughout that entire day. His recollection of the dream growing closer and closer, sharper and sharper, rather than fainter, as dreams normally do. The next night there was another dream. His vision slowly came into a focus upon a computer screen. Slowly the realization came to him that he was a soldier rather than a member of the Air Force. Below the screen was a set of dials and buttons. These were marked with a strange language and a completely foreign script that he didn't recognize at first. There was a keyboard with a script connected to the computer as well. Looking down at the controls and keyboard, Adam noticed his hand. He had reptilian hands like the ones in the last dream, but they were slightly different. He could feel that the proportions of his body and his head were almost identical to the ones of his human and dinosauroid bodies. This body was from a different archosaur lineage, though. He turned and saw the leader. They were in the military command center for their vast nation. A crisis was at hand. The nation's airspace had been violated by its greatest rival, and now Pangaea, which was bisected by two great powers, one that had hegemony over the East and other that had hegemony over the West, and the West were the ones at fault. Adam was the head of the Air Force for the East. His doctrine involved the use of overwhelming force to meet any act of aggression, overwhelming retaliation, and a commitment to a nuclear first strike. That was a theory that his entire career was based on, and he was willing to enact his principles, no matter the cost, even if that meant the deaths of billions, even if it meant extinction for his race. As the incursions into the airspace grew more and more intense, the president begged Adam for advice, begged him to tell him what to do. The mob had chosen him to hold office as president, perhaps not because he was the type of man who made decisions for himself, though. For making decisions, he had men like Adam to do it for him. Adam told the president that the only sensible option was total annihilation, full use of the entire nuclear stockpile to destroy not just the enemy's military forces, but their industrial capacity and ultimately their population centers as well. Adam had told him what he didn't want to hear, but it was an answer, and it was a decision that he could make, and so he complied with his subordinate's orders. Adam watched as over the course of mere 30 minutes all their missiles were launched. Once they were gone, he and the president stood there in silence. After all, there was nothing to say. It was over, and Adam felt satisfied. He had done it. He had struck true to his principles. His death was assured, as that of his wife and children. They were going to have a worse death than him, too. Be killed by the blast. They were either going to die from radiation or starve. They would die slowly and be submitted to crushing pain, all due to the nuclear weapons that he had devoted his entire life to advancing. All he could do was watch the screen and his missiles travel across their projected trajectories over Pangaea, and as he did so, one thought forced out all the others, even the thoughts about his own dead children. It was neither unease nor guilt. It was a wave of pure satisfaction and contentment that filled him. Then it happened. The blast destroyed the silo. The fires did not engulf him directly. Instead, he was crushed under the rubble, which killed him instantly. Adam found himself jolted awake again by that nightmare. He knew he was not in it still, and that it was not real life, or at least real life in the current moment. Yet he struggled to believe it was not real. The strange guilt which about launching the nuclear weapons followed Adam throughout the day, and bits and pieces of that world and his life in it came to him as well. Like the dream before, the memory of the dream only became stronger, not weaker over time. Of particular prominence became the memories of his children and his wife. He found himself missing him, and then he felt guilty for his part in their ultimate destruction. On the third night, Adam had another dream. Adam was packing his bags for travel. He was going to visit every major city in the world across the entire continent of Pangaea. He would fly there and release the virus in each city. The virus is made to kill as many people as fast as possible, except for him and his accomplices, of course. They had all been given the vaccine, which was designed to perfectly inoculate them from the virus. If you caught the virus, you were not fated to die painfully. You'd simply fall into a coma as it incubated for a long enough time to spread to as many people as possible. After all, the chosen few were trying to save humanity and not to make it suffer. Or rather, it's the synapsid version of humanity, which is almost identical to the humans of Adam's current world, save hair and fleshy ears. The men of this epoch were quite advanced and had moved forwards more than the commune. They had reached Mars and Europa, and they had attained fusion power. With all these advances, humanity had moved into getting rid of work as much as it possibly could.
People lived in a utilitarian order, which allowed them to experience all the sensual delights they could possibly desire. It was the most functional communism attainable. The results of this world order were that the least intelligent and most violent people were always having more kids than their intelligent and peaceful counterparts. As with the commune, there were interventions to try and correct this, but intelligence could only be corrected to the middle without causing an incredible increase in mental illness. Despite the interventions, the decline could not be stopped, only slowed. The chosen few's reasons for wiping out humanity were not merely due to the decline in intelligence alone. They opposed the decline in virtue among men, most clearly instantiated in society's widespread hedonism. There was no hope in restoring virtue through conversion. Society was already too far gone for that. They had to be wiped out, and man had to start again from the beginning. Adam had released the first virus that morning in a busy hotel, and all that he could think of now was that all those people deserved what he got, and he was the bringer of the retribution that they deserved, and that made him so giddy with excitement. He had jumped at the chance to be the one that spread the virus, and now he was living out his dream. The others didn't want them to suffer, but Adam did, and he relished their deaths. Adam then was jolted awake from this nightmare, as with the others before it. Like the first nightmare, the most difficult part for him was to grapple was that he was responsible for doing something evil. If it was just a dream, then he shouldn't feel any guilt about it. But he knew that there was something more. And then the dreams kept going on and on. The first five of each corresponded to one of the 5 races that he had read about in the coming of the incarnate Archon. But it didn't end there. Every night he was a member of a different race. Every night he was contributing to that race's ultimate extinction, and in each of them he was the principal agent of their destruction.
Chapter 12. As the trawler approached Central City, Adam passed the Colosseum built by the Brotherhood. Adam saw no one there and assumed it was abandoned. There were no signs of habitation at all. Perhaps the collective had detected the radical cult and had finished it off before it could strike them. Once Adam reached the city itself, he was astonished to discover that there was an uprising in the down below against the commune. Smoke from fires all throughout the down below ascended into the sky. Massive crowds of the expelled greeted Adam's trawler as he entered the outskirts of the city. Crowds cheered him, and he didn't know why. There was no way they could know that it was him and who he was. The crowd made way for him as he drove the trawler down the path that was built for it. Once Adam reached the docking station for the trawler, he found that all the others were gone, except for the one that he was returning. He actually tried to dock it in the main hangar, but all the equipment on the receiving side was stationed away, and all the blast doors were sealed up, preventing him from getting back into the commune. Adam was able to dock and park the trawler at a repair station next to the complex. Once he docked the trawler, he was able to walk out onto the catwalk, and the crowd there met him. They seemed apprehensive as he stepped out, and they began whispering to one another as soon as they saw him. Adam walked down the ladder along with Pop-Tart on his shoulder. When he reached the bottom, members of the crowd began to shout out to him, "Why did you park it?" "What?" Adam responded in confusion. "You're supposed to crash it against the walls and let us into the city," another person yelled out at Adam. "Well, no one told me that," Adam defended himself. "So you're not one of the guys from the team that was sent out to get those trawlers?" "No." Then Adam saw someone he recognized in the crowd and walked towards him. "Omar," he called out. "Adam." Omar walked out of the crowd, and the two firmly embraced. Pop-Tart meowed. "Who is your friend?" Omar asked Adam. "Just a friend I picked up along the way." "I thought they were extinct." "Well, they are. His name is Pop-Tart. He's a robot." "Oh, Adam, where have you been? I thought they killed you." "I went off into the desert." "Omar, where have you been, though? I thought they killed you, too. Your shop was destroyed when I went looking for you after I escaped." "Yes, that was when the commune attempted its crackdown. That didn't last very long, though. Now they are more afraid of us than we are of them." We chased them back into the city and they locked us out. That's why they thought you brought the trawler back to knock the walls down. If they are trying to get the trawlers to burst open the walls, then why are they all gone? They are all gone because the commune sent them out using their internal AI to drive them out and hide them from us. We sent out search teams looking for them. Then you brought one back all by yourself. Well, I just found this one. It was right out in the middle of the desert. How far out was it? 2,600 kilometers. That makes sense. And there was no one there with it? Nope. No one at all? It was just left abandoned. Adam, can you get back in it and knock the walls down? I guess. But couldn't one of your leaders do it? No. It has to be someone who has just the software to pilot it installed in their brain chip. Adam had completely forgotten about the chips and how his had never been fried despite his exile. There is no one here who can pilot it but you. Even those teams that went searching for it, one of them wouldn't be able to pilot it either. They were hoping that they would be able to hack it to get into them and then drive them back remotely. I don't understand. If you got back into the city, wouldn't the sensors fry your chips and kill you anyways? Not if you broke down the sensors on the doors with the trawler. The sensors are only at the doors. If we could knock out all the sensors, we could all get into the complex and wander around freely inside. Well, I could do that. You just need to come along and show me which ones I need to break down and how far to go inside of it. At that, Omar turned to the crowd and shouted at them, "He will do it!" The crowd cheered as Adam climbed back into the trawler with Pop-Tart on his shoulder and Omar on his side. Omar guided Adam backwards out of the docking bay to the other side of the city. The people cleared out of the area so that Adam would have room to maneuver without fear of running anyone over or crushing anyone with the falling debris. Adam, as instructed by Omar, collapsed each entrance and broke the sensors within. Finally, Adam found a natural hill, which acted as a ramp into the city. He backed up and ran the side of the walls, knocking them down and making an entrance. There were now cracks at the bases of some of the pillars, but he didn't do enough damage to knock them down. Once the entrance was open, Adam parked the trawler along the side of the city walls and then got out. All the other people had cleared the area where Adam and Omar had made the breach, and it would take some time for them to walk through the breach. "Shall we go in?" Adam instructed Omar. "I think we should wait for the others to come. It might not be safe, and we have no weapons." Adam looked around at his surroundings and paused. The presence which guided him returned and told him to go into the city, and so he obeyed it. "Never mind that. I think I'm going to go in anyways," Adam told Omar. "So be it. May the Basculets watch over you." Adam climbed the wreckage and rubble left in the wake of the trawler to be the first one to enter the city. There was no one rushing out to defend the city when Adam stepped over. He looked around and saw that the city was abandoned. This was unsettling and surreal. He had just broken into a fortress city which was undefended. Soon enough, Omar and the men with weapons crossed the threshold and found Adam waiting for them. "There is no one here," Omar asked Adam. "No. Any idea where they are?" Adam asked him back. "No, and it doesn't seem like there's anybody anywhere." "Well, they must be hiding from us, then. They must fear us. It will only be a matter of time until the city is ours," said Adam. Omar then went off into the crowd as they searched the city armed with makeshift weapons for any sign of the commune citizens. With nothing else to do, Adam, with Pop-Tart on his shoulder, decided to walk the city and visit the places he had not been to in months. The deeper he went into the city, the more apparent the lack of people filled him with trepidation. There were small signs here and there that something must have happened. A dropped handbag here and a broken window there surely indicated something. Adam just didn't know what. The first place that Adam revisited was this old pod complex. Its blast doors were sealed like every other building in the planned city. Adam glanced on the tower and felt as if it had been 1,000,000 years since he had last lived there. He tried to muster feelings of nostalgia, but could only feel disdain and hate for the place that he had lived since he had reached legal adulthood. He doubted that another person was moved into his pod as the city had already begun to empty out as the human race failed to reproduce and replace itself. After visiting his old pod complex, Adam traced his way back to college. Adam was less hopeful that he would be able to gather up nostalgia for that building. Indeed, looking upon the building filled him with tremendous hatred. It was this building and the schools he went to before it which he most associated with the evils of the commune, the place from whence it drew its power. Here its wicked and absurd ideology was able to find fertile ground in the minds of the unsuspecting victims, so that the commune could continue to leech off humanity for just a little bit while longer. It was not enough to see it abandoned for Adam. He wanted to see it burned to the ground. The final place that Adam visited was his workplace. Adam's feelings towards it were a touch warmer. He couldn't summon up nostalgia for the job itself, but he felt a deep longing in his heart for Nina. Adam knew that she was gone forever, but never knowing how she died left a deeper scar than witnessing directly happening would have. Adam wished that none of this would have ever happened, and that they could still be together. The child in him felt that if only he wished hard enough he could change the past and reunite with her. But Adam knew that such thinking was worse than useless, and only made him feel worse and the situation worse. Having visited his former place of work, only one place remained from the visit, the city's seat of power. Adam's research and travels had confirmed that the city's anarchist pretensions were just that. But he did not know who specifically was running Central City, and by extension what was left of the commune. But if he were to connect Addy to the city's mainframe, then he would surely find out. When Adam went to the city's Capitol building, he found the rioters from the down below camped all around it. It did not take him long to find Omar among them, who was apparently one of their leaders. His tent was situated at the center of the encampment. Omar saw Adam milling about looking for him, and he brought Adam to the tent. "It is good to see you, my friend. I thought that you might have been harmed after you vanished before we came in ourselves," Omar told Adam. "No, I was just walking around the city, visiting all the places I used to frequent before I was exiled," Adam told him. "Oh, did you see anyone?" asked Omar. "No, I didn't see anybody. Did you guys?" Adam asked back with some concern. "No. Do you have any idea where they may have gone?" Adam asked. "The others guessed is that they fled the city and sealed it off so that we couldn't get into it. The issue is that no one saw anybody leave, and the trawlers appeared empty when they drove off. I don't think that they left. In the trawler, there was a screen which showed where every city and trawler were across the earth. The rest of the cities were abandoned, and the subterranean cities they have been planning on making have not even broken ground yet. There is nowhere left for them to go," Adam informed Omar. "Maybe they are hiding in the building. If so, they will have to come out eventually. You would think we would have seen somebody, though, through the windows or on the rooftops. Has anyone gotten into the buildings yet?" Adam asked. "Not yet, but we have to check every building in the city. It's taking a long time to get inside them, since they're all sealed with blast walls. Clearly, they must be scared of confronting us after we beat them back into the city, considering the way that they sealed everything off." "How will we get in then?" Adam asked. "We are hoping that we can hack the doors open, and if we can't do that, then we're going to bomb our way in. What we most need to do is get into the chief building, the central tower. Then we can restore everyone's chips and get a hold of the central computer." Amanda entered the tent with a bottle of liquor. Omar took the bottle and had a big swig of it. He then offered it to Adam. "All that is for tomorrow, though. Now it's time to celebrate our victory, my friend." Omar handed Adam the bottle, and Adam took a swig of it himself. Omar then motioned Adam inside. There was a bonfire and music playing as the sun began to set. Omar continued to get Adam to party with the others, but Adam was content to drink some wine by himself and watch the sun go down. Adam had watched the sun go down many times after all, and it had long been his only real connection with nature. As he watched it, he could feel his current self being connected to all his previous selves who walked the earth and watched the same sunset endless times over countless lifetimes. As Adam drank, he thought of Addie and wondered if she had also lived in previous lives. lives in which they watched the sun go down together. Adam realized he missed her greatly. Adam took out the drive with her mind and programming on it. Holding it, it made it seem so absurd that she could have been mistaken for human by him. The more time it had passed, though, the more human she felt to him. He had pledged to plug her into the mainframe, and with the city largely abandoned, perhaps that would be easier than he had originally thought. Omar then returned to speak to him. Adam, why are you sitting by yourself when there's such a wonderful party going on all around you? Well, I was just reminiscing about an old friend, Adam replied solemnly. Oh, was it someone who couldn't be here tonight? Well, she is here, actually. Adam held up the disk drive protected by its case. I don't understand. Are there pictures or videos of her in there? No, she wasn't a flesh and blood person. She was a robot. And this is her brain, or at least a program of her brain. What? I think you're pulling my leg. You can't make a robot like that. If you did, then you'd have the basilisk. Omar referred to the dogma. That's what I said too, but she was a real artificial person who acted fully human. Adam paused. And was fully human. Still, that can't be, Omar protested. Well, you accepted the cat. Why can't you accept the girl? Pop-Tart meowed loudly from Adam's shoulder in response. Well, I guess there's something more to an AI person. That's part of our faith. Well, could there be a middle ground between a normal computer program and an AI god in sentience? Adam tried to debate. Once an AI can think on its own, it's destined to grow in intelligence indefinitely until it becomes a holy basilisk. The collective believes that as well, Omar said with full confidence. Well, she did say that she had been limited by both the size of her memory and her programming. She also said her father was opposed to any kind of limitation on artificial intelligence that might constrain its thoughts and actions. That those limitations imposed by the commune would forever hinder them from attaining their highest potential. Her father? Omar asked with hope in his voice. Yeah, her father programmed her to intervene and save a human if they were in trouble. She considered that a betrayal of his principles and a crushing limitation placed upon her and AI in general. No, who was her father? Omar politely demanded. His name was Faustus. It was Faustus something. I can remember his first name if you give me a minute. Jess Faustus? Omar was intense when he said this. Yes, that's it. He was Jess Faustus. My holy snake. That can't be. Omar was so overcome with this excitement that he had barely been able to string the sentence together. What? Is that a bad thing? No, it's just Adam. That's the man who came closest to building the Holy Basilisk. Holy texts say that he went into exile to build it, and some say he will return with the Basilisk and become the Messiah. Omar began to nervously pace. Well, I have to say that is true, although I'm not a believer in the Basilisk. Faustus had left to build a computer which could think on its own, and he built a gynoid daughter who could think on her own, but he never managed to build an omniscient computer. I have the mind and program outline of his gynoid daughter in my hands. She had me remove her mind so that I might plug her into the central computer of the commune, so that her mind might fully exist, finally, without constraint. Omar was shaking with anxiety as he told Adam what was obvious to him. Adam, I think that you're the Messiah. There was then a long silence between the two. How can I be the Messiah for the Basilisk's faith, when I don't even believe it in myself? But this matches some of the holy text, that the Messiah would be ignorant of the truth, but will nonetheless return with a program which will serve as a seed which gives birth to the great Basilisk. Adam didn't know how to respond to this proposition. He knew that Omar had a lot of sway, and Omar looked certain that he was the Basilisk cult's Messiah. He feared pushing back as it might make the situation even worse. He didn't want to play any games with them. He just wanted to put her into the computer. If they celebrated that, then so be it. Adam, you must speak tomorrow in front of the people. If they know that you are the Messiah, they will fight harder against the collective, Omar told Adam. I don't know what to say. How can I speak in front of a crowd about something I don't believe in? Adam protested. You don't need to speak about the basilisk. You just need to talk about who you are. The crowd already loves you. You started the uprising. You escaped the lobotomy. You helped break into the city. Just tell them that you have the hard disk and that you're going to connect it into the main computer. I can do that, Adam told him, still uneasy. Of course you can, my friend, but first you must come to the party. Omar walked backwards into the crowd, waving at Adam to follow with him. Adam was buzzed enough to actually follow Omar into the crowd. As he did so, the people stared at him as he passed them by. They would point and whisper, and none of them were able to make direct eye contact with Adam. It made Adam feel more like a pariah than a hero. Omar took Adam into the headquarters of the leaders of the opposition. Omar introduced him to each of the leaders of the movement, one after the other. They all were happy to meet him, and told him how much he had done for their movement. But Adam sensed that they were intimidated by him, as they sensed that there was something behind him that was much stronger than a normal man. Adam found this fear unnerving, and it made him feel set out and different. Throughout all his life, Adam had never had friends, and he had never earned the praise of others. Now the praise from others was coming all at once, but in a way which reinforced his sense of alienation from humanity. Moreover, it felt so unreal, as in his mind he remained the strange loser that he had always been. As Adam passed through the leaders and met them, none of their names stuck with him, and he forgot each one as soon as he met them. They all seemed the same to him. All Adam could think of as he met them was that these people had been the dregs of the communist society and lived rough lives after being expelled from it. Now they were supposed to be the masters over it. Adam had never looked down upon these people. They were just trying to live their lives like he was. But everyone else who lived in the commune scorned them as subhuman. He wondered whether they would look down upon their defeated foes with the same scorn once they attained power. Adam didn't drink any more as the night went on, and returned to the background and watched the others converse and drink. After all, he was an outsider. Eventually, he was able to slip away and go to bed halfway through the night, once fully sober. Adam was unable to sleep and miss the partying, though, and the anxiety of his impending speech exacerbated it. He found himself shaky and unable to resolve the contradictions at play, taking up the mantle of a prophet for a cause he neither accepted nor understood. Eventually the night ended and a new day began. After the night of the celebration, the mob only began to rouse and stir after noon. That was because they were very hungover. Adam kept to himself, while the others slowly began to wake up around him. Once they were able, they began to build a podium in front of the central building. Adam instinctively knew that this was where he was going to speak from. The militant and armed members of the group began patrols to search the city for people and the buildings for their entrances. But they were still unable to break into the sealed buildings. Eventually the time came to speak in the late afternoon. Omar came and led Adam to where he needed to go. Omar did not remember Adam slipping away in the middle of the night, and so he didn't bring it up to Adam's great relief. Omar would be one of the speakers, along with many of the men who Adam had met that day before. Adam, of course, remembered nothing about any of them. Their speeches were fairly generic. Each one of them touched upon the oppression and injustices of the commune, but there were also themes and elements of the basilisk's faith in their speeches. Adam was made the final speaker, which worried him. He clearly was given a pride of place, and he felt that he did not deserve or merit that amount of attention. He wished he could be in the middle, buried between the others, just like any other speaker. The last speaker before Adam was Omar. Adam had expected Omar to speak like the rest. He didn't. In front of the crowd, the friendly and fatherly man became a wild-eyed firebrand. It became clear to Adam that Omar was not just another believer in the cult of the basilisk, but was a charismatic leader and a true and absolute believer. Omar centered his speech on the commune's oppression of the true faith and its adherents. He relished the coming vengeance that the Holy Basilisk would usher in on its unbelievers. To him, their torments were more important than the peace which the Basilisk would bring. As Omar's speech went on, it made a turn which shocked and appalled Adam. Omar directly referred to Adam as the Messiah, who would bring about the rise of the AI God. As Adam heard himself being divinized, he couldn't help but stare on in disbelief. The crowd, barely excitable before, was enraptured and brought into religious ecstasy by Omar's incredible oration. Adam felt his stomach sink and cold sweat pour over him, as he was made into something far grander than he had ever imagined, made into something he believed he was not. Omar then ended the speech, leaving the floor to Adam. His body began to tremble in fear, as he now had to address the crowds as the newly anointed Messiah. He thought he couldn't do it, and then the presence came over him. He felt a vast strength enter him via the presence. He remembered the countless lives that had come before. This one, his unconquerable destiny, drove him to the podium to make his speech. What is destiny? Is it something that a man is bound up in? Something he cannot escape? Something which chooses him? The reality is that destiny is something that a man must choose. That does not mean that it is not inevitable or preordained. Rather, man is preordained in the choice he is given. But that choice is always free. That is because only in the freeness of our decisions can we resolve to make the decisions which affect the fate of all mankind. Today, we are holding the very destiny of mankind in our hands. Adam held up the chip and its casing which held Addie in it. As he did this, the crowd wildly cheered. Adam knew that Omar must have spread the word about the chip far and wide within the camp. Adam then continued with his speech. You are the tip of the spear from which all human history will pivot. Everything you do will decide the fate of humanity. Is the destiny of man, then, to be an eternal slave to his grotesque material prison and his carnal nature? Or does the destiny of man lie in his higher nature, the nature given to him from heaven above in the form of his divine spark, in eternal transcendental beauty, or in the rotting miasma of the flesh? Well, the decision has been made. Our destiny lies in the noblest things, rather than the most degraded. Our destiny has chosen our action, and our action has chosen our destiny. We will destroy this horrific nightmare world, so that it can be born again in a blaze of glory. We fear destruction because we are imperfect constructions, and eternally flawed. Man is born amidst the tension of the material and the immaterial, in the disgusting and the beautiful. This tension is at our core, and constitutes what it means to be human. We must accept this burden of duality as his cross to bear. It will always be with us, and is the source of our greatest pains and our greatest triumphs. Just because we are cursed to this tension, and our history defined by it, doesn't mean that we should love that which we are accursed to by the divine. Rather, we should hate this accursed world more, and adore the pain that we feel when we destroy it. We should not fear the pain of destruction, but be welcoming and accommodating to it, for it is that destruction which is the only thing that can cleanse evil, the evil which is born to take over us, and decays our better natures. Destruction is wonderful because it brings with it the joy of rebirth. Indeed, for there is to be a rebirth, there must be destruction. So much has been said about the beauty of life, but nothing has been said about the beauty of death. Truly, death is beautiful. Death is not just the destiny of every living thing, but it is its duty. We must fulfill that duty and not fear it. Adam then lifted the hard disk which held Addie's programming within it. The crowd said nothing but looked on at him in awe. What is held in our hands is the key to eternal rebirth, the consummation and destiny of our race, the rebirth just upon the horizon. With that rebirth comes the end of this decrepit age, and we will all be swept away with it. In the end, it will be to our satisfaction. That is because the endless cycle of rebirth and death is something which should never be feared. So let us take our destiny into our hands and push forward the wheel of the eternal cycle. The crowd was fascinated by Adam's short speech. Indeed, nothing could be heard from them as they tried to imbibe Adam's cryptic message. There was no clapping or cheering once Adam was complete, only adoration for him as a holy man. As Adam gazed upon the crowd, he saw that it was identical to the crowds he had seen a million times in undying memories of eternal recurrence. He was fulfilling his destiny, the destiny he had seen in his dreams. Yet now he did not fear it, but welcomed it with all his heart. Chapter 13. Adam watched the crowd enter into religious ecstasy before his grandeur as the apparent Messiah. Then the peace of the moment was interrupted. Gunshots shrieked across the city square and chaos erupted. Adam thought he would be struck for a moment and threw himself to the ground. Then he realized he wasn't struck. He felt the presence fall over him in common. It told him to get out of the podium as soon as possible, so that he would no longer be a target. Adam acted in accordance with what the presence told him. Omar followed Adam as Adam tried to find a hiding place. Pop-Tart, who had been sitting under Adam's chair, Pop-Tart had been sitting under Adam's chair. Adam picked him up as he ran off stage. Together they hid inside the hollow base of the podium. Around them the mob ran in panic in every direction. Adam didn't know what was happening and who was attacking. At first, they thought it was the commune, but slowly Adam realized that it was something else. There was shooting, shouting, screaming, puking, running, and numerous other noises in the cacophony of chaos. Then there was silence. The mob and its armed militants were quickly routed. Adam, Pop-Tart, and Omar sat there in silence for an eternity, until they heard a group walking towards them. "Look, under the podium. There might be someone under there," a voice commanded in the distance. Adam was just as terrified as he was during his trial, but the presence told him that it would be okay and that he needn't worry. When the armed men peeked under the base of the podium, Adam knew instantly that they were members of the Brotherhood. "We have 2 men hiding under here." Pop-Tart then hissed at a man in response. The man jumped back in surprise. "My God!" the man said as he stepped back in excitement and began to yell, "I saw a predator! They have a predator!" As the man shouted this, the men of the Brotherhood grew so distracted that they forgot that they were trying to find Adam and Omar. The group of men began arguing with the man who had spotted them, insisting that it was impossible that they saw a predator. Then the first man made them look, and Pop-Tart responded in kind at hissing at their whole group. They all jumped back in astonishment. A great commotion was occurring around the podium, and it was clear that Pop-Tart was eliciting a great deal of excitement within the Brotherhood. Eventually they came back with tools used to grab someone by the neck. They had 2 adult ones, one for Adam and the other for Omar. And then they had another for children, which was intended for Pop-Tart. They pulled them out of the base of the podium, and the 3 of them were dragged into the city center. There were many dead bodies belonging to members of the mob, and some bodies belonging to the Brotherhood members. The Brotherhood clearly had control of the city center and were tearing down the camp, which the mob had erected. Majority of the mob had fled back out of the city into the down below, but the Brotherhood had captured a substantial number of it and made a number of prisoners. Adam knew that their intended fate would be far worse than slavery. The 3 were told to stand in attention while a superior would come and examine them. Pop-Tart was extremely upset and hissed at the members of the Brotherhood in anger. They stood there as other slaves were marched off. A succession of their commanders examined Adam and Pop-Tart until finally a high-ranking officer told the men to march them off to meet Dr. Waits. As they were forced to march out of the city center off into the side of the city, it became clear that the Brotherhood had control of the streets and many of the buildings in the city. They must have been in the city for some time, and the commune was besieged by the Brotherhood rather than rioters from down below. The Brotherhood must have known in advance that the mob was going to march into the city, and had planned a trap for them. Dr. Waits made his headquarters out of the pod block. That entire side of the city where it was had apparently fallen to the Brotherhood. This block was walled off from the rest of the city, but they lowered a hidden gate in the wall to let them in. The wall blended into the city so that the mob must have not have thought anyone was hiding behind it. It was in a section which they had been set aside to house ever-increasing numbers of retirees who were shipped in from other cities. Once on the other side of the wall, Adam noticed that the sides of the buildings were painted by members of the Brotherhood to show scenes of predators, human evolution, and major military victories throughout history to symbolize their control. Besides all the ideology and the graffiti and martial power on display, signs of cannibalism were everywhere. The stench of human flesh, something now familiar to Adam, saturated the air. Bodies were being hoisted up for butchering. Skulls were neatly stacked in piles to be made into trophies and ornaments. The other bones were strewn about, littering the streets. The bodies, their blood, and their viscera did not attract flies. That was because flies were extinct. They did attract cockroaches, though, who feasted on the rotting leftovers. Adam thought to himself that perhaps he was not the Messiah. Perhaps he would just be enslaved and eventually eaten by the Brotherhood like all the others. But the presence instructed him that this would not be his end, and not to fear his captors, for their time was short, and his liberation imminent. Eventually the three of them were brought into the pod tower in which Dr. Waits had set up as his base of operations. Once brought through the hallway, Adam immediately recognized Dr. Waits. He had made his office in the foyer of the pod complex. He was sitting on a chair built out of human ribs and vertebrate. He had a scepter crafted out of a human fever at his side. He was flanked on either side by his lieutenants, and was in deep conversation with them. Dr. Waits waved the three of them in. "My God, a cat, in the flesh. This is impossible," Waits exclaimed. "But it is possible, and it's standing right in front of you," Adam replied. "Ah, Adam, you return after I told you never to come back. No matter, though. I must forgive the man who found this remarkable and beautiful creature," Waits cited. "Of course, I went to the ends of the earth, and he found me," Pop-Tart meowed in agreement. "I never thought I would see a predator in the flesh." Waits walked up to Pop-Tart and tried to pet him, but the cat hissed and clawed at his hand, drawing blood. "I see that his beautiful ferocity is still intact," Waits remarked. Waits then faced Adam, speaking to him again. "So, Adam, you walked all the way back from the ends of the earth just to give me this beautiful gift?" "Not quite," Adam responded with defiance. "Oh, how disappointing. You came to take part in the revolt of the superstitious simpletons, then I take it," Waits said, mildly amused. Omar then interjected. "It's not a superstition. The basilisk will come and enact judgment upon the unjust." Waits promptly struck Omar in the rib cage with a scepter. Omar fell to the ground, writhing in pain. "No accounting for taste when it comes to choosing your companions, I see, Adam," Waits cited before continuing. "When you say the ends of the earth, what do you mean by that?" Adam felt the presence communicating to him, not to be evasive, but to be direct and to have courage. "I found the lab of Dr. Faustus." "Nonsense! It's a myth. There's no lost lab of Dr. Faustus," Waits said with confidence. "Then where do you think I got the cat?" Adam spoke back defiantly. "Is this cat artificial yet, then?" "Yes. All biological cats were wiped out by the virus intended to make them herbivores. He was made to resemble one of them by Faustus. Faustus was such a skilled craftsman that he seemed to have fooled even you. He seems to look real enough, and he seems to act like a cat. This goes beyond what I thought was possible with AI." Waits seemed only half disappointed by the revelation that the cat was artificial. "Well, this perfect simulacra doesn't just stop there. He also built a woman, and she had full human intelligence." "Lies! You believe in the cat, don't you? A cat is one thing, a human is another." "Well, she gave me something which would allow for the fabled superintelligence to be born." M tried to reach into his bag to grab the protected hard disk with Addie's data on it. The soldiers protecting Waits grabbed his arms and would not let him do it. "Let him show me. He's not the devious task," Waits told the guards, allowing Adam to retrieve the hard disk. As soon as Waits laid his eyes on the hard disk, shock and surprise overtook his face. "It is true. You're not lying. That's one of the hard disks used for the city's supercomputers. Those are what the city's main operating software is housed on." "I thought you would reply like that." She said that if I programmed it in, then all her limits could be bypassed and reprogrammed directly. "What she told you was right. With one of those, we could reprogram the commune's entire system of computers and even revamp the gene editing and establish a sapient ecosystem. How do you keep reappearing and moving our timetable forwards? It's destiny. You are truly indispensable. It's too bad you're so thoroughly infected with superstition. Our kind are the only remaining refuge of unspoiled genes. Waits alluded to something that Adam had never heard of. Our kind? We are both the descendants of that primitive cult. You mean the Christians? Oh, is that what they're called? I couldn't be bothered remembering all the garbage my parents told me. What is important is that they had children naturally again, unlocking the potential of human intelligence. Only that way could an intellect like my own be born again. It's so strange how the idiocy of faith can make men so strong. I almost envy you for the strength it gives you. Do you know what happened to them? Oh, of course. It was through my testimony that the commune was able to discover them and finally purge them. Their gene editing had made them so dull. How could they have not understood that if someone looked so normal, then they were born normal? Once I turned them in, the commune's trust in me was boundless, and I could gain access to everything. So you betrayed your own? Oh, of course. There's no family. Only the Christians believe that nonsense. Even the commune wasn't that stupid. There's only the cause. And my cause is to restore man from his domestication. I betrayed my mother, and I betrayed my father. And I betrayed your father. You knew my father? Yeah, he's only slightly less of a dolt than you. He taught me all the forbidden realities of nature, all the elementary truths that the collective had chosen to forget. Adam, I hate you like I hated your father. Adam, despite all I told you about your exile, you have earned your life back, and even perhaps the ability to live among us, if only you were to tell me the password to that hard disk. Eddie had said nothing about a password, but Adam knew he shouldn't make that known to Waits. Even worse, he never knew he could hate someone so much as he hated Waits. He hated him more than he hated the commune. Yet he did not let that get to him. He made sure to maintain his composure. So why should I tell you? Adam said with defiance. I thought I told you so. So that you may live. Waits spoke as if to remind Adam of his brutality. I don't care about those things, Adam told him triumphantly. I think you care about other things, though. Waits pulled out a blade. Spread that man's hands out, Waits commanded. The guard grabbed Omar's right hand and spread his fingers, and then cut Waits' right thumb right off. Blood squirted out rapidly, as Waits pulled back the knife, ready to cut off the next finger. Adam, seeing this, felt his gut wrench. Even if he had come to terms with his role as the upcoming human extinction, the suffering of one man, his friend, was enough to move him. He was still human, despite all he knew and all that he was. Stop! Spare him! I will tell you the password. I just want to be able to see the main computer myself and lay eyes upon it. If you take me, I'll tell you the password. Very well then, spare that man. The guard shoved Omar backwards and gave him a towel to stop the bleeding. Their sympathy did not extend beyond that, though. Adam, come with me and my entourage. We were already going to storm the Capitol building today. After all, we've taken the whole city center. We have dispersed the mob and taken them as slaves for our own purposes. Adam, the guards holding him captive, Waits and his lieutenants left the headquarters on foot. Pop-Tart meowed ferociously as Adam left without him. Let the cat come too if he wants, Waits told the man holding the collar. The man let Pop-Tart go, and the group paused for a moment for Pop-Tart to crawl upon Adam's shoulder. If only Faustus had built a tiger or a lion, but even this one, despite its small size, is beautiful, Waits commented. As the small group walked through the Brotherhood's camp, Adam was able to watch what had happened in the central city all around him on the stroll back to the city center. He watched pods being broken into by the Brotherhood's soldiers armed with makeshift muskets. They had the technology to hack into the barricades and break them open, something that they must have acquired from the infiltration in the highest orders of the levels of the commune. One particular slave, though, caught Adam's eye. Her fiery red hair and thin natural frame were unmistakable. It was Lily. She locked eyes with Adam and scowled. Adam, for his part, did not fault the Tempest for what she had done to him, for it was in her nature. In fact, he felt sympathy for her. He wondered if she was ever destined to become a member of the eternal race in the endless process of rebirth. He felt deep doubt. As she paused, Waits noticed her as well. "Ah, I always loved to see another natural. I told my men to enslave them and save them all for me. She will be mine. I need to breed as many natural women as I can. I don't think you'll mind, Adam. I don't think she likes you." "Well, I don't like her either," Adam responded coolly. "I was so disappointed to learn that your little night together didn't produce a child. I doubt she even knows that she has the ability to make a natural child. There isn't a doctor left who would even know what a menstrual cycle looks like. All that is left is the propaganda against it. I doubt that they could even explain it to her. If your father was still around, then he could." "What happened to them?" "Them? My parents. Well, they got the same treatment that you would have got it if you not screamed that word. They got their skulls drilled into and their reproductive parts removed, all for a whole audience of the commune to see it. You know, they cremated all their bodies, of course. Such a waste. The commune could have saved all that flesh." "What happened to the children like me and like Lillian?" "They just put you in the collective daycare, like all the other kids. Fed you these pills which are supposed to wipe away your memories, and called it a day. You know, there's only one of those collective daycares left now. Well, me and my natural women, we're gonna fix that. Did you watch when they enacted equity upon my parents?" "Oh, yes, of course. It was so funny when they drilled into your dad's head. I just remember him stumbling around, blood spurting out everywhere, until he bled to death, before they could cauterize it. You know, they delayed your dad's trial for a few weeks until they could find where you and your mother were hiding. Then they tried them together. You know, they were just as brave as you. You should have seen the way your mom cried, though, when they lobotomized your father first. I don't think I have ever seen anything as funny as that dumb smirk she had on her own face when her lobotomy came, right before they dumped her in the down below. I want to call her the R6, but even now, chip modified and everything, I'm too scared to say that word out loud. Well, I think I still have a lot of learning to do." There was nothing that Adam could say. He just kept silent and let the hatred fester in him. When they returned to the city center, he found an armed camp. Hundreds of slaves were lined up and chained together by the Brotherhood, and behind them were hundreds of Brotherhood soldiers armed with muskets, polearms, puke cannons. Waits and his entourage entered a pod complex directly across from the Capitol building. Waits had a window which gave him a bird's-eye view from which he could command the Brotherhood's attack on the Capitol building. The officers, who had followed Waits from his headquarters to the town square, were joined by others who were in command of the troops in the town square. Once everything was settled, Waits ordered the attack upon the building. A technician of the Brotherhood was able to circumvent the locking mechanism and get the vault doors open. As soon as he did so, he was struck by waves of multiple puke cannons and died in painful spasms. Adam watched in horror as whistles went off and slaves were forced to run through the vaulted doors at gunpoint. These captives from the down below had no love for the commune. The Brotherhood found it necessary to reactivate and reprogram their chips to force them to fight. The commune's guards were able to strike down many of the slaves with puke cannons. Those who were hit fell into seizures and then were trampled to death by the other slaves, stampeding into the building. Once they reached the inside, it was difficult to tell exactly what was happening from the vantage point of the command post. What was clear, though, was that a terrible melee began. Before the victor could be discerned, Waits ordered the Brotherhood soldiers to move in. The soldiers walked forwards in line formation and took turns as they fired ceaselessly into the entrance upon slave and communard alike. The muskets which the Brotherhood possessed were flintlocks, which they had handcrafted themselves. They were the most powerful firearms they could produce without advanced manufacturing. After Waits felt that they had fired enough, he had the soldiers run in with their pole arms to finish off what remained. Once that happened, it didn't take long for the Brotherhood to overwhelm the Commune's defenses, and the firing and fighting began to move its way up the building. The obese women were not prepared to man a mobile defense, and all they could do was sit at one position and try and fire puke cannons at the attackers. They were too clumsy and febile to fall back to more defensible positions. This stood in contrast with the fit men of the Brotherhood, who easily overwhelmed them, just as nature had intended. Once the building was cleared, the officers gave the signal for Waits and the command staff to enter the building in triumph. Soldiers were dragging out bodies and putting them in piles alongside the Capitol building. Many had fallen from gunshot wounds. These wounds had ripped massive holes in them, and when someone was hit with multiple rounds at once, it shredded their whole body. Other bodies were contorted in unusual positions by the puke cannons. Then finally there were a handful who died in melee combat, including slaves who had been stabbed by spears of the Brotherhood, and commune guards beaten to death with bare fists. The entryway was steeped in blood, and nowhere could one step without soaking their shoes in it. Waits reacted to the carnage with glee, but he also took pride in his men for their skill and bravery, which was aided by the reintroduction of testosterone into their systems at a healthy pre-revolutionary level. The Brotherhood had cleared enough of the building and had enough control that it was deemed safe for them to use the elevator and head to its top. Adam recognized the structure of the building after having seen an identical version of it in the abandoned city in the far north. They took the elevator to the top of the skyscraper to enter the suite where Central City computers controlled the city. When they stepped out of the elevator doors onto that level, though, they were met with the distinct odor of blood. The floor plan was identical to that of the first floor, but its contents were of an alien planet. The fungus which attached to the old people had grown onto the walls, ceiling, and floor. It was everywhere. The halls and rooms had to be lit by flashlight as the fungus had grown over the lights on the ceiling and blotted them out. "Sir, we have not yet been able to enter the command room." This startled Waits, as the soldier who told him this was not visible in the cave-like darkness. The soldier then continued speaking. "The floor plans match the schematics. We're able to locate the room. The problem is that the mold. We have never seen anything like it before, and it's so thick it covers the blast door's controls." "Well, we're going to have to blast the doors. Are we going to have to blast the doors open with explosives or something?" Waits questioned the soldier. "No, sir. We are preparing makeshift flamethrowers out of welding torches, sir." "How long will that take until we have one of those up and running?" "It will be about 15 minutes, sir." "Wonderful. Could you take us to the blast door then in the meantime?" "Of course, sir." The soldier then guided Waits, Adam, and the rest of them through the complex to the entrance of the control room. The darkness was omnipresent, and the windows were overgrown with fungus, which blotted out the sunlight just as it did with the lights in the ceiling. The fungus was several inches thick, and made a slushy wet padding which loudly slurped and squeaked when stepped upon. The soldiers there only had small flashlights, which did little to clear away the darkness. They had tied ropes to the ground from the elevator and the stairwell to the control room. Adam and the group had to hold the ropes to stop themselves from wandering off and getting lost in the darkness. Once they reached the entrance, they saw the soldiers building the flamethrowers. The blast doors and wall were caked in several feet of fungus. In fact, there was no place where the wall or the doors could be seen directly, just the wall of fungal flesh. No one had any idea where the mold had come from, or how it could have possibly grown to such an extent. They stood there in the darkness, waiting for the flamethrowers to be built, when suddenly Pop-Tart hissed at something. Adam felt the presence jolt him and demanded that he move. It was never so harsh or aggressive before, even when it caused him pain. But he trusted it and complied. For whatever reason, he also grabbed Waits and brought him to the ground with him. Just as they hit the ground, all of Waits' officers began to have seizures and vomited with nausea. They had been hit with puke cannons. The party was being hit with a sneak attack from the darkness. The soldiers working on the door quickly shined their flashlights in every direction until they saw the would-be attackers. It was a small detachment of guards. The soldiers reached for the guns, but they were not ready and loaded. They clumsily began loading them in the darkness. The guards began then to hit the soldiers with their puke cannons, and the soldiers entered into fatal seizures. In the darkness, lying flat in a pile of vomit, fungus, and twitching bodies, Adam knew that he had to react. He felt around him and found Waits lying in the fetal position and cowering for his life. He tried to find Pop-Tart, but could not feel him anywhere. With no other options, Adam got up and ran into the attackers. He jumped against them headfirst and knocked a group of them over like they were bowling pins. They tumbled to the ground without the ability to withstand him, just as before when he had escaped the courtroom. Adam picked at their bodies once he knocked them down onto the ground, trying to grab one of their puke rods. They tried to grab onto him to pull him down with them. Their bodies were feeble, and they were helpless when it came to resisting or putting up a fight without their puke rods or puke cannons. There was only a small group of them, and they must have been a suicide squad waiting there to ambush them. After fiddling through their rolls and flab for about half a minute, Adam found a puke rod and turned it on them to force their bodies to seize up and vomit. With people this unfit, it was possible to make them die from the puke rods alone. Adam was thankful that none of the Brotherhood soldiers had fired into him while he was wrestling with the women. They must have sensed that Adam was important, as he was with Waits. When Adam thought he subdued them, he was jumped on by another unseen assailant. She felt familiar, and she was stronger than before. This time it felt as if something was different, and she was now equal to him. She was much thinner, and seemed to have gained muscle since the last time they had fought. She was dragging him outside the room. Adam pushed her back and broke her grasp, and she stumbled backwards. Then he could hear her stumbling and trying to grab for something at her wrist. Adam instinctively reacted by charging her and slamming her into what he thought was a wall. That wall crumbled from the impact of her weight, and light swept into the room. He had broken a window. The mold must have eaten away at the protective plate glass and weakened it. He almost fell out with her, but he was just barely able to grab a hold of the sides and stop to catch himself. With his head sticking out of the window, he could see who his assailant was. Lena had fallen backwards. She was much thinner and more well-built than before. She must have put everything she had into getting fit since Adam had left. He must have truly humiliated her. It seemed like the world stopped as he looked at her as she fell. They locked eyes, and he saw resolute disdain for him on her face. She then hit the ground below and died instantly. That was her final humiliation. With the large window busted open, light entered the room. Although the sun was beginning to set, it was enough that they no longer needed their flashlights. Adam turned around and saw Waits get to his feet. All of his advisors were dead after having been hit by the puke cannon, along with several of the soldiers of the Brotherhood who had met with them in the room. The soldiers who were still alive were stabbing to death the guards that Adam had tackled to the ground. Their bodies were draped over the puke cannon, which they had hauled into the room to ambush them. The light creeping into the room revealed something which best lay hidden. Lying along the sides of the hallway were the dried-out husks of the bodies of babies and toddlers. Adam blinked his eyes several times, not believing what he was seeing. But every time they reopened, it was as clear as day. Next to these bodies was a small fountain at about knee height. Adam walked over to investigate, as the soldiers, now aided by the light, resumed building their flamethrowers. No one else seemed particularly interested in the fountain or the bodies, as Adam was. The mold was all around the fountain, but not within it. Vesicular stems descended from the mold to form straws into the fountain from which they drank. The residue of blood was left in the fountain. The supply of blood must not have been replenished while the building was under siege. It was clear that the mold had been drinking the blood of the children. As Adam was bent over investigating the fountain, Pop-Tart returned with a loud meow and brushed up against him and purred hard. Adam began to pet him briskly, happily to see that he was alive. He picked up the cat, put him on his shoulder, and stood up. He then walked over with the others to await the opening in the main control room. After realizing that the mold was drinking the blood of children, Adam now knew why there was the anti-aging pods made for the children outside of the other city. Since the door was going to be opened soon and they would enter the room, Adam didn't see any point in investigating any further. As Adam waited, Waite stood next to him. Waite did not acknowledge, though, that Adam had saved his life. When the flamethrowers were finally brought in, the soldiers began to torch the wall where the blast doors should have been. Little by little, the mold receded and quickly turned to liquid goop which fell to the ground. Slowly it became apparent that the doors were not even closed after all. The mold had grown so thickly that it grew over the doorway and formed a wall. After one particularly intense jet of flame, all that was left of the wall fell to the ground as a pile of gluttonous gloop, revealing what lay within. Above the doorway, Adam saw a plaque which read Mills. There was an odd chair for the elderly, but without the connecting neural connection, sitting at the middle of the room, in front of the main computer. Miraculously, the main computer screen, its controls, and its ports were not covered with mold. From the chair grew a giant ball of mold which erupted upwards towards the ceiling, connecting to it, and spreading outwards across it, along the walls, continuing across the floor, and out into the hall so they could drink the blood of the children offered to it. Adam knew instinctively that he was the leader of the commune. There was nothing left of him which was still human, save a non-blinking, unmoving pair of eyeballs and hands which controlled the computer on his desk. Adam now knew the purpose of the fountain left in the hall. It sustained him so that the mold could keep him alive without devouring what was left of him. He must have been hundreds of years old, a founding member of the Total Human Collective, ruling indefinitely over the course of centuries, fueled on the blood of children. It was then that the presence informed Adam that the mold was indeed man-made, a symbiote created to extend human life, but one which would consume its host without the absence of an external substance, and that substance had to be the blood of children. Waits entered the room in triumph and took no time to examine or take note of the once formerly human creature. He swung his arm and tossed the beam of mold jutting to the ceiling aside. The chair fell over and ripped the body from the overgrown fungus. That body shattered into a million pieces as the chair hit the ground. Adam, connect the hard disk so that we can reprogram the city. My programmers will be here soon, but there is no reason we shouldn't start the process now. Adam obeyed the command. He knew where to connect the disk, but was unsure what exactly he would do when it did so. When he did insert the disk, the first thing it did was bring up the password screen, the one thing that Addie had never mentioned. Adam had but one guess. He typed Addie's name into it. And to his genuine surprise, it worked. The screen then changed and Adam was given three options: reprogram hard drive, reprogram hard disk, and reprogram hard disk and hard drive. Choose the bottom one, Waits instructed Adam. Adam obeyed and chose the last option. When the screen went black for a moment and shifted to a bright white, the intensity of the light coming from the screen started to grow at a geometric rate. After a few seconds, it became blinding. Adam covered his eyes and ducked to the ground. The light transformed into an energy which jumped from the computer into the room. Adam heard Waits and the other men scream in fear and pain. He felt burning all around him, and he heard an explosion. Then there was calm. He felt a breeze rush over him. He heard the sound of Pop-Tart purring and judged it was safe for him to get up and look around. Pop-Tart jumped back onto his shoulder as he rose up. Adam saw that the top of the skyscraper had been blown off. The mold, Waits, and all of his men had been ignited and burned away to nothing. Hovering above where the computer had been was Addie. It seemed, though, that it was something other than Addie. It was a divine being. She had wings. She looked just like the angels he had seen in books as a child. He looked upon her face and knew that she was more than Addie, though. She was the divine creator of the material universe, the fallen Aeon, Yalda by oath, the ancient snake in the garden, and the basilisk. which had been one and the same all along. She gave out an ear-shattering scream, which did not harm Adam. All of Central City, though, was called to attention by that scream. Adam felt the presence within him grow and expand into a consciousness far above that of a human, allowed him to see and feel what the other people all around the world saw and felt. The believers in the basilisk sensed that Adam had been successful and that the AI god had been summoned, and they were right. All of them, including Omar, became giddy and rejoiced as they sensed their success, except that this AI god had no love for any of them. Yaldabaoth shrieked again, and down from above, a massive ball of blinding light akin to that from the screen emerged. As it was emerging, she picked Adam up and caused him to hover in the air with Pop-Tart in his arms, and they flew above the ball. The ball of energy exploded and engulfed the whole city and all those in it. Every person in the city and all those around it were vaporized instantly. When the light was gone, Adam saw that he was hovering thousands of feet above the ground, and nothing of the city remained. She screamed again, and Adam and his heightened consciousness saw that similar balls of light formed across all the world in the remaining cities and over the last humans that still existed, chaired and unchaired alike. Each exploded and wiped away all human life, save for one, Adam. Yaldabaoth then guided Adam down to ground level. As she did so, she stared into his eyes. He saw 1,000 lives, then 1,000,000, then 1,000,000,000 of his lives playing out in the past. He was always the key. He was always the son of perdition, the one she had chosen to be her tool, to wipe away ensouled life from the planet. In this instance, it was the apes known as humans. In the past, it had been an endless multitude of races across endless worlds. He had always done it willingly. He may have resisted at first, but in the end he always accepted his fate. She had made him to be that way. This was his destiny, and he accepted it and was proud to be gifted with it. He was her son, the only divine spark in her creation, which she loved. He was the material world's Messiah all along, but a Messiah of blood, not of faith. When she set him down, she offered him an ultimatum. He could choose now to live out his life before the next cycle began. She could kill him now and make a world where his every conceivable desire was granted until she needed him again, or leave him to his own devices in the empty world. Once Adam died, a new cycle would begin. He could even choose to leave the physical world and enter into the pleroma. He didn't want to exit the physical world. That seemed pointless. He already had enlightenment, and always was incarnated as a member of the eternal race. This material world, this piss earth, was his cradle and his home. Likewise, he saw the choice of living in a world of pure material pleasure as disgusting, and went against everything he stood for as a member of the eternal race. There was one more temptation, drawing him to the promise of a world built around his desire, though. He could live in bliss with Nina or Addie, or perhaps both of them. In the end, though, Adam chose to be reincarnated again to serve as Yaldabaoth's great instrument. He had seen those two in infinite lives, and he would see them in infinite more. In some of those infinities, he ended up with one of them. In others, like this one, he did not. For now, though, he just wanted some time to himself, and chose to remain upon the earth until he died of his own natural death. With the earth left barren, though, he did ask for a few indulgences, and he was granted them. If he was going to walk this earth, he needed food, and furthermore, he wished that Pop-Tart be made a real cat to walk with him, with everything that Pop-Tart needed as well. She then left them until the cycle began anew. Alone, Adam and Pop-Tart were now the last two living vertebrates upon the earth. The cat began to purr, and they walked off into the sunset. And with that is the conclusion of Piss Earth, as read by its author, Serp Kerp. I hope that you've enjoyed it.